Hello everybody and welcome back to NECC. It's semi-final day and we are going to watch some lovely and some hopefully exciting Valorant. My name is Cairo, one of your casters for this evening, and joining me, a new face to the fold, Hazza GC. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, man. I've sort of been roped in last minute, but I wouldn't want to share the desk with anyone other than yourself, so I'm very, very happy to be here. Looking forward to some Valorant action. Obviously, today is semi-finals day, so there's been a lot building up to this, but the stakes are fairly high at this point in time. So looking forward to getting into some of those matches and seeing how these teams perform.
Yep, certainly. I mean, me and you, we've got a big chemistry here. We're starting to build up our casting as a duo, yeah. But today it's Challengers Cyan, and well, we are going to be casting Marianne University Sabres versus Purdue Diamonds. Yep, there we go. A lovely graphic thrown up by the wonderful Michael, the producer. And well, straight away, it's the number 2 versus number 3 seed here, Hazza.
Yeah, so I mean, immediately looking at this bracket, the thing that is drawn to my attention is that this is probably going to be the more even match out of the two. Obviously, Fresno State being that number 1 seed going in with that advantage, I guess, for placing first, then going up against 5th placed Sac State. I'm guessing that means Sacramento State. I'm not necessarily too sure. I'm not too clued in on these, but yeah, 2nd place versus 3rd place. This should be a fairly even matchup, I think. So, as you said as well, it's a best of 3 series, so these teams are going to really take it down to the wire, I'm sure, and it's going to be a mental game as well. You know, you've got to try and outlast your opponents. Maybe you go in nice and hard and you're trying to, you know, pick up those early rounds, but in the late game, it could start to punish you if you're not, you know, keeping your head screwed on. I've just come out of a best of 3 series of my own university games here in the UK, uni games, and we won the first map, but then we dropped off the second map, and you just sort of got to get your head back in place. So we've got the bans up now, and we're going to be having a look at what maps we have. So it's going to be Haven first, which straight away, just going straight into those mind games, this being the sort of IGL's paradise, or IGL's haven, I guess you could say.
You had to go for the pun.
I had
But I
to,
mean,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I mean, you're totally right. A lot of mind games where strategy really comes into it, and we see the backbone and what the structure is like behind these teams. I mean, sometimes you don't perform as well, but I mean, we'll get to see the kind of strategy and stuff that's been made behind these teams. Interestingly enough, though, something that we've not touched upon is the fact that these two players, or these two teams have actually played with each other previously. It is actually a 2-0 going towards the Marianne University Sabres. So maybe a little bit of a grudge match here, thinking Purdue Diamond maybe wanting to get revenge. Obviously, it means more coming into this best of three, but it will be interesting to see at least.
Yeah, potentially. I suppose, if it is a 2-0, it doesn't always tell the full story. Some of these rounds that could really make the difference overall, the difference makers being those thrifties, when you're able to pull out a low economy round, it can flip the game on its head. So if one of these teams have maybe missed out on a few of those rounds or a few issues that they're looking to rectify going into this one, it could be a complete flip. It depends how close those previous matchups were. But going in on Haven straight away, we're going to be into Agent Select straight up, and we're going to see some of these picks. We're going to probably see Astra on both teams as one of them gets locked in for Purdue Diamond. Potentially hovering a Euro. I'm not too sure what the thought process is there, but I would not be entirely surprised if it's a Killjoy on both sides as well. I think potentially looking at this comp early doors, Marianne, they're going for that double duelist comp, maybe lacking a little bit of information as we see Sova fall into the mix. That makes a little bit more sense. On the side of Purdue Diamond, they have Sky to do a similar kind of thing. So yeah, there are similarities and differences. I think with Purdue they're looking to get that Sage in the comp straight away as well, which is a bit of a contrast from Marianne, who look like they want to just take the fight straight to Purdue with this this setup. It looks quite aggressive.
Yep, certainly. Finally, we do see the Jet locked in at last, and I mean the similarities in the comp you've already highlighted with the Astra and the KJ, but I mean, and like when you look towards this Purdue Diamonds kind of stack, a lot of healing there. I mean, you've got a Sage and a Sky. I mean, the two healing agents available for teams. So, I mean, the thing is, though, is they'll be able to take gunfights and then all damage received is negligible, which I quite like on Haven. A lot of control on the map as well, considering the fact there'll be the Sage wall, etc. So, right now, it'll be very interesting to see how these two teams kind of line up against one another. Obviously, we see Marianne. They're going to be starting on this defense here. Probably a little bit more of an aggressive comp compared to their opponents, but at the same time, be interested to see.
Certainly, I think Diamond, it's almost in the name, their team looks very robust. Like, the amount of utility they have available to them, it's going to be interesting to see how they work these post plants, which is something I think that they would probably want to try and lean into a little bit more, considering how much utility they have. They should be able to hold off that push for a little bit longer. But going into this first round, we've got to look at the positioning here. It's going to be a Killjoy lean towards C and B, trying to cover Garage with all of their utility, while the rest of the team are going to be going aggro towards A early on. And this could actually really pay off for them, because it doesn't look like Diamond are holding towards this area whatsoever, and with the spike drop, this could be a quick claim for them.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Look at this, all the gunfights already being taken, but nobody's actually, no one's accounted for the Astra that was just hiding in box here. Plenty of gunfights being taken, plenty of trades, but it's actually the attackers to come out here. Dan's trying to come out here. He's managed to pick up one. What's happening? And well, look at this, they've been able to gain full control of A's. They tried to shut down the opposite number. There we go. The KJ finally shut down the attackers, almost becoming the defenders there, Hazard. I mean, that was quite worrying.
That was a really weird round. I mean, first of all, it looked worrying for Purdue Diamond because they left the spike and we saw it get pinged straight away. The call out was made from the Marianne team there that the spike had been dropped in A garden because it was the one area they weren't looking towards. You know, it was their Achilles heel almost, as we see the stack actually migrate towards C this time. But then the picks, they all just came raining on in. Annie able to get two along the spider and just finish around there. So pretty clean pistol overall, actually, all things considered. And now they've got better guns to work with, Purdue Diamond. So they're going to want to try and maybe maximize the orbs here. Although with that being said, it's looking like a heavy group up towards Garage. And there's just so many players in this one section of the map right now.
Yeah, they're really gambling with this one right now. And well, obviously players haven't, I was about to say, taking gunfights just yet. We could easily see a rotate coming away, but it's not to be as well. It seems as if there's been a little bit of a trade here.
Should have seen two.
Obviously moving through. Oh, what a shot there. What a blind as well. Picking up a triple on the round so far, and like this, it doesn't even matter to Purdue Diamond as well. They're going to go through and absolutely turn this site into an absolute meat grinder.
Well, they certainly did. I mean, losing out on 2 players there, maybe not the most optimal round that they could have had. Marianne actually do pretty well for themselves on Classics, and it's going to mean that the whole team here is going to be able to buy up in full. Spicy being, well, the only spicy iteration of that, going to be using the Guardian here to try and ping some headshots down C long, which maybe isn't the worst idea. I think they have just about enough money to buy a different gun anyway, but this is the one that they're going to go for. In the meantime, Purdue Diamond, that one's going to be a little bit costly. 2 players forced onto Sheriff, so they're not able to keep all 5 Spectres. Excalibur trying to find an early pick early on with that sort of sword presence, I suppose, trying to cut open this Purdue Diamond team. But once again, we just see the attack sort of move as 5 early on. And actually, Dav has managed to take a really nice position here off the back of that grouping.
Certainly does, and oh, look at this, the swing comes through as a flash went through. A little bit of an advantage being gained by Marianne there, but it's the lurk that we need to watch. The flank coming through. Does Spider know? Because, well, they've reacted here. Is it going to be a mistake?
I don't know, he's tucked into the corner, gets the first one onto, and he spots out the shoulder, finds the second to Spider as well, but a guy is able to trade it out. Low HP, only 51 points of health to work with, but they've upgraded to a Vandal now. They've got a flash available. They'll have another one to match with it in the next 18 seconds or so. So right now, if you look at the defense of Marianne, they're actually split up, and with the direction that it looks like a guy is going to be taking, if they're able to isolate this fight on the Astra, this could actually be a very winnable situation. Full HP, 150 health, but that blinding light will come in, gets the blind, actually takes them down, and now this is looking a lot more winnable, Caro.
Certainly is, and I mean, we also got to look towards the utility here. There is still a flash available, and well, as I say that, it is going to be gone. Nice little shock dart there to the back of sight, but not to gain any damage towards this flash from the sky.
The recon dart's going to come in, and it's going to ping him out. Surely, no. They get, the position is revealed. They're stuck in towards the right-hand side of short. Only 33 HP now. Took some chip through the side of the box. Will take a little bit more from Spicy and Marianne. They're able to convert that round. Although, with it being the bonus for Purdue Diamond, that's a lot of damage. And they got a plant in the end as well.
Yep, I mean, that's totally right. I mean, they've only got 2 rifles to go into the next one. They've got the plant down. I mean, all in all here, I don't know if that was really a great round from Marianne, even though they got the win. Good thing is, though, we look towards this round. We see the Jet. I mean, they've got the Blade Storm up available if they can get somehow an Alt Orb. I mean, there is one out towards A long, etc. It's easier for the defenders to grab. I mean, we could maybe have a lockdown available, as Dav does have a rifle to go forward with this one. I mean, all in all, not looking too bad. But the thing is, though, a guy actually does have those seekers available already. The spams came out and actually won out for Marianne.
Yeah, Zesty Boy just straight through that wall towards B mid there, and gets the opening pick of the round. So that's going to ease the pressure quite a lot. Marianne, they didn't have 5 rifles, only 2 Phantoms in comparison to, well, the 4 now that Purdue only have. Dav being one of those players with the Phantom, swings out and finds 2. Spicy gets one of their own, and wow, that round's just completely collapsed for Purdue Diamond there.
Certainly has, and I mean, the Blade Storm has been expended, but maybe not needed here, as Spiders, well, almost stuck in a web, trying to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and it looks as if maybe the round could be over before we even know it. Nope, we're going to go through back to mid and see if they can see any more gunfights. The Astra is sitting and waiting. I believe that was maybe an info dart that went out there. I don't know if I maybe misheard that sound call. It looks as if the gunfight's going to be taken in a garage, and well, there's a little bit of a pre-fire there, which means Spider knows where the Reyna is. Will they take the gunfight? It certainly looks so. He starts to jump up, but no, the flick isn't enough, Hazza. And actually, Spider loses out and loses out. What is happening here? Is a Spider's walking through, picking up? Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. As Spicy isn't available to win out the gunfight, but finally does so. And well, like that, it's also a very costly round for the side of Purdue Diamond.
Yeah, Spider able to get themselves out of a sticky situation there. That peak towards Spicy for a second. I thought they had the information, you know, they could go for a re-peek. I was worried that they were just going to die the first time they spotted them, but no, they didn't. The real focus for me right now is this Marianne University defense. I I feel like I'm not too sure what the identity is, what they're trying to do. They've sort of swapped around where Dav's been playing a few times. That previous round, it worked out really well from Garage, able to get those early 2 picks, but now they're going to set up towards A. Sova towards C is always a good idea, able to sort of send a few warning shots early on, but we'll have that recon to claim the information. Well, it gets shut down actually, so they're not going to necessarily know that there's 5 players there at least, but they know that there is a heavy C presence right now. It's interesting to see Dav's actually backed away from A. He's going to be playing from a heaven position, so quite passive, and into this eco that might not actually be the best positioning. If they give up a lot of space, especially with the Blade Storm now popped onto Garden, this could potentially turn the tide, but for the time being it's a 5 versus 5. No duels have really been taken yet between either team, but it's looking like that's what's going to happen as we move in towards the A site.
Certainly, is that? I don't. For some reason, I thought there was maybe an Astra ultimate coming through, but it's actually the lockdown to come through to clear out the site here. Players starting to get aggressive initially, but again, it doesn't work out. But the delay is actually perfect here, and now it's a trade in lockdowns. This can maybe really work out here for the defenders as well. The attackers are actually having to dip out here as one player has been detained, and a rotate left coming through. Maybe looking towards B, but look at all the rifles available and looking towards this. It's going to start to turn into a meat grinder, but the rotate coming through again. They start to look towards C, but again there's still rifles available there, but maybe that might be available to be picked up. But look at this Zesty boy. Oh my god.
Yeah, they just walk into the C site up towards Garage, but it gave them plenty of time to rotate. I think when they backed away from A there, especially after Annie got caught out in front of B with that peek, they knew that there were going to be players rushing towards C. They weren't exactly short-staffed to defend it. They got a bit caught up in Garage after managing to take that peek onto Yulan, I think it was, with the classic through the wall, somehow able to pick that one up. But yeah, not too bad of a round, and honestly, as long as Marianne can just sort of keep that advantage, maybe go in the half at 6-6, even 7-5 of a lead would probably be good, considering this map is fairly attacker-sided, and with that comp that they're holding right now, those 2 duelists with the Astra and the Initiator of Sova, could be exactly what they need. That shot dart not quite going to connect. Bait out the peak of the Guardian, but bites off a bit more than they can chew. Actually able to take down a guy, and now it is a 4 versus 4 situation. Cosmic Divide available for a retake here if they're going to need it, as the stack is towards C. Excalibur gets caught out, and now A is wide open, Cairo. And that Cosmic Divide maybe just hesitates on committing that for the time being, but actually all of this hesitation is giving plenty of time for the CTs to rotate, and the defenders can actually get quite close, although I think they're just going to give up the site. Yeah, they're going to have to play for the retake here either way. But Cosmic Divide available on both sides. Yep. Still very much doable here in the 3 versus 4.
It certainly is, but things get worse here as a defender is lost. So all in all, things aren't looking too great as we are all the way down to the last remaining player, and just like that, the attackers win it out. I mean, these 2 teams seem to be at each other's throat. It's like a very similar game that we were casting previously, and I mean, I can't wait to watch this spectacle.
Yeah, I think the biggest loss on that round for Marianne has to be Spicy going down early, peeking into 2 players, which was maybe a little bit greedy on the Guardian, trying to find, getting a bit overconfident essentially, and then they didn't have the Sova utility to retake A with. That recon dart no longer available, no owl drone, no shocks to maybe deny a plant. So it's a big loss early on, but we see that Killjoy rotate over once again. Dav deciding to reposition now towards C or Garage area, so Spicy gonna have a few more players to help them out. This recon dart's gonna be huge. It spots out 4 players. The shock darts, they fly in. They don't manage to do too much damage, but look how many players are here waiting. The spam comes through the smoke. They can't quite make it out into the site. Zesty Boy's there, Dam's there. There's a Hunter's Fury to match as well, which will get a huge tag onto Spider, leaving Garden all alone. Zesty Boy gets a triple, and just like that, Marianne, they hold down that C site.
There's so much utility committed in towards that C site though, especially at the end of that round. I mean, we saw what the Hunter's Fury, I mean, the info dart, all the electric arrows. It might be a little bit costly, but it won them the round. And I mean, I think they only the defenders, what did they lose? Anybody on that round there? I mean, it seems as if Purdue Diamond just walked through into a trap well set, and on top of that, they don't really have much of a buy coming into this next round.
No, they don't. And well, they do have the Sage Res available, so right now I think it's probably in the best interest of Marianne to not get too aggressive. If they take that first pick, it can be traded out with the use of that ultimate, but yeah. I suppose ultimately there's no substitute for rounds, so picking up that one was pretty essential here, and it has forced, as you said, Pudgy Diamond onto a fairly improvised buy. So if they're able to get this one as well, it'll be an eco, and from that point onwards, you're looking at about 6 or 7 rounds. Spicy finds that first one towards C, as they have done quite a few times, but this time there's no traitor match, and it looks like we're going to be seeing the B execute come through.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, everybody is sitting and waiting with bated breath. Is all the, well, I guess all the utility committed, but nobody actually walked through. Dab from the flank is absolutely huge. Spider's left trying to take this fight here, and well, it seems as if it's all going to be over. But Gardan in towards the garage with the spike. This might be a bit of a distraction here, and yes, it is. Now the Jet stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Has a on low HP. It seems as if this might be a little bit of a formality here as they start to push through in towards Garage. Excalibur not even looking here, so maybe it could be a free
30
entrance.
seconds left.
The Sova has actually went through to contest this, and it's very, very close. No player actually
He's going to expect it. The spam baits out the position as well. Garden not going to go for the plant. The fake would actually be huge, but no. Caliber takes them out with that opposite number, that pick on the Jet. They're going to save a little bit of face, save that operator along with 2 other rifles as well, and now their economy is booming. And as we said, Pudgy Diamond on that lower buy. Could be said that Marianne are looking at the next couple of rounds or so to try and pick up, barring any glaring mistakes in their defense here.
It was certainly, and I mean, as we say, we usually say, the rich get richer and the poorer get poorer in this game. It's just unfortunately the way it is, and well, we already see some utility committed all across the map. I mean, this seems to be the kind of default lineups here. Ooh, just unfortunately, the Excalibur, the Jet, not being able to pick anybody up. We are going to have the Trailblazer to go through and check the corners, make sure nobody can get picked up. But as I say that, Excalibur comes out with 2. Great kills there, and the Sage is actually pushed onto the side, but the players elsewhere are going to help out there. The Jet get aggressive with a classic and will actually pick up that kill. All up to Spider as we look towards Sewers. Don't want to lose the ultimate.
Actually gets it as well. I asked for it. Thank you very much, Excalibur. Puts 4 players to the sword there, gets a quad. That's an analogy that I'm never going to get tired of. That is absolutely huge from them. I know it might have been an eco, but as you said, big damage.
Huge damage indeed, and I mean, this is it. We're now kind of at the point where Purdue Diamond might actually end up going into that eco cycle where it's save 1 round, buy the next, save 1 round, buy the next, which, I mean, obviously favours Marianne, but how do you stop this? How do you... Well, basically, what I'm trying to say is, how does Purdue find the winning formula here, because it's going to be a lot of trial and error, and well, the trial first is going to be in towards Garage, already clearing this utility, but the delay is absolutely perfect here in terms of utility from Marianne.
For me personally, I feel like the A site is where Marianne are giving up a lot of space on defense. They're sort of playing towards heaven, playing towards CT, not contesting the site. We saw then even on the previous round, Zesty Boy was able to give all the way up to CT even after Excalibur had taken 2 picks. And this is going to be a big pick as well on the other side of things. But for the most part, I think, yeah, when they group up and make an execute as a team, especially towards A here, they have the Cosmic Divide available. That's going to be their best chance at picking up a round, and I think that might be what we're about to see here. Although, with Zesty Boy pushed up in the corner, this is a position we haven't really seen yet too much from Marianne University. It could cause some problems, and here we go.
Here we go indeed, and look at this. 2 great kills there. Annie on the opposite side of the map, just delaying the rotate coming through, which means the spike can get planted, and well, it means that the defenders might be I'm going to say a bit disjointed here, but that Astra is absolutely huge in that position, and well, they're going to be able to push out. Well, the Blade Storm comes through, but a guy is absolutely perfect with the trigger discipline and is able to pick up 2 there. Well, I mean, the thing is, though, a little bit costly there for the defenders, but the thing is, though, plenty of eco to buy out.
Yeah, plenty of economy. I think Marianne are pretty much sorted for the rest of this half. They won't have any more troubles when it comes to their economy. 3 players on more than 3,000 credits. They have an operator as well to play around with. Excalibur's been making that work so far. It looks like they're going to rotate it towards the C site this time. But For now, it just seems like Purdue Diamond, they're going to carry on with that default, although I think maybe just grouping up for a push has been their best chance at a round so far, as we see both operators fail to connect their shots, and the first one actually goes the way of the defenders. Spike dropped towards Garden, and Dav getting aggressive, picks off Garden, the hook is just falling apart. With that being said, 2 trades go back the other way, and now we're even once again.
Certainly, and well, I mean, the thing is, though, there'll probably be the Sky heal as well to bring KJ up. Remember, Sky can't heal herself here, Hazza. So, all in all, there will be a little bit of damage being done as the Sage has also been taken out. We do have the lockdown available, though, so, I mean, maybe we could see a little bit of a bait here onto A, potentially, but the rotate between the defenders here maybe has already read into that as 1 on each site, so easily they could overwhelm anybody on any site, and as I say, the lockdown available, it looks as if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think if they do commit the lockdown towards A here, they probably, well, that window has now faded, but there was the chance to potentially fake the lockdown with there being a lockdown available for Marianne as well, but it looks like it will just come in towards A here. That first shot from Excalibur unable to connect, realizing with that Astral smoke down that they're going to have to fall back, and we do see that interaction. That second lockdown does get committed. The gun barrel gives away the position of Spider, who gets caught out. And I think we might actually see both players get detained here. No, it'll only be one. Wait, no, it is both. It's both. Yeah. Both players getting detained. That's going to be a free defuse. And just like that, the round goes straight to Marianne.
That's absolutely huge. I mean, this is it. This is when you see how important ultimates can be. A nice little costly exit there for the defenders and losing another rifle. But as you said before, Hazza, I mean, they should have enough eco to get them through towards the end of this half, because, well, this is the last round. But wait a minute. Look at Purdue. Look at Purdue, sorry. They've not got full buys.
No, they really don't. And, you know, they lose that previous round. They're only able to hold on to one of those rifles. They get the plant, which is going to help them out a little bit, but no Guardian on the Guardian even. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot of Guardian gameplay. It looks like these teams are certainly favouring themselves to win an Angel, which is what you want to see. You don't want to see a lack of confidence going into something like this, especially trying to stamp your foot down early on in that best of 3 series. Really make sure that the other team are feeling the heat, and that's what Zesty Boy's going to do. Gets that first pick, outswings Dav, unable to connect any of those shots as the Astra hides behind the wall there. God, and as pushed up, Zesty Boy finds him through the corner of that smoke. And once again, it just feels like Diamond's push, it's in pieces. They so split up in the way that they attack the space, the trades. Maybe they come through, but it's never for too long. We see a spray come back towards C Long as the res gets expended, leveling things out for the teams. But I think this is what I want to see. I want to see these 4 players push together, try and create something. If they head towards A, it's going to give away the information, so that Astra player towards B will hear the footsteps and rotate. It is a 2 versus 1. It's just going to depend whether they play around this jet correctly or not. That smoke should come in, but not before the peak first. And now the advantage goes the way of Marianne early on as the spike gets eventually planted towards A.
The thing is, those Excalibur is on low HP, so one spray could maybe win that out. Obviously, we saw the Trailblazer going through, and while the Jets went above, the retake is in favour of the defenders here, as we see Excalibur straight away pinging away the KJ. But look at this, things are actually maybe going to be able to work here as we bring out the Frenzy, but no, Hazza unfortunately unable to make the spray work, and Marianne may take the advantage in this half.
They do for the time being. I think 8-4 is a fairly respectable scoreline, actually. If you look, they had the more aggressive comp, so really, you probably... It's tough to say. It really is tough to say at this point in time. Both comps are fairly similar. The only real trade there is going to be the Sage for the double duelist setup on the one hand, and then the Sky for the Sova. Sky and Sova, they do fairly similar jobs, although I think Sky is probably a little bit more potent on attack, so the fact that they weren't able to get anything out of that is not going to help them out in the slightest. With that also being said, Sage is going to be much more useful on defense. And then on the flip side, double duelist is more going to be better on attack, so it's going to just depend who wins this pistol round. I think this pistol round is key to the way that the rest of this half develops. If Purdue Diamond are able to get back into this, pick this one up, get the bonus even, and move to about an 8-7, only being 1 round behind, then it hangs in the balance. But if Marianne are able to take this first one, going to be a real issue for Purdue Diamond. So they lessen that problem by getting the first pick.
They certainly do that, and already it seems if our rotate's going to come out. I think we did see 3 ghosts, utility buy for Sova, and I think it was maybe a late buy for one of the players in terms of shields, but I'm not too sure. As we do see, they look towards mid here, which may be a little bit easier to push onto Haza as well. There is only one player holding that down, but it is a guy who really popped off. I mean, that last half, and has already popped off in this round and picking up that first frag. They're trying to destroy the KJ turret, so we do know exactly where the players are. Well, the defenders do anyways. We see there is that, well, Nano Storm to come out to just deny time, and well, they've managed to push all the way through in towards Garage. They'll hear the footsteps and they move straight on towards C. Only Gardan remains to hold this site down. The gunfight's been taken. Got to shut down Spicy, but the site has been controlled by these attackers.
Yeah, the trades were not there whatsoever. Spider only on 20 HP towards Garage. It meant that there was only one player to defend C, and the shots, they just don't connect. It's Zesty Boy left all alone who gets finished up. And Purdue Diamond, they take that pistol round rather convincingly in the end. I mean, I don't know if convincingly is the word to use. The way that some of those gunfights were panning out in and around the site really had me guessing. Gardant was able to get one pick and then dash away for free. Spider could then find a trade. Or I say a trade, it was another pick. All of the picks were going the way of Purdue Diamond. The only one that Marianne were able to pick up was that one from Zesty Boy right at the death. So now, if they can win this next round, maybe look at even picking up the bonus afterwards, not getting too far ahead of ourselves. As we said, it'll be a lot closer with the Killjoy and the Sage on the defense, the Sky as well. That's what we were looking for, this Diamond team to just have a robust defense and try and shore things up a little bit. It really is anyone's game at this point in time.
Certainly seems to be, and I mean already people are trying to take these gunfights, get aggressive here. We're waiting for the info dart to go through, but surely you don't waste that on Garage. Right now it seems as if they're going to waste bodies on towards B, but they've actually got the trade here, Haza. That might be worth it, but maybe not so, as we already see the other players start to help out here, and it's down to the 2 remaining ones. The flank comes in, and just like that, Purdue Diamond, they're going to win that anti-eco round out.
Yeah, in the end, it's all just on a plate for Ratted, who's going to mop them up nicely. Got a little bit of bread, wipe it around the edge of the plate, sweep up the gravy, very nice, tasty, tasty. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a 5-star meal for Purdue Diamond in that regard, I suppose, because Marianne, they were able to make it work on the Classic. I think Ulan was able to get 1 or 2 of their own on that round, so not ideal. They're going to be facing up against a much superior buy in the form of those 5 rifles. Only one going light, which is Excalibur. It's slightly confusing considering they have a Reyna, so the ability to heal up there maybe negates that a little bit. But no, they're going to be pushing in towards C, and it's only one player to defend it. Killjoy turret inside the smoke early on. But Garden isn't going to land anything just yet, and as they swing around the back of the site, they'll start to find those picks. Spider is good for 1. It looks like that's all it's going to be. The spike hasn't actually crossed yet, but once that smoke eventually goes up, it's sure to be planted, and we're going to be looking at a 4 versus 4 retake.
Yep, certainly. Well, the economy is in favour of these attackers here as well. They've all got rifles, and they don't want to be losing too many here, Haza, as well. That will leave the advantage towards Purdue Diamond in the next round, and already Zesty Boy's doing the work here, and Ratty's actually managed to clap back, but it's Zesty Boy to actually go huge here. Surely they keep a majority of rifles, though they don't. They actually lose out that majority, so therefore, Haza, we only have 2 rifles going through in towards this next round.
They certainly do. So that's a big pickup there for Marian, as I've just been informed that they are called, not Mariana. Maybe I was getting a little bit too hungry, haven't had dinner yet, thinking about some kind of a meatball wrap potentially. But no, it looks like this one could be a wrap for Purdue Diamond if they end up losing this round as well. It's going to break the back of their economy with Marian on that lower buy. And they're going to be swarming towards A. There's only a couple of players left here to defend it. That Sage Wall will go up towards short, I imagine, as it has done a few times. It does leave a few gaps here for Gardant to try and fight around it. That Owl Drone will clear out their position, I'm sure. It's actually going to force them to move back even before it's deployed. So there's only one player towards A here, actually. They've completely I don't know, the default, it's starting to fall apart. It's porous, there are gaps in it, and the swing is going to give a lot of information for that rotate, but it's too late. The players, they're piling in.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've already dashed and a trade comes through though, so maybe that could be workable there as Galdano is trying to push through. And already Purdue Diamond might have to go for this retake here as we say, it's going to be a little bit harder for them. That was a lovely little owl drone there to ping out. Yeah, that's going to be huge, and Spicy's going to be able to capitalise on that. Here we go, the entry's coming through as all the bodies start to come through. Can they win out as the leer comes out? The first swing comes out. Zesty boy, my god, is he spicy for this one? He's starting to go for a swing here, but no, it's the Rainer to win it out. And what a, man of the round performance, potentially man of the match performance here, Hazard.
Yeah, Zesty boy just whips that one up, just sort of adds a little drop of lemon on it, and there it is, sorted. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much about food, but no, that was a very clean round in the end, actually. The retake sort of fell completely apart for Purdue Diamond. It didn't even feel like they were on a full buy, the way that they sort of rushed into the battering ram that was Zesty boy, taking them all down. And now Marian, they're going to group up once again, go for the C push this time, and with just that one turret facing them up, the nearest player pushing through Garage, if they just hold W and run it straight down here, the site should be theirs. They're being a little bit more cautious about their efforts, which will give enough time for a Gay to come in. Not going to make a flash out of it though. Playing in and around the green box, they get tagged out eventually. Still no picks actually for either team, they get dropped eventually. With two flanking as well, and it's just falling apart for Purdue Diamond right now.
One enemy remaining.
And he able to get one on the flank. Rati gets one as well on the Sheriff, so not too bad in the end for Purdue Diamond, but unfortunately they're now only one away from that match point on the side of Marianne, so it's going to be difficult for them to try and get back into this. They've got this sort of last gasp attempt sort of clawing their way back into this matchup. They're only one away from 3 of their ults. They have the other 2 being the Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. They have the Seeker's Bladestorm or the Res available if they're able to maybe make a little bit of aggression towards A-Long or one of those other areas, which is the potentiality, but it doesn't look like they're going to do it. They're just going to try and sit back for the time being, and on such a key round, I would maybe expect them to try and go for something to shake things up a little bit from how they've been playing this defense so far.
Yes, certainly. I mean, it would help if I could actually unmute before I start casting here, Hazard. I mean, sometimes to send the audio, I mean, people might want to hear it, but I
was going to say, it's not quite like you being so silent, but no, we're back.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Well, a nice little couple of pings coming out from the Sova drone, and they'll be able to pick up that Sky, which is absolutely huge. Tried to deny the grenade there, the Nano Storm, unfortunately not able to do so, but that allows the Sage to peek out in towards mid there, and well, actually, it's actually going to be not advised, Hazard, as Spicy's able to pick up that frag.
Yeah, that's literally a round losing pick, because Annie goes down there without picking up their ult, being only one away from the res, so they're not able to get that pickup back on their teammate. Garden, the only one in the site trying to defend it, just walks straight into the crosshairs of Excalibur. This Cosmic Divide will come in from the defenders. They're throwing everything that they have at it. This is their best chance to try and pick up a round. And down in the corner on the low HP will get found by Spider, but now it's a 1 versus 4. So much work left to do. A sticky situation is an understatement. Zesty boy with a triple once again. With twice as many rounds now, Marianne going into match point. It's going to be a very, very difficult buy for Purdue, and we're looking at that first map advantage.
We certainly are, and unfortunately we don't have the information on just who exactly picked this map up here, Hazard. But right now, I mean, it seems as if our attackers here are just looking so confident in everything that they're doing, the way that they're moving about the map, the way that they're rotating, the ideas that they're going for. And I mean, we just had confirmation as a Marian map pick, so that's a pretty good, I mean, it shows exactly how competent they are on this map, and straight away, the first frag, Dav, able to pick up a guy is absolutely huge.
And it's just like dangling a carrot on the end of a stick, and Cardin's even going to peek out to try and go for that pick towards A, but all of these players, they're going towards C. That spike is going to go down. Lockdown still available for Purdue if they want it, but I mean, there it is. The Hunter's Fury is just going to land on their head. Spider's dropped. The res eventually comes in, but maybe a round too late. A guy and Annie, the two members of the A team, I suppose, are going to have to try and retake this one from this side of the map. The Seekers will come through to try and aid them in their efforts, but that position will be revealed surely enough, and with 3 players still towards the site to defend it, it won't even matter. Ulan's able to get one. The trade comes straight through Marianne. They win their map pick 13-6, a dominant performance from them. And, well, starting as they mean to go on, I suppose it was their map pick, so there is still a lot left in this for Purdue. If they can get their heads back into it after losing out on that first map, find a way back in through their pick, and then take it all the way to the decider, I'd be impressed, but right now it's looking all Marianne.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, we are moving to Bind next, which is going to be an interesting one, very close quarters. I mean, almost similar to Haven in a way you can play your rotates, etc., play those mind games, Hazza, so we'll need to see exactly how good these two teams are at that, but already we're seeing as if Marianne are just so good at actually doing these rotates, playing these mind games.
Yeah, and it really felt like sometimes Purdue just felt so disjointed, even when they went to the defenders and they were able to get those first couple of rounds before we looked into the bonus, and then eventually that full buy when the two teams were going up against each other, when it was that first real test and a first look at what their defenders' side might be like. It was just lacking. There was no sort of dynamic aspects to it. Sometimes when they had pushes, like on that last round that we saw, Dav managed to pick off Sky towards A short. There was no one there to trade it. They weren't stacking up in certain areas. They were very sort of thinly spread, and sometimes it works if you're winning your aim duels, but if you're not on your day and not picking up those rounds, and we saw that with them being at the 8-4 disadvantage coming into the second half, there is plenty of questions that have to be raised. Obviously, they have an opportunity here to try and pull things back, but with that first map being so heavily dependent on the mind games, the mental strategy and setup, and how disjointed they looked, you've got to be a bit worried for them coming into this one.
Certainly do, but well, the thing is though, we need to take this break, take a little 5 minutes to readjust ourselves, get some more water, and well, we'll get straight back into this best of 3. Well, we've already seen one of our teams win out on Haven, and well, maybe they could win out on Bind, so don't go far before, well, maybe we decide who actually is going to move through in towards this grand final.
Hello everyone and welcome back to your NECC semi-finals for Valorant, where we just had Marion University versus Purdue Diamond. Marion taking that first map advantage, their pick being Haven, now going into bind. Purdue got to try and get their heads back into this one and hopefully back into the best of three, or otherwise it's just going to be a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yep, certainly, and I mean that was the way the score was last time when these two teams faced in the regular season. But the thing is, though, is well, things can change. I mean that was back in week 3. Hopefully now going in towards bind, we'll see something different from these two teams. As well, Purdue Diamond, they're the ones that are going to be starting on the attack, and Marianne, they're going to be starting on the defence. I mean, Hazard straight away, we're looking at these two comps, and, well, I mean, it seems as if, again, a more aggressive comp from Marianne.
Yeah, but, you know, it actually managed to pay off for them last time. Even when they were playing Defender's side Haven, I think sometimes you just need to get a little bit aggressive. I like the setups that they had with Dav. Taking control of certain areas of the map, Yulan could drop an Astral Star somewhere potentially if they needed to go for a retake. So, honestly, their defaults on the defense have been pretty good. They're going to have to try and be a little bit more aggressive on Bind as well to sort of push areas like B long and A short potentially with some of those calculated pushes. And then on the flip side, it's going to be interesting to see what Purdue Diamond want to try and pull out of the bag here. They weren't able to pick up that previous map, and it was quite dominant overall from Marian. So the Raze pick here I think is going to be a good one, especially going on to Bind. So many close corners to clear those paint shells, and Boombot are going to do a lot of work for them in that regard. But the Sky stays the same on a gate, and we're actually going to see two duelists come out as well. So Gardant's going to jump on instead of there being a potential Killjoy in there. I think it's Agartha swapping onto the Raze, which makes this then that double duelist comp as opposed to what we saw on Haven.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have a kind of caster info sheet, and the only info we really have is actually on Marianne, which is quite unfortunate here. And Ulan's actually more of the Astra player. We see that Dav on the KJ, that's kind of what we expect. Zesty is actually more of a breach player, which is interesting here. Hazard. So again, well, we'll need to see exactly how all that's going to work out. Unfortunately, we don't have that information on Purdue in terms of what their preferred agents are, etc, etc. I don't know if that's maybe just based on, actually now that I think of it, that might be just based on the last game, but I'm not too sure. Anyway,
potentially.
I think I'm just waffling as usual here, Hazard. You know what it's like? You like to talk about food, I like to talk about food. I mean, you don't get this size eating your fingers, we both know that, but we'll get into this map anyway.
Yeah, I mean, not too much talking about food left to be done. This is the appetizer, I suppose, as far as food goes. We're on the pistol round, of course. So either team wanting to try and carve out their direction in this game so far. And for Purdue Diamond, that's just going to be a guy taking a big hit to the face early on. Hopefully going to get healed up by the Sage, and we see exactly that. But using up that heal early on could mean that the retake is a little bit less well equipped. Some early chip coming in there as well. They're actually going to wall off the teleport, so they're set on taking the site here. Maybe a bit of an overinvestment. Those shock darts going to do a little bit of chip damage, but there's a setup here from Dav and a rotate to match as well. So right now, the teams, they're just sort of sizing each other up, neither really wanting to commit to anything, or at least Purdue Diamond didn't want to towards B. But actually, the push in towards A short here, it's going to leave them in a compromised position. Excalibur spotted out towards Showers, so they can pincer if they need to. Reinforcements come in towards CT. They do eventually get picked off, so now they have control in those areas. Zesty Boy able to pick one off towards Lamps and then eventually look to regroup with the rest of their team, but Dav's getting picked off on the other side of things, and now it's a 4 versus 2.
Certainly is a 4 versus 2, and it seems as if they're trying to take this gunfight in towards U-Haul, and well, just like that, they were able to, I mean, rotate through the map. I think that was, what, 2 rotates all in all? I'm not too sure if that's right, and maybe it was only 1, and it just took them longer to actually walk towards B. But right there, we are already seeing Purdue Diamonds much more comfortable, a lot more confident on this map, playing with that kind of mental game, playing back and forth, and, well, for that, they're going to be able to actually buy into this, and they're going to take that very well. Something that's interesting, as you look towards the kind of buys here, we're actually seeing a judge being brought out.
Yeah, I think the judge isn't the worst investment. If Agartha chooses to double satchel in here, they're going to have a lot of close fighting duels towards Lamps, and with that judge in hand, it's going to be big damage if Yulan peeks out, or maybe won't even have to. Agartha just peeks into them and takes them down. That's going to be huge, and carrying that gun through into the next round, I would probably consider the judge to be a little bit more premium than the Spectre, costing a few more credits, only 200 or so. Dav peeking out into Garden and not able to find anything just yet. Zesty Boy flanking around the side along with another player here, the Jet of Excalibur, and it's going to take them down. So not played too amazingly there from X-Garden. Aradid is just going to shut those players down. Agartha playing close. I don't think Spicy's going to exactly have remembered that that's where they were. They get punished for it, and Purdue Diamond able to keep 4 players alive out of that one. And, you know, Garden going down only on a Sheriff is still going to be able to buy up an op here if they want to. I think the call is going to come in from their team that that's maybe not the best economical decision to be making this early on, but nevertheless, it's still pretty good weaponry kept on the side of Purdue going into this one.
Certainly is, and I mean, they can buy a little bit, to be honest, here, the attackers. I mean, just to have enough to buy into the next round is all they need. And, well, I mean, didn't lose too many in the last round, so not too many buys. Just Gardant buying out that Marshall. So, yeah, I mean, that was a great round from them. And, well, look at this. They're already getting aggressive in towards E here, flinging a couple of utility. And Zesty Boy's actually going to be able to pick up that frag, which is absolutely huge.
It is. Agartha just over peaks into that one-way a little bit too much, gets caught out, and then taken out by Zesty Boy. There's a trade towards Showers though, so this is going to actually be really good control for these Purdue players, as Zesty Boy isn't able to win that one out. The Marshall is going to take the duel there, although now they've got to try and force in towards Zulan. I don't know if they're maybe going to be a little bit cautious about taking this Lamps position. They have a flank in towards the side of Pincer to try and take Yulan down. They take that first fight though onto the mirror pick of Rated. They're going to get another to Garden and one onto Ani as well. It's a triple kill to flip the round. Now it's only that one player left in a guy towards the backside. With the Sage Wall up, it can just be a hard stick here from Dav. And surely they pick this one up. That second blinding light comes through. The spam does as well. Dav trying to catch them out on the side of the box eventually takes them down, and Marianne, they get that first round on the board, albeit a very costly one.
Certainly is a very costly one, but Ulan, the man of the match, well, the man of the round, sorry, been able to walk through with that judge and just pick up so many kills. I believe it was all 3 that he has, which is absolutely huge. But thing is, though, we look here, I mean, they're actually not got that bad a buy. I mean, you think towards Bind, very close combat, so therefore we've got 2 judges. We've got 1 Phantom to hold any long angles, and obviously Excalibur, we know how good he is on that operator. So all in all here, I mean, it's not too bad, but as I say that.
Yeah, Gartha gets that opening pick, and it really has to be said that Ulan was the difference maker on that round. They had them pitted in towards Lamps or U-hole position, and were able to take them down, and he gets a massive pick towards B. There's no one left now to defend it. That Killjoy utility is gone. No res online either to pick them back up on their feet. So that's a huge loss for Marianne, as we see a little bit of a juggle come in here. The circus act of Agartha is going to be coming to town, and the town that they're arriving in will shortly be that B site. The only clown made so far is going to be... Oh! Yulan gets dropped on the other side of things. The only cloud so far, I was going to say, is that Killjoy on the side of Marianne, who gets taken down. And, well, Zesty Boys made a mockery of themselves there as well. Rated is going to find that pick. Maybe we see a wallbang come through. It's close, but not close enough to try and do any damage onto Gardant, really. And now, posted up in this position with the orb, it should just be as simple as taking that arrow to the knee for Spicy there, and Purdue, they extend that advantage.
They certainly do extend the advantage, and I mean, right now we are seeing the kind of quality of Purdue Diamond. Not that they didn't have any in the last map, but they are exceeding those of their opponents, and right now it seems as if Marianne, or Marianne as we were told to pronounce, I mean, has, you know, been from EU, we like to pronounce things a little differently over here, but right now we are seeing Marianne actually kind of fall behind and not really know how to answer their opponents, which is a very, very worrying sign here. And already the gunfight's been taken on towards B long. The KG has to retreat already.
They certainly do. I mean, we pronounce things a little bit different in EU sometimes, but that makes things spicy, you know. Spicy being the player actually who's yet to register a pick for their team, but they're going to have rotated in here to try and help Dav out, who gets spotted by the Seekers and is going to be in a real compromised position. They know where Spicy is now as well. Not even on the burst of the Classic able to shut that Seeker down before they get near sighted. A guy is going to swing towards CT to finish them off. Position already located of Yulai. Zesty Boy going to try and bail them out. Peeking into 2 players here. It could cause problems for Agartha. The paint shells will at least do a bit of damage. The stun, the Nova Pulse tries to slow them down, but a 4 versus 1 situation, there's not really too much left that you can do here. I think Zesty Boy would be lucky to even find one at this point in time. With that being said, it's a big dink onto Ratted, although they're certainly not going to peek. A guy will finish it off for them, a triple for them on the round, and it just seems like a complete opposite of what we saw in the previous game. Purdue, they look a lot more certain about these pushes, very disciplined. The way that they're taking the sites is very set. It's not like as disjointed as it was before. I think that's the word that we saw cropping up so many times. But now they're assured in their approach, and they've been very clinical in the way that they've been taking space as a team.
Yeah, certainly. And then, I mean, on top of that, I mean, one of the words that I would use is probably maturity in the way that they take their sights. They take the sights and they don't ingress into it. They don't use too much aggression. And right now, it seems as if Marianne just don't know how to set up their sights, because, well, there's already 3 in towards A. Maybe with that boom bot, it's going to give it away that the push may be coming in towards B, but the spike hasn't even been picked up yet. This could easily be a bait with the way that they're defaulting this.
Certainly could, and as you said, it's about maturity and, you know, not just not getting aggressive for the sake of not getting aggressive, but taking calculated aggression where you can, and that's another perfect example of it. Excalibur on the Bladestorm trying to get things to work a little bit, but this time it's actually the side of Marianne that are getting aggressive and finding those picks. So that's going to try and swing out, misses that op shot, so I think it might be in the best interest here for them not to re-peak, holding that 2-player advantage. With that being said, Dav is feeling confident off the back of that first map win, is going to take down Annie, and, well, they just extend their lead even further.
No, I mean, with the man advantage, the man that they've got just seems to be absolutely perfect, and it's working right out for them there. Excalibur trying to pick up that operator, but no, Agatha's going to just drop back with it and is just going to save, which is probably the right decision here, considering how much economy we know that operator can actually be in. Right now, probably... Oh. Wait, what?
I think they've just decided that a weapon in the hands of the enemy would be worse than for them to hold on to that operator themselves. Not sure if they believe they had enough time, but they're going to collect up a rifle, so they have at least that to carry into the next round. So I think that's a fairly smart decision. From the setup of Marian, obviously in hindsight, they didn't realise that they weren't going to push anyway, because they didn't. They were holding very long sightlines on the off chance that Agatha was feeling themselves enough to try and take that round. But no, they're able to pick up that second round now. Spicy's still yet to get onto the board for their team, and just looking at the picks for Marianne, they haven't quite found enough. I think Excalibur was able to pick up a triple on that round, having a close shave in the end, not able to finish off Agatha, so that is going to be that weapon that they carry through. But Purdue Diamond didn't even necessarily need it. If you look at the money on those players, they've got quite a bit of economy now saved up. So the real issue here is going to be Caliber holding on that operator. Rata is going to shut down that recon dart. It's just a slow setup. The spike isn't committed. They're going to have to recollect it here if they want to execute B, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Certainly is. The rocket fuse coming straight out there, but shut down, but not before the rocket was actually shot out there, has it, which is absolutely huge. And the
res is available.
Of this. Yeah, the thing is though, the full control of the site's been gained by the attackers.
You will not kill my
Yeah, it has. That res is actually going to get used on Gardan instead on that pre-fireable angle. Annie able to take down Zesty Boy. So now the advantage is only 1, and it will get lessened as Yulan is able to find that shot onto Gardan there, dying for the second time already this round. Ratted good for one of their own. The spray comes through even before Caliber is able to poke their head out through the side of the smoke, and now Spicy all alone has a recon dart, but not for another 30 seconds. So it's going to be a real challenge, and they can't even get that first pick. 3 guns saved for Purdue Diamond into that next round with the advantage of 3 here. And pulling up the screen, looking at economy, I mean, Marianne, they have a little bit to work with, but they're going to be strapped for cash if they invest and this one doesn't get pulled off. So really, with their backs against the wall right now, Purdue Diamond can carve out a really substantial lead off the back of this. And with those 2 duelists, bringing that raise into the mix on Agatha, I think has been a real help for them on this second half. Just taking those entries, we saw the double satchel and the use of the showstopper there to find that first pick, and it's been very valuable for them so far.
It certainly has been, and well, already we are seeing a couple blinds come out, etc. And well, I was about to say maybe we're going to see the Cosmic Divide come through, but finally it does come through. A couple of shock darts to come through as well, but look at this, a nice kill from that Hazard.
Spicy gonna take down Annie. The res was used on the previous round, so won't have too much value. I think one of the players to focus on here is gonna be a guy who has a really nice lurk in towards Showers. Lockdown will get committed, but there will be that flank, of course. Dab is able to pick down Agartha in and towards the site, but I'm not sure if they still know about this player. They're wary of the position. Dab will peek into it, gets taken down. Now it's just Zesty Boy gonna heal all the way up off of that pick they were able to find onto guard down, but look at the Astra utility on the spike. The Trailblazer is going to confirm that they're stuck. Zesty Boy, only 8 bullets left. Gonna have to try and make things work. There's too much utility to try and play around. That first player comes out in a guy, gets the triple on the round, takes them down, and that was a key loss there for Marianne. They're gonna be losing all of those weapons. I mean, if they choose to go for a reinvest here, I'm not too sure that's the best decision, and we're going to see some kind of a half by as Zesty Boy moves away from that Phantom Boy by now. A guy 12 and 2 with a 6 KD early on. Purdue Diamond, I mean, I know it's their map pick, but with how dominant that first map was for Marianne on Haven, surely you couldn't have predicted it going like this in the second map already.
No, certainly not. And I mean, the good thing is here as well is that Marianne, they do have those kind of ultimates available. I mean, you've got the Astra, the Reyna, but oh my god, you don't even have those players as they're actually starting to fall, and they're actually having to rotate out here, Hazard. Actually having to rotate out because of how dominant that push was.
Yeah, Annie's able to get 2 picks, and then it will also force that teleport play to come through as well. Spicy shot a shock dart out of that CT position, so they know there's someone already pushed up towards elbow. They have information on the majority of these players. It's just going to be, and especially, look, we're going to see a double TP come out here as well, so they know that there's 2 through the teleport. They have information on the whereabouts of all 3 players now. They can set up perfectly to try and defend this one, although that's a big recon. It doesn't get any value off the back of it. Spicy's locked out towards elbow. Zesty Boy trying to find one. Excalibur gets one as well. Things are starting to come up good here for Marianne, but how much time do they have? That spike is already halfway ticked. A guy will continue their rampage as they continue to find more. Excalibur eventually dropped. Only 2 players going down for Purdue as it was sort of looking towards that 3 versus 3 scenario, but the retake collapses. Now, things will be looking a little bit better for Marianne. They have a bye once again, but that was another round where it just goes the way of Purdue, just like that. And a guy carries on that rampage that they've been on so far.
Yep, it certainly does. And I mean, the thing is, though, they've only died 2 times here, Hazard. But the good thing from Marianne there in that last round was the fact that they were keeping the kind of economy, still losing it a little bit, and forcing Purdue to keep actually buying through. But I think that the sad thing is the fact that we need to point out bind is statistically usually in favour of these defenders, and well, it's actually the T side that's doing so well. Oh, so much commitment in towards this round. The Hunter's Fury, Hazard.
Oh, I love that Hunter's Fury in towards short. It's those long angles that you really want to try and make the most out of it on Stover on this map, and we see that there, and then also outside of Hookah as well. With that being said, getting a little bit ahead of myself, that's certainly going to be a free trade. No, it isn't actually. Riot doesn't get taken down, and Annie able to find one off the back of their own res once again. We've seen that so many times now where they've used that bait so effectively to get a pick for themselves. With that being said, Purdue Diamond, their backs are against the wall right now. They're just collapsing, and Marianne, they're swarming in, and they're going to be taking them all down. Getting the defuse eventually. 3 players able to hold on to those weapons. That operator will be carried through into the next round surely as well. So, not looking too bad for them here. If they can bring it to 7-5, then, you know, maybe I favour them into that second half. They showed us what they were capable of after sort of somewhat close first half, I guess you could say, on Haven. It was still 8-4, and maybe I could see this one ending similarly, but we know what they're capable of. Both teams very capable of pulling anything out the bag. So if they can just generate a little bit of confidence, even if they're not able to pick up this map, Marianne are going to want some wind in their sails going into that potential 3rd map. So getting the next 2 here with that improved economy will be a must for them.
Certainly is, and oh my god, Excalibur just
timing.
unfortunately. Yeah, I was about to say the thing is though here has as well as we see a kind of little bit of lull in the match. Purdue Diamond really want to be taking advantages here, because if they let Marianne back into this game, well then things can start to get worrying. You start to think about how dominant they were, and if it's only a 7-5 score, you could easily be taken off guard when you go into the next pistol round.
Yeah. The way that this is playing out is really interesting, I find. It seems like the rounds that Purdue Diamond are winning, they're getting so many picks pushing in towards the site that Marianne don't even have anything to retake with by the time they get to that position. And all the defenders rounds that they're winning on the flip side are in such a dominant fashion. They find so many picks of their own early on with that aggression, which is something I think we're seeing once again as Zesty Boy finds 2 more towards Hookah here. 3 for them on the round as they're going to heal all the way up to 150 points of health here. Finding the quad now as well onto Garden is going to be huge for them. And yeah, as I said, it's a flawless round for Marianne. So every single time they're picking up rounds, there isn't a single chink in the armor. It's absolutely flawless. But in other situations, they're just not in a position where they're able to get back into the round whatsoever. It's shut down before that opportunity is even there. So the common denominator really has to be those opening fights. When they win the opening duels, they win it 100% of the time. But when they're losing out early on, they're really, really suffering.
Yeah, they really are, and I mean, another point is maybe they've found their footing in this half. Like, maybe they just realised, well, maybe to defend, we just need to attack, and Zesty Boy, he's really taken that to the heart, as he's already started to peek out and towards that kind of mid-area.
Certainly, and this is a double duelist comp as well, so going on to the attack, if they can now find this round, as Excalibur is going to take down Agartha early on, with Garden not really looking like they want to challenge this either, they can really sort of channel that energy into the second half, because if you look, Purdue Diamond, they don't really have that set Sentinel. They don't have the Killjoy that they had last time out, so defending will be a little bit harder. With that being said, we have 1 more round left to play, and Gardan is going to make no mistake of that, finding Zesty Boy, the talismanic player so far for Marianne University. Now we're forced into a retake. Gardan getting a little bit aggressive as well, going to take down that mirror pick of Excalibur, and once again, it's that sort of situation where Marianne, they're in a retake that they just don't look like they have much chance to win. Dav is going to have to set things alight if they want to try and pick this one up. Annie in that boosted position on top of the green box says no thank you whatsoever. And now we actually find ourselves in a similar position to last game. One of the teams leading 8-4 into the half, but this time, will it be a different story? Will Marianne be able to get back into it the same way that Purdue Diamond failed to do so last time around?
It's an interesting prospect, but the thing is, though, is we've already touched on it in that last round when we were talking about the fact that there was that kind of double duelist comp, the fact that they've got plenty of utility in form of Astra that can actually push on towards the site. All in all, here Hazza, things aren't looking too bad for Marianne, even though they have almost. I mean, they really did butcher their defensive half, unfortunately. But we'll need to see exactly how things are going to go in terms of these rounds as well. The pistol round is probably going to be the most defining as well. A great flash coming out there, and Gardan actually able to pick up Zesty Boy. Ari helping out there as well.
This is going to be a real issue. A guy's able to find one as well from way back in towards the site through the smoke, I think. Nearly getting caught out, but they've managed to shift through the side. This could be a real problem. They land that headshot onto Astra, and Spicy low here as well. So now both these players with no opportunity to heal are going to have to pull something serious out the bag if they want any chance of finding this round for Marianne. And that's going to be a serious problem, because Purdue Diamond, they're staring in the face the possibility of being on 10 rounds here, double digits, just instantly off the back of that pistol round. And with no plant coming in whatsoever, if they're not able to get that spike down, and it doesn't look like they are, I think they will just eventually back into this TP, and they do. And okay, Agartha's going to go towards short. I was thinking maybe for a second they might flank around, but they're still here with those paint shells, and it's going to cause a world of pain if they peek into it. There it is. Boom. I'm kind of lost for words at this point in time. There's not really too much that you can say. It's just sort of like seeing something like Indiana Jones when the boulder's coming along and the door's slowly starting to close, trying to find a way to sneak in through, and instead of slipping under and pulling out the hat, they're just going to get squashed. And, well, Purdue Diamond now in the perfect position to be finding those double digits of rounds. And I'll stop my rambling on for the time being, but Marianne really not looking in a great position on that pistol round.
They certainly are not, and well, I think the thing that's even worse for them in this round is the fact that Gardan's even picked up a Vandal. I mean, you don't want to be putting that in an aggressive position, but the thing is, though, is it's there. And well, that'll maybe save some eco in the next round if they could maybe keep that alive. They're already looking to see if they can find a player as that Andrew Dart is absolutely huge as the 3 players move round there. Hazard, but it's actually went in favour of the defenders.
Yeah, it's not the worst pick. Actually, Spicy's going to spot out Agatha, but they whip out the judge and say no thank you. Just takes them down straight away without even a hit point of health being expended. On the other side of things, Annie takes a dink from Dav, but from one 3-lettered player to another, it's going to be a big pick. I think they know where Excalibur is. Spots out the gun barrel. That judge is going to do a little bit more work as we see there's cups of tea being made on the floor there next to the spike. And Purdue Diamond, that's a fairly solid round from them. I think, you know, Rated got a bit aggressive in towards Showers. They were able to get one and a dink onto that second player. 78 points of damage will go a fairly long way, but when you're facing up against multiple players, you probably don't want to just be giving away any of those weapons that you could potentially carry into the bonus. With that being said, they've got 4 already, 2 Spectres, a Judge, and then they're going to be actually buying up a Vandal here to see if they can try and make that play work. And it's going to be Gardant to pick out towards B long here to try and find some of those heads early on. Blinding Light gets taken down with a guy playing off on the angle. It's going to fall down, but into the waiting arms of Agatha on the judge. Actually, only good for one. Excalibur able to find one, but it's just picks back and forth right now. These teams both seem to have improved since Haven, playing off of each other and trading. Not something that we maybe saw in heaps and bounds on that last map, but now working out a little bit better, and it's going to work out pretty well for Marianne. If they can get in towards this A side quickly enough before the rotate comes through of Gardant, then it's going to be just Rotted there to try and defend it.
Certainly is, and I mean the thing is though, that Lear's going to be perfect to move in, and so I don't know if they actually saw anybody there, but that info dart might be huge for these players that are moving in there. There is that obviously for Gardant, but that's huge there, and it's all up to Caliber now, but he's able to get one, but not a second. Absolutely huge there on the bonus for Purdue Diamond Hazard, and with that being said, that could be game, set and match.
It really could. I think Marion right now, after that round, I was saying before the analogy of Indiana Jones and the boulder, now there's about 2 or 3 more boulders behind them that they've got to try and run away from. They've taken away the whip as well. It doesn't even have a hat anymore. It might as well be naked at this point in time, but I'm getting a little bit too excited over myself with that one. So anyway, Purdue Diamond, they're on 11 rounds now, and they're going to be facing up against 5 Sheriffs. With this one, I think the call has just got to be, don't get too over-aggressive. Try and hold your ground, and, well, Garden is going to do the complete opposite, but it pays off. They able to find that pick, so that's going to go a long way as far as the course of this round will traverse. On that headshot angle towards short, we're going to hope that the Sage of Annie won't get picked out, but it seems like every time I'm listing one of these players, they prove me completely wrong, and they're just good for a pick of their own. That flash is going to cause a world of pain for Spicy, and just like that, 5 versus 1, Zesty Boy, everything to do.
It certainly
well,
is. Really been able to pick up 2 there, Hazard. Oh, as we see that.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to see, can we see the new thing? Oh no, we can't. I was going to see, can we see the new, like, kind of... Yeah. I was just got the observer in our ear, sorry. We're just having a little conversation to ourselves rather than to our viewers here, Hazard. But now we do move in towards map point as well. Right now, Purdue Diamond have so many chances to win out their own pick.
They certainly do. It's going to be 8 bites at the cherry, if you could even call it that. I think by the time, if you've tried to bite a cherry 8 times and you've still not done it, then You've got to be asking some questions whether you should maybe going to the opticians or something along those lines. Either way, Excalibur is going to go for that first pick. They've been going to the barbers with those knives out, going to be getting a nice swift pick, and it's actually forced Rated all the way back. That Lear going to be doing plenty. Agartha playing from that boost position, able to get one, but that's all they're good for. Going to be spotted out. That information flicked on towards their teammates. Rated reclaims that territory that they gave up, and actually they could be in a really good position here to take down Spicy. They are triple on the round for them before they get shut down, and now it's a 1 versus 1 for the map. Zesty Boy versus Garden. Garden has the operator available, might be looking towards lamps. If Zesty Boy chooses to pop out, he'll hear that drop. Eventually the Cloudburst goes towards that position to try and smoke them out. The flank comes in round the back. Will Garden expect it? Goes out towards the Sheriff. Zesty Boy will hear the tap. It is only a fake. They maybe choose to swing and give out their position. No, they will eventually sneak around the side of the box and take them down. And Marianne, they hang on just for now.
Yep, they hang on with their fingernails just intact here, Hazza. And well, funnily enough, they're actually able to buy into this almost. A little bit of a half buy coming through. No, well, it's almost a full buy as an Ares being brought out. No, finally, I expect it. I hate having to commentate on people doing a buy. I mean, I feel as if I'm doing a play-by-play on people buying rifles.
It is a real issue, isn't it? Because it's not like CS, right? So if they buy... They could... you know, have us on strings all day if they wanted to, especially when you've got that 30 seconds before the game even starts. They'll be, you know, picking up an Odin, maybe 5 Odins, and then swapping to a light buy, a half buy, a full buy, whatever you want. The fact of the matter is both teams are going to be, well, as fully equipped as they can. Purdue Diamond have plenty of cash in the bank after their early successes on this half, coming into it 8-4. That one that Marianne were able to pick up just then is going to be all they have to show for this side of things. It's going to be that 5th round, and it's going to get worse for them now. That lockdown comes through. It'll force those players back to CT, but I think they're probably just going to want to go straight for the retake here. The shock dart comes in. Dav maybe looking to fake the plant to see if they can get those players to push in, and they're going to bait them out. It gets that pick onto Agartha, takes them down. The Lear will force Garden to sit tight for a little bit, but they don't care. The confidence is flowing through them right now, although it could be confidence misplaced. They can't connect the shot. Zesty Boy, someone who's feeling themselves though. A triple for them extends their well, I was going to say lead. They've halved the rounds now that Purdue have, bringing them to 6, but it's going to be a good one for them. And actually, the money's not looking great on that defender's side either as a result.
Is Purdue Diamond considering buying into this one? I know they've got so many opportunities, but surely they don't buy into this one and just go for the hero rifles. I don't see that being the correct decision. Surely you just take an equal this round, reset, and I mean that way you've got plenty of economy going through into the next rounds forward. I mean, I think so you can almost kind of concede this round. 12-7 isn't a really bad score for yourselves, but I'll tell you something, it's really bad for their confidence of Marianne because they're growing so much.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Marianne aren't able to pick up this map, it'll be confidence that they can gain. Annie, one of those 3 players on the Phantom, is going to get that first pick, and that brings the res on, which is huge. They already had a Bladestorm to make up for one of the guns they weren't holding. Rated getting one as well in the corner. Bladestorm making it work. A guy able to find one as well. So do the knives of Garden, getting 2 for them, a double. And well, you questioned the buy. I was maybe guessing a little bit too as to whether that was the correct decision. But it pays off. It pays off in the end. They only lose 1 player overall. And that's going to be the map there for Purdue. So it levels things up at 1-1. And we've seen 2 really dominant performances back-to-back. 2 13-6, 13-7s. Now we find ourselves on the decider map already. And it feels like we've been casting this for about 2 minutes. It's been such a quick series.
It has been an incredibly quick series, and I mean, compliments to both the teams and being so exciting in the way that they've been playing. I thought maybe we were going to see a little bit of a comeback there, but, well, thankfully Purdue were able to close that one out. Hazan, well, there was so much to break down there in terms of the pushes, the confidence. I mean, the change from Haven and towards buying from these 2 teams was absolutely crazy.
I mean, sometimes you got to give a little bit of respect to these teams. I think the fact that they've made it to the semi-final stage, being placed, you know, 2nd and 3rd seed, or 3rd and 4th seed, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure on the details, but I won't gloss over them for too long. Fact of the matter is, you know, even when you go to pro play, teams will have maps which they favour a lot more. And I think it was clear to see that this was Purdue's map. This was a map that they were much more well equipped to try and play out. as opposed to Marianne when they just look so confident on Haven. I thought I could see this only really going one way coming into this matchup with not too much experience on either team. But yeah, it was an 8-4 half for both teams that ended up winning on the beginning half of their maps. So going into this third map, I feel like I can see it going to a 5th overtime or something. Like, if no one really carves out a sizable advantage on that half time, obviously depending who's playing on attackers or defenders, it really is left to be seen as to where this one's going. Because right now, obviously the balance, it shifts a little bit in the way of the Purdue Diamond team coming off the back of winning that round, or winning that second map, sorry. But, Marianne, they're no mugs. They already picked up one of their own, so it's really tough to call.
Yeah, without a doubt, and obviously it has our last map is the last map that me and you casted. It is Breeze, which is going to be a really interesting one when we get into that. So, with that being said, we're going to take a little 5-minute break. Just go for that reset, get our water. You guys can get some snacks. I'm going to order some food, and then we're going to get into this next map. Don't go far. Hello and welcome back to the NECC semi-final week where we're casting Valorant, and well, it's been an absolute banging matchup between Marianne and Purdue Diamonds. It's me, Cairo, one of your casters for this evening, joined by the wonderful Hazza. How's it going?
It's good. I'm very conflicted right now, not about being on the desk or anything. It's more to do with the game and where this decider matchup is going to go. Obviously, this is the semi-finals, and we've seen two very dominant performances from either team on their own map picks. So going into Breeze, it's a bit of an unknown, but for the time being, yeah, I guess it's got to be said. Like, what can we expect to see coming into this one? I think we know it's quite execute heavy most of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be interesting to see the way that the defenders set up. Something which we saw, which is quite common as we go into Agent Select, actually, we're just going to be straight in, is that a Cypher is sometimes a decent pickup. With that being said, doesn't look like there are any sort of clues that might be what we're seeing early on. And one of the major changes, I think, to the comp, as you said before, Zesty Boy had played on Breach before, but they've been playing Reyna on the previous two maps. They've finally honed in that choice.
Yeah, certainly, and I mean, interestingly enough, Hazza, because of the Breeze's openness, the fact that we're actually seeing two Vipers on either comp, which is interesting enough for Breeze, and well, that requires a lot of map knowledge, which I imagine both teams have been at that second and third seed that we'd mentioned before. Another thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that this is something similar to a match that we casted earlier in the year when it was Gregory's Angels versus Skelpin. This means absolutely nothing to the viewers, but to me and you don't understand exactly what I'm talking about. The fact that, well, one team was able to win out the first map very convincingly, second map completely flip-sided, which has been the way these two teams have gone. The third map, though, was a bit of a stomp as well, going towards the team of Skelp, but we need to see if that's the case when it comes to Purdue Diamond versus Marianne.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of extra context for the viewers here is that matchup on Breeze did end up going all the way to overtime. So after each team had put in a dominant performance either side of it, it went all the way. It went all the way, and I think that is something that we can probably expect to see coming through this one. But looking at the picks, actually, I think it is really interesting that Zesty Boy's gone for a Breach here. I think Breach, in theory, is a good agent for this map, but it's going to be interesting to see in practice how that works out. I think it looks like we have both initiators actually for Marian University towards the B side of things, so I'm not sure if they're going to try and fake out things in terms of utility or whatnot, and maybe call a rotate, and that's exactly what we see. Two players instantly getting pulled on the side of Purdue Diamond, which is going to leave the Jet of Gardan all alone to try and defend this one.
It certainly is, and look, there's actually a Viper ball committed there, and look, Agatha's actually been able to get that first frag onto Excalibur, which is absolutely huge, leaving, well, maybe the site, although the push story is about to see a little bit harsh. Flash does coming through and the plant coming through also. These two teams firing away at utility, but nobody being picked off after that initial pick.
Oh, but just as you say that, the picks come in for the defender's side, and maybe I would have favoured the attackers on that defense, but of the site going into the retake, but no, it just goes completely the way of Purdue Diamond, and they're able to carry on that confidence that they picked up on the previous map. It was mostly Marianne towards the back end of it, with that being said, but no, they're going to carry on off the back of that map win. So they have that better buy here, and with it being probably a little bit more attackers favoured, that's going to be a real early knock for Marianne, because they're not able to gain some momentum early on, which is what you really want in this one.
Yeah, that's totally true, and I mean, that retake was absolutely emphatic in the way that we're able to use the utility, manipulate the site. Everything that they did just seemed to be almost, how would I put it, I mean, well, I guess unfaltered. The Breach does come out. Oh, sorry, I was about to say the Breach utility does come out here, and as they go straight through in towards the double doors here, and already it's been an absolute flurry of kills, Hazza, and it seems as if it's been an absolute bloodbath, an absolute meat grinder, and just like that, almost flawless.
Exactly that. It's another round where they have 4 players left standing on the side of Purdue Diamond, and you interjected, but whatever I had to say had absolutely nothing to do with what we just saw. But I think the point I was trying to make is that Well, actually, I've completely forgotten, and it doesn't matter anyway, because now that we're looking at things, we're going to see that Guardian actually get picked up again on the side of Marianne Patel. You see, we spoke about this before. I can't even say anything here and it won't be right. So we see 5 Vandals come out on the side of Marianne University, but the point being is that they have a much more superior buy here, so they should be looking to try and take this one up.
Destroyed.
Yes, certainly. Oh, Hawk just getting destroyed there as they're trying to get blind and actually delay the push, but it seems as if that's not to be the case. But look at Ulan. Is he going to be able to jump over the wall here? I don't necessarily think that's the case, as the Sage is unknown about his position and his Dav to actually get the entry kill here. Breach Flash coming out once again, and here comes the Viper utility to try and confirm this flag. But look at this denial hazard. That's going to be huge.
Spike planted.
Not sure if they're going to be able to deny, but it's big damage, and the positioning from Rotted here could be absolutely huge. 4 players potentially in the crosshairs is going to only be able to find Spicy. Brings it to a 2 versus 2. Scratch that, Yulan has something to say about it. Now it's just Gardan. I mean, I don't think there's really too much you can do in this position. There's a player towards Switch even, which could take them down. No, they're going to grade the weapon. Finds that first pick onto Davin. The wall isn't great, so it might just be in their best interest to try and get on it. They're going to tap. Doesn't even go for half. Zesty Boy takes them down. Marianne University, they find that round, although it was fairly costly in the end. 3 players getting dropped, only able to carry 2 of these rifles into that next round. Going to have to rebuy, and potentially it's a blow for their economy here early on.
Certainly isn't. I mean, another thing that we need to point out there has is what actually happened there in terms of the fact that Zesty Boy was on 3 HP. I mean, he could have just been taken out in one kind of spray, but that didn't happen, and now we're in an almost even kind of economy there between the 2 teams and the way that things are happening. It seems as if nothing has been decided in the way the push is going to come. A couple of initial engagements in towards A, maybe to try and call those rotates that we saw in the first round, but nothing's going to happen as both 2 players are just almost playing hit peekaboo here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good analogy for that, but no, it just ends up by Excalibur being tired of the games that are being played, just peeks out and says, "A guy, you have to stop this. Like, I'm actually getting bored at this point in time." Takes them down. So that first pick does go the way of the attackers, same way it did on the previous round, and they were able to find something for it. They're still spread out fairly thin, although it looks like they're starting to group up towards this potential B push. That Viper wall hasn't yet been committed on their side, so Purdue Diamond, they have to keep guessing about where it's going to come in, although Agartha in this position with the operator is going to be looking really good to take down 1 or 2 even with the collateral there. It's going to be a whole lot of damage, and, well, doesn't quite connect that next one, but is ready and waiting for Excalibur to maybe peek on through. The poison cloud goes up. These players look to try and rotate towards A, but looking at the position of the defenders, there's one pushed up towards Hall. Ratid is waiting in mid and is just going to spray them down. Gets a heal even, maybe just a bit too greedy. Now Yulan left all alone. Only one teammate to try and help them, but they're locked out in towards mid. This flank could actually be quite huge. They do have the utility for lineups, but if they choose to play it, they've got to try and win that fight against Annie first.
One enemy
Win it though, because they're not even looking in the right direction. Spicy though can't even hit a shot. But what? I was totally completely dumbfounded there. But Gardan is able to take out Spicy while Annie defuses, and well, 3 players able to stay alive with the rifles. And Marianne, they're going to lose out all of theirs. So that was an absolutely huge round when it came to the economy there, Hazan. Already we can see exactly why.
Yeah, that any early hopes of Marianne University building up some kind of an economy were squashed really after that 3rd round not being so convincing. They're only able to hold on to 2 rifles, and then that round is, you know, even bigger in that regard, because then the money, it just isn't there. Agartha's going to be able to hold on to that operator. We saw them on the Killjoy on the first map. They flexed to the Raze on Bind, but feeling that duelist, they've gone all the way now. They've fully committed to their role, and they're going to be playing on that jet with the op, and they've made it work so far, top fragging for their team. Marianne, they've got to try and find an opening here if they want to make something out of this round on the low by. Raditz just going to jump straight up and take Spicy out. Dismisses away, so there's no response whatsoever. Keeps 150 points of health. The spike dropped in mid as a guy finds 2 nice little headshots onto those players. So 5 versus 2, Spike in possession. 2 players towards Hall. Maybe not the worst position to try and make a flank from, but for the time being, they're going to be in a really tough spot. And I think even if they're able to find 1 or 2 here as Agartha isn't able to quite connect that shot in the door position, gets stunned. Oh, this is a real issue actually. Or at least it should be. Dusty Boy eventually peeks through and finds a really nice shot with the Sheriff. But they're going to be on the back foot for quite some time. They've only got 40 seconds left to work with, and the Spike's still not in their possession.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, but remember the Blade Storm is available if we can maybe hit these shots, but no, Ratid's able to shut down Excalibur. But well, here comes something with a little higher caliber, as there goes the Operator, but the shots are misfired, Hazza. And they're able to pick up that Operator, which is absolutely huge for the side of Purdue Diamond, as they don't need to buy that up in this round. That's going to be chucked over to Gul'dan, and right now, Purdue Diamond looking really comfortable in this round, and look at all these ultimates.
Yeah, there are lots of ultimates to work with, and I mean, even potentially come online. I was just looking at a guy is 6 out of 7 on theirs, and Spicy only 1 away from that Hunter's Fury on the flip side. So this one, it has to be said, I think the higher impact ults are probably lying on the side of Marianne University, especially that Viper's Pit and the Rolling Thunder to try and make something work. And what I want to see from them is just a hard execute. I was looking at their composition, and, you know, they have 2 initiators, that controller Viper being able to get so aggressive as well, but that first pick onto Dav, it's going to cause a real issue here. It means that they don't have that res. Rolling Thunder comes through, but it's not even deep enough to do the damage onto Agartha. They will get taken down off the back of a flash, but the guy has 2 of their own, and it's just collapsing for them.
It certainly is, but look, the Reina's right behind as they're still trying to take gunfights in towards the site. Does Excalibur? No! No, they don't. Defenders win another round, and that was the buy round, Hazard. That was the one that was meant to work. The one that we were meant to see the attackers win, and, well, it seems as if the defense is much stronger than the execute.
Yeah, I think Marianne University have just lost their heads a little bit. I think it would probably be smart to call some kind of a timeout roundabout now. I'm not too sure what the stipulations in the rules dictate in that regard, but, you know, they're on an eco round here, so if it doesn't, they can always just take their time on a push and talk things over, because as it stands, Purdue Diamond, they've got so much economy here. They've looked the better team by a long shot at this point in time, and Marianne University, it has to be said before, with the comp that they're running, it's so aggressive. They've got to be pushing in as a team and making things work, but they look so staggered in their executes. It's a repeat of what we saw on that first map, so I don't know what to say, really. Or at least it's a repeat of what we saw on that second map. Purdue Diamond have carried on that confidence fantastically.
They certainly have, and well, the thing is though, now the attackers have actually gained control of this site on what is pretty much a thrifty round, and that, well, Viper's Pit's going to be huge for closing down the site.
Oh, no.
My guy, that's going to be huge though. Then so is that res. It's going to get even worse. Maybe a res could come through there, but no, it's actually the aggression. They're almost back in CT. Dav, those good for 1. Thing is though, Annie looking for this Viper actually will find it, and that's huge. It's 2 huge kills on the last 2 remaining players come through, and Hazza, this is the point I want to make. When we're talking about maturity and Vine, when we're talking about how the fact that there wasn't much aggression coming through, I mean, this is the exact example we're talking about. If they die further back in sight, I mean, the Sage is able to res them.
Yeah, Cairo, I'm just sat here with my hands on my head. That's a really, really painful one for Marianne University to lose out. When they're on that low buy, they go for the extra aggression towards CT. It doesn't pay off. A guy just completely shuts them down. And when it comes to maturity, what I've just seen, Marianne University, they might as well have a pacifier, and they're wearing adult diapers as far as I'm concerned. That was just really not the play. I mean, if it works, then obviously it pays off really, really nicely. They had the breach flashpoint to try and make it work, but it didn't, is the fact of the matter. When you go for those risky plays, if you're not able to somehow pull it out the bag, the risk you take, you put yourself in such a compromised position, and being around, they looked almost set to win. Now they're on the back foot, but with that being said, it is a buy round. And they have found the opening pick, so this is actually going to be a lot better for them.
Certainly isn't. I mean, the thing is, though, is they've almost gained full control of sight. The only kind of contention is actually up in towards Tube, and well, so is the flank. The flank getting shut down. Agatha being almost forced out of sight with the fact that he has been pinged away from these location bolts, and like this Hazza, it's all falling apart for the defenders. Agatha, though, with the Blade Storm, has got an exit frag, and maybe potentially with this operator in hand, they're just going to want to save here, because things could be extremely costly if they don't.
Yeah. I love that. That's so much better. Apologies to the Marianne players if they heard my little rant the previous round. But yeah, the gloves are off, the diapers are off, certainly. And that was a much more convincing execute. You know, they had better utility, better weaponry to work with, sorry. But, yeah, just it looked a lot more better, a lot more mature there. They're going to have good ult economy to carry into this next one. Although, if they peek out into Agatha, they're probably not going to want to lose too many of those guns having to rebuy. They will have the money to do so, but just about. So this is another round where if they lose, their economy is going to be all the way in the bin. So right now, yeah, they have a Hunter's Fury for post-plant, so that'll be good. Viper's Pit, I think, is probably the strongest ult currently available. Purdue Diamond, what they can do here is they can afford to just use it maybe towards B main to just completely shut that off, and it looks like that's where Marianne University are actually going to push in as well, as we do see it committed. So they can afford to sort of disperse those players across the rest of the map a little bit more, and as Ratted gets that opening pick, this is going to be a real tough one for Marianne to try and pick up.
The thing is, they do have the Hunter's Fury available here, and I know that we've got Gardan, who is probably playing the best that they can with the fact that they have this Judge as well as the Viper's Pit to help out. All in all, it isn't too bad for Marianne. The only thing that I would say is the fact that they've lost the Sage, the fact that all damage will actually be consistent through this round is going to be a hard one to take.
Yeah, and I think the real issue there that we just saw was they've already used the Owl Drone. The Owl Drone came in and actually a spam through the smoke from one of those players deeper in the site was able to take it out before it even got anywhere near the Viper's Pit. So no real information to try and make it back through. The Recon Dart also got expended and didn't really find any value. So now, pushing in towards the two players here, the Flashpoint doesn't find anyone. It's going to attract the attention, though, of Agatha, who's trying to find something through the smoke. Ratted will get picked up by that one, though, and taken down as well by Zesty Boy. So this is now looking a lot better for Marianne.
It certainly is, and well, look at this. The gunfights are actually going so in favour of the attackers. They've managed to work it to 4 versus 1 Hazza, and it's all up to Annie. And at this point, I mean, we don't know what the economy's like, but do we see another safe coming through? I mean, it's only a rifle, but I mean, that's 2,900 credits that you don't need to expend. Maybe try to retake the operators, a questionable, or maybe a decision that could be made here, but they're looking towards Tube. Maybe this is just to defend themselves. Oh, no.
I think damage is going to be the key one here. If they can get rid of a few of those rifles on the Marianne side, as they're going to find that first one onto Zesty and Spicy as well. It's like we're making up some kind of a dish here as all the ingredients are falling into place for Annie. They eventually get dropped by Yulan, but that's good damage. We know this Marianne University economy was not looking amazing going into this round. I think they might just about have enough to rebuy as the scoreboard comes up, but it's not looking fantastic, and it pushes them onto the brink again. Purdue Diamond obviously have to invest themselves, and it looks like this round could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for either side, really, as far as economy is concerned after those late picks.
I mean, I agree and I don't, because you look towards here, Excalibur has 5k, you look towards Zesty Boy, 2,700, Ulan's 4,100. I mean, all in all, I think they might actually have a full buy, but I don't know if the same could be said for Purdue.
Well, Spicy's even on a Marshall on this round, so I guess there has to be a couple of questions raised there. A few questions maybe raised about a guy who's not quite able to connect those shots there. Gonna look to flash around the side, which will full blind Excalibur, but there we go. The Marshall actually makes it work. That cheapest gun only being 950 credits and amongst the rest of the team isn't gonna be able to do anything for them.
Certainly isn't, but now we are in a post-plant scenario. Plenty of breach utility and Viper utility. We're waiting to see exactly who's going to make the first mistake, and it's actually going to be the defenders. Absolutely huge from Dav, and well, we're down to Agatha here with an operator in hand, and the long angles actually favour the Jet here. Actually going to have to get aggressive here, trying to fight Zesty Boy, but it's only Ulan to be found, knows exactly where the breach is left. But look at this, they're waiting with the utility. This is played with absolute perfection here. We're waiting to see the post plan come through, the smokes come through, but maybe they're going to deny here. Oh no, Hazard, what's going to happen?
Oh no!
Lose it? Yes, they are!
Oh, Zesty Boy is just about able to win that one out, but it wasn't really that convincing. They used that blinding light to try and avoid the possibility of Agatha coming up close first. That aftershock stopped them from getting on the plant as well, but yeah, Agatha did fairly well to isolate those fights early on, and if we look at things, I think it still heavily favours Purdue Diamond, at least as far as kills are going. Agatha head and shoulders above the rest of their team, who are all going positive actually. There's not a single player there who has a negative KD for the time being, although the same cannot be said for Marianne University. Not a single player going positive for them, although it doesn't matter if you don't really have the numbers. If they're able to actually win out these rounds as they have done the last couple, then things should be looking good for them if they can maybe level out the half. The problem is Purdue Diamond, they're going to be going in at least 6-6 as we see a couple trades fly back and forth early on.
Yep, certainly are, but guys, the absolute wonderkin for this team, the way that he's able to just dip in and out, and well, he's picked up 2 massive frags there. We are seeing the breach actually, I was about to say gain his health back, but Galdad with the peak is absolutely huge there when we're down to 2 players. I mean, the thing is though, if they maybe get the plan down, well, never mind, I was about to say get the plan down and they can maybe deny with the Hunter's Fury, but that res and that frag is absolutely huge for Purdue.
Yeah, oh, this is actually winnable for Dav. They have the res available. I was going to say that they could have used the spike to try and get it online, but I think the calls have just come in from their teammates that maybe they should just try and go for damage and see if they can win it on their lonesome and save that
30 seconds
ability for one of these next few rounds. They're going to go down eventually, but yeah, I think a guy makes the difference on that round, and we see once again from Annie their sort of trademark combo there, the res and then the peak, and it works again. They've done it about 3 or 4 different times throughout the series, and I don't think there's been one situation where that res has come through and that player's actually been dropped. They swing off it every single time, and they seem to have a 100% success rate in doing so.
I mean, the thing is though, see when you're a bit of a player and like you're sitting there and you're feeling yourself, and you go for the res, it's almost like a little bit of a bait because you're going to aim towards the player getting resed if you're silly enough to look that way. And I mean, if they're maybe just hiding around a corner, it can almost could work really well for them. Lots of utility again. Expended here has an executes coming through.
Yeah, and like you said, I certainly think, at least since we've been on Bind, Annie's sort of been the gold standard for their team, locking things down. Another one of those players has been a guy who's been locking down this A site pretty well so far. All 5 players on the Marianne side looking to try and push in on this one, maybe saving up some toxin for that Viper screen to eventually come through. There is the Seekers available to try and go for a quick retake, and they're probably going to be needed as we see the Viper's Pit used as well. Bladestorm and an Emperor's popped as well. It's ultimates all across the site. It's absolute mayhem going on right now.
Definitely is, and look at this Hazard. Oh, the Hunter's Fury is absolutely used to perfection. But the frags are actually going in favour of the defenders here. Nobody's just peeking out just yet. I mean, we don't need to get excited because, well, the post-plant position is actually huge, and it's now all up to Excalibur, and the retake may be even better here as well. We're actually going into an 8-4 half.
Yep, and you know what happened last time we had an 8-4 half. It just seemed like Purdue Diamond ran away with it, and if they're able to pick up this pistol round, you know what? I might not knock them to do it and go all the way to those grand finals. Obviously, if anyone's just tuned in, we are 1-1 right now. Both of those previous games, the first half, it started out 8-4, and yep, we're gonna see that timeout come through. Marianne finally decide to use it. Actually, we've just had word in our ear from our observers that it is a technical pause or of some sort, I suppose. A player has disconnected, so they're going to be activating that timeout. Although it has to be said, I think this probably it wouldn't go amiss to talk things over a little bit, Cairo, with how things have panned out so far. It seems like, regardless of how things are going in at the half, whoever's leading 8-4 seems to just run away with it. They've been so dominant so far, Purdue Diamond, on this defensive half, and it's not something that you would necessarily knock them to bring this kind of advantage into on Breeze.
I agree, but I mean, here, I'm going to counterpoint you here. I'm going to what do you call
Okay.
it? Look at these kind of two comps, right? And you look towards what's happening. Would you not say Purdue Diamond were maybe, I don't know how to look at it, a little bit more favoured on their last half potentially? I mean, you look at the way that we had. I mean, you had like the Viper there that was able to shut down sites. You had the Sky who was able to flash out the Sage as well. I mean, all in all, the comps are somewhat similar. I'm just looking across to my last screen here, just because I've got the information there and the way that things are going. And I don't know. I just feel as if Purdue Diamond might not be as comfortable when they move across to the attack.
Potentially, I'm going to counterpoint your counterpoint. I think Marianne were probably set up a little bit better for that attacking side because they had two initiators. They decided to move away from double duelist, add two initiators to the comp, so it brings more utility, and in that aspect, I suppose it is a beneficiary for them being on the defender's side. They have a bit more to work with, maybe into those retakes. They have the recon dart and the breach flashes, but we also see flashes on the side of Purdue Diamond. They have a Sky available, and that will also bring similar information to as a Sova would. I don't think we really saw the max out of the Sova from Marianne there. Maybe not bringing so much to the table as they potentially could have. So I think both teams are running double duelist. Both teams are going to have to try and get aggressive in the way that they're playing it. But for the time being, it is Purdue Diamond who hold the advantage. So we are obviously on the caster screen. We're having a few technical difficulties. I think, actually one of our observers has crashed, sorry. So the issue's a little bit more on our end than the players. But we should hopefully be getting into that. Apparently one of the players did crash and then the observers crashed, so hopefully it won't be like a Riot Games problem where the whole thing is just going to collapse and we can actually see this one out, because this pistol round will probably be that first sort of stepping stone into the direction that this is starting to head. I think if Marianne are able to find it and they convert the bonus off the back of those sort of next few rounds, the anti-eco, and can actually claw their way back into this, it could go all the way to the wire, right to the end. But for the time being, Purdue Diamond looking pretty good, and if they can get to double digits early on, it's going to be a long way back for Marianne to try and get back into this matchup.
It certainly is. I mean, the thing is, though, it is a worrying sign, but this is Breeze. I mean, things can happen, anything can happen. I mean, it's a bit of a, how would I put it? It's a bit of a kind of, I don't know how to describe it, like a no man's ground almost for big teams, because some teams can have pocket strats on it, other teams might not, and I mean, you don't know what you're walking into here. It's like a foggy area in terms of the higher tiers, as well as we don't see Breeze you really taking that much. Maybe if you're looking towards the NA side, which, well, everybody here is, and maybe that's the problem, and we're just EU people, we just don't understand how Breeze works. But when it comes to this, from my experience, from what Matt, like, kind of when it comes to comp, it's a bit worrying.
Yeah, I mean, as far as strats come out, we haven't really seen anything crazy that have shaken things up from either team yet. I think the closest thing to that would have been on the pistol round, where Marian decided to sort of drag two players over towards B with this, for a fake, both of those initiators, the Sova and the Breach, maybe sort of laying a clue there as to that might be where the execute was coming in, and then the remaining three players with that Viper Toxic screen just moved in towards the A side of things. Although even in that regard, they weren't able to pick up the pistol round, so I guess it doesn't really make much of a difference. And what I wanted to see from them more on their attack was push as 5. When you have two initiators, you have so much utility you can use to take the site. You can give information as to where players are, maybe even flash off that if you want to go, invest a lot into it just to make that pick work. But you make it work. Like, it's the way that they set up, and probably how they should have played it a bit more heavier onto those executes. And there are a few rounds in there as well where I think they squandered a significant advantage that they'd managed to create. For example, when they had the Viper's pit down on towards site, it's an ultimate ability invested on an eco round even that you can try and play around. Yet they decided to try and push CT. A guy shot them down, and then the retake came through just like that, and it was another one that they just weren't quite able to pick up. So they've really got to, as you said, mature. I think it's that maturity that you want to see from them. They've really just got to buckle down and make sure that they're making these plays calculate. They have to be calculated plays. We saw calculated plays from them on Haven. Their aggression was maybe a bit questionable, but I think overall they've just got to sort of hone in and make the right decisions, because they've made a few of the wrong decisions on attack, but I think that's maybe more common, right? You have to make more decisions on attack. You're choosing where to execute. Essentially, point being, defenders might favour them a little bit more, but they've got to work more as a team.
Right. Well, from what we can hear in our ears, there's been an absolute array of crashes, because we've been informed there's actually someone else on the other team that's crashed, which is very unfortunate, Hazza. But the good thing is, as well, we're going to have to go for a little quick break. Another one, yes, I know what you're thinking. My God, we're having to take a break from these wonderful guys. They're so amazing. No, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go far. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC semi-final weekend. Wait, Hazza, are you sleeping? Hazza!
Oh my goodness. Oh, we're back. The Riot Games servers, they've come back online. We're ready to get back into this. Ladies and gents, sorry for keeping you waiting. We are back for NECC Valorant semi-finals. I'm here with Cairo once again as he introduced me there. Thanks for waking me up. And it's gonna have to be a wake-up call for one of these teams. It's Marian University, who are currently at a disadvantage going into this final map, obviously being the decider. They picked up the first one, but they've got to try and get back into things as it's they're losing by an 8-4 margin on the half. And the last two times that we saw this, the team who was leading 8-4 managed to grind out a dominant victory.
I am not going to lie, that threw me completely off. But that was probably the best segue I've ever seen in my entire life of casting. And well, already we can see exactly what's coming up here, Hazza. We've got the two teams, Marianne and Purdue Diamond, coming up in this semi-final playoff game. And well, you think towards this, I mean, both teams evenly matched, but I mean, the thing is though, Hazza, it's not really seemed like that as Purdue Diamond have just really came into their own in these last two maps.
They really have, and it's just been so one-sided. As you said, it was a dominant performance on that first map from Marianne, and then it was a dominant performance on the second map from Purdue Diamond, and it looks like they're carrying on that momentum into Breeze, having a fairly good defensive half. I mean, 8-4 on a map which you would usually consider to be slightly more attacker-sided if you're going by those kind of percentages. So ultimately, they've got to try and make things work now, Marianne, here on the defense. They opted for a double initiator comp, so they have a Breach and a Sova there. And Breach, unlike Sky, he's not really tailored to take information, right? His flashes are more fit for their purpose. They do what they say on the tin, so it is for making executes happen, and that's not really what we saw enough from them for on that attacker side. And now they're on defenders. They've got to try and maybe use a bit of aggression there to try and work things out. On the flip side, we also said it brings more utility to the table. Maybe they can use it to try and work these retakes a little bit, but if you're conceding the site and having to play for retake in the first place, you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage, and I'm not sure that's one that they can necessarily chalk up for themselves here with how we're going into the second half being at a loss of 4 rounds.
Well, the interesting thing here is obviously we're now having to have a look at like the kind of agent setup between the two teams, and we actually do have a lovely screenshot provided to us by our observer of Caroline, who has done a magnificent job so far. And well, already we are seeing some signals of maybe some aggression. I mean, look here, and I don't know if you've got the screenshot up yourself, and we're already seeing two classics with light shields there, and obviously some utility on Sage and Viper, which is a bit of an interesting one. And you look towards the breach. Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's like by magic. It's just appeared on a screen. Look at this! But so Dav and Ulan have got really interesting buys with the fact that they've got light shields and obviously some utility. Spicy is on the ghost now. I imagine he's probably bought out that extra owl drone, and then on top of that, I mean, you look towards Excalibur and Zesty. I mean, they've went for a bit of aggressive buys themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those situations sometimes, everything moving to online, there not always being so many lands around you. In that speculative position sometimes in downtime where you've got to try and work out what's going on. I feel somewhat like the weatherman in this situation. Got my speculative weatherman cap on. But as you say, looking at the setup here, if they do opt to go with this, we've got the Frenzy on Zesty Boy, which is going to allow them to be able to get a couple of flashpoints in the mix as well. So they're going to be able to help their team get in. I think it's 250 credits per flashpoint. So if they buy 2 of those, they actually won't be able to buy a Frenzy. So maybe they might reel that one back. But I think on the pistol round with Breach, you want to be focusing mainly on that utility. Being able to have like 2 flashes and then a Sova Recon, which he gets anyway. Going on that Ghost, I think we're going to be seeing double shocks is usually the setup, which is pretty big for the defenders. So ultimately, it's going to depend on the way that they set things up. We're going to have to see who's leaning more towards which sites. I think you probably want to play Breach towards A. Those 2 pyramid positions actually are really, really useful because you can sort of peek in and around them. You can use the flashpoints through it. You have that sort of long angle towards Cave and Shop where you can use the fault lines to stun people out. The aftershock can stop them from getting a plant. Like, it works pretty well there. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize the breach, because it's an agent I don't feel like I've seen enough of on Breeze for the time being. But if they can get something out of it, then it could be the difference maker. We just need to see a little bit more from it so far. I was expecting maybe to see more on attack, but defense could potentially come into his element.
Do you know why something has I hope these teams are as prepared as I was for this cast. Because do I know how prepared I was for this cast?
I would hope that you'd been very prepared for this cast.
Wait till you see this. Wait till you see this. Look at this.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I have my Valorant t-shirt. That's how prepared I was for this cast. I was like, do you know what? I know Haz is here. I know I'll be casting with him. I'm going to stick on my Valorant kind of t-shirt from when we met last time we got to cast together. I just thought, do you know what? I hope they're just as prepared as me, because I've been so excited to get into casting this.
Oh, Cairo, I don't want to throw you under the bus. I have seen you wear that t-shirt on other broadcasts as well. Maybe the wardrobe isn't too full. Well, yeah, I respect it. I like the choice. I do have some esports sort of merchandising of my own, but
we're gonna have a chat later.
We certainly can. I feel like at this point in time we just sort of got to keep the spirits up, and that's something the teams are going to want to do as well. I guess that's an aspect we could talk about. The teams are going to want to keep themselves in good mental stead. At this point in time, it's before such a key round. We see this very often sometimes when you have a little bit of downtime. If it's before a pistol round, this is a round which then carries sort of 2 or 3 behind it afterwards. If you're able to pick this one up, you go into a round where you're going to be stacked up way more in terms of economy, unless maybe you're the attackers, you get a plant, and you can maybe look to go for a force. But even at that point in time, I still don't know. So ultimately, it's such a key round, right? The pistol round, if you win both pistol rounds, that's 6 rounds already, essentially. So you're almost looking at half of the rounds that you need to win the game if you're able to make the most out of those. So it's not a bad time for a pause to come through. And if you're the side of Marianne University right now, you're going to want to try and maximize the usage of that. Not maybe trying to get thrown off a little bit by the fact that you can't get back into the game, but the mental games will definitely sort of be whirring away for these teams, or at least they'll have a lot of preparation coming into this next round. At least you'd hope that they would, with the amount of time they've had to talk over how they want to approach this.
Yeah, we're just waiting on confirmation coming through from these test rounds. Obviously, as me and Hazza kind of speculate exactly what's happening is, well, when it comes to this, Hazza, we don't want to take any chances before we get into the game. So while we're waiting on confirmation of that, I mean, there's so much that we can talk about. I mean, let's actually throw it all the way back to Haven, and we'll talk about it. Let's talk about exactly what happened there, because, well, we saw one team that was Marianne really play well on that map, right? And I want you to kind of break it down, because you're the big brain. I mean, you're immortal. I mean, imagine that. We actually have a caster who isn't like gold and silver.
I feel like this is always your little excuse, like, Hazza has just hit immortal, so he must know loads about the game. I can just throw these questions on him. Could you just break that down for me? I mean, obviously I will oblige. But anyway,
I can kick back and just relax, just enjoy myself.
So looking back at Haven, I think it has to be said, and I don't want to like root things out too much, as I think, are we getting back into the game? I've had word in my ear. Yes, we're getting back into the game. I've spared you guys the issue of having to listen to me ramble on about our first map, Haven, but I can do a quick TLDR just before we, go back into the feed, whenever that may be. I mean, producers do that whenever. I think it might be about a minute, so we have enough time to sort of roughly talk about what happened on Haven. I can sort of glance at Bind a little bit as well, but I think the setup from both teams, both of them actually looked fairly shaky coming into it. I feel like it was maybe even a little bit disjointed from Marianne. Even when they were winning, it wasn't maybe as convincingly, like they were getting picks here and there. I can remember Spicy a lot of the time was peeking out onto C Long, and maybe it was sort of they were getting lucky or not as to whether they were peeking into one or more players. If they peeked into one, they were always good for one, so they won that duel out. But when they were facing up against multiple players for those trades, they weren't. So ultimately, what's happening, and what I think we saw quite a lot of, is Marianne, they're taking a lot of fights solo, and then it's just a case of whether they end up winning them or not. That favoured them a lot on Haven when they had those gunfights, but on Bind, when it's a lot more team-oriented, or at least where things are a bit more compact and you've got to play together, those trades weren't going their way, and those aggressive plays weren't paying off for them, and ultimately they paid the price, and that's how Diamond were able to get back into this one. So we've kind of seen a little bit more of the same on this third map of Breeze. It's been the case of Marianne, maybe they're just getting too many isolated fights, and we're in a situation where they're on the back foot. So as we see, the agent's locked in. This is just a quick reminder for everyone who doesn't know what the compositions are so far. We're going to be going into a pause, and then I think just sort of skipping up the rounds until we're at a position where we're caught up. I think all of that information sort of gets inputted as we're back on the desk. So, Cairo, I suppose flipping it around to you, what do Marianne have to change to get into this? Or looking into the pistol round and the next few rounds, how can you... I mean, it's really difficult to predict where this one goes, but do you think that they might have the edge on defenders? Or is the comp more attacking? At least that's my view.
I mean, your review is very attacking, but when we look towards both comps, I mean, they're almost not exact mirror images of one another, but they kind of are. I mean, you look towards the what is now, I believe. Oh wait, I can't even remember what team it is. Sorry, I've just it's been that long. I've had an absolute brain fart. But the point I was going to make is the fact that, well, you look towards the defensive side and you've got flashes in the form of a breach with kind of a utility that you can play off of. And there's really good chokeholds on sites, for instance, on A main and B main. Like you look towards Cave on A, and you think if you could like use that breach utility to perfection, you can get him playing up close. You get him like maybe even with a judge, etc. You could catch players off guard there. On top of that, I mean, B main's the exact same when you think of how you have to push through that little narrow corridor. Even if you push kind of funnel them through into tube, breach actually could be really good here if they utilise him well enough. But the question is, will they utilise him well enough?
I mean, that was sort of the question before. I think the fault line, especially the stun, you could use that towards B main and stop any kind of an aggressive push from going in straight away because you have control of those lines. I think the thing with Breach is he plays well on certain maps just because of the way that they're laid out. So Haven, for example, if you wanted to play Breach towards C long, is very strong because it's just a huge funnel that you can pump all of that utility into, and having that box there as well to play behind, there are ways to sort of flash through it. And I guess it's similar for the B site and even the A site. You have those pyramids to sort of put your utility through because that's how Breach works. You have to have a surface from which to sort of expel that utility, unlike Sky where you can sort of put it wherever you want. These things that they have their benefits and their drawbacks. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. I mean, it's almost like a broken record at this point. We just have to sort of speculate how they want to set up. Vipers on both sides, that has to be one of the constants, I think, between the two teams. From what we've seen from the Vipers so far, the utilization of the Vipers pit from the Diamond team was very good, but we want to see that a bit more on defenders. If they're able to rack up their ultimates, the way that they spread them out is pretty key, because I think when Marianne were on the attack, they were farming a lot of ults up very often, but maybe not spreading them out or utilizing them well enough to win rounds. We spoke before about that one time they had the Vipers pit up towards that A execute on the low buy, opted not to play around it, go for aggressive plays towards CT, and it didn't pay off. So it's just about, if you're gonna invest certain pieces, like certain chess pieces on the board, making sure that you're trading them out correctly, and that goes the same for their teammates. They've got to play off of each other correctly because they don't want to give anything up for free. When you're at a disadvantage, you have to try and find a way to claw back into the game. So that's what that team is going to need, and that's the main focus that we're going to be taking as I think we're getting back into the game.
Oh, do we get a drum roll? Will we do a drum roll? Oh.
This is really the bottom of the barrel, I think.
I know.
But no, we are in eventually. The score is 8-4. We pick back up where we left off on that pistol round. Purdue Diamond in the driver's seat right now. They took the previous map. They look to take this one as well. Marianne University on the back foot, trying to find a way back into this, and the pistol round could be a great opportunity to do so. 4 players leaning towards A, but it looks like we might be seeing some kind of a B split, or at least there's some kind of mid presence invested there. Only one player in the form of Yulan set to try and defend this one. So if this pans out how I'm thinking it might, this could be a real problem for Marianne, and we've not even dropped the barriers just yet.
Certainly not. And
Oh, the info though.
Towards mid. Oh, this is the thing I was about to say. Maybe they're actually going to go towards mid, because we look here, they're all creeping outside double door, and while the first gunfight gets taken, Dav doesn't pick up the frag, but well, has gained all the information on that player. Well, it looks as if the rotate is going to be towards B, but now the Viper knows, Ulan knows exactly where they're coming from, but can they react here, Hazza? It doesn't seem to be the case, but all the utilities going to get activated. Ping's going out exactly where Ulan is, but they actually pick him up.
Yeah, Yulan's good for one, which is about as much as I think that they can do. The two sages clash in mid, and Annie wins this one out, now putting their team at an advantage of 2 players. So gonna have to try and work this post-plant. Godin swings all the way back, and as Caliber tries to poke their neck out and try and find that pick, they get shut down. Zesty Boy does take Annie eventually after that duel towards mid, but they're on low HP as a result. We see those players on Purdue Diamond fall back to try and play off their utility, and there's so much damage from Rotted, both on low HP here for Marianne. That snake bite's gonna drop onto the spike and make it indefusable. Agatha, though, does get dropped, so it's a 1 versus 2, but there's so much stall. I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Zesty Boy's just peeking in and out with the classic. Spicy doesn't have enough to get on the spike. The triple wins it out. Godin, they take that pistol round, and that's a real problem now for Marianne University. Purdue Diamond, not only do they win the pistol round, they're on the attacker's side, so it would be fairly uncommon for us to see a force come in through the CTs. They don't get that bonus added money of getting that spike down. They're going to be investing marshals all across the board to try and do some damage, but it's going to be a last gasp attempt. If it doesn't pay off, then Purdue Diamond, they'll be looking at double digits and staring in the face the possibility of going all the way to our grand finals.
Certainly could be, and we'll look at this. It looks as if the execute is going to come through in towards the A site, and the long angles may actually be favoured on this site. To be honest here, Hazza, when you think about that long angle all the way in towards Cave, Dav's holding down the tunnel and will easily be able to look now down towards the default. Plenty of utility being confirmed from all the way in B through that Sova, but here comes the plan, Hazza, and it's now all in favour of Purdue.
Yeah, it is for the time being. If you look across the board, the HP is pretty much evenly matched. There's one with about half HP on both sides. A bit of utility expended early on to try and push in, but retaking with these marshals won't be easy if they don't hit their shots, and they aren't connecting. Agatha just swings around the side and manages to find Caliber. That recon dart will alert the positions, but no picks are able to come as a result. I've spoken a little bit too soon. Ulan gets one, Zesty gets one too, and now they're going to tap on that spike. The Lear will make things difficult, just spinning around, but the diffuser's coming all the way in. Surely not. Ulan gets the triple, and actually somehow Marianne on that Marshall buy are able to win things out and take it to 9-5.
Not only that though, Hazza, they can buy in this round, they can all buy Vandals, and well, Purdue Diamond, they can. This is an absolutely huge round from them in the way that they've done this. Although Spicy, yeah, he's staying with the Marshal, because I believe he was last alive, but my god, what a round there from Marianne, and Purdue are relegated to pistols and sheriffs.
They're gonna have to try and make them work. We don't see it happen too often, but when we do, it's always a spectacle to be had. Ulan will shut down a guy, so that's that first Purdue Diamond player drop. That first opportunity at finding some kind of a snapshot to turn the tide in this one. Expended. The Owl Drone spots out Agatha as well, so they're going to have to concede a little bit of ground here and re-aggress towards Elbow if they want to try and take it. For the time being, though, Purdue Diamond just trying to find something, anything really, on these pre-fireable angles, and that's how you've got to try and play these rounds. There's not really much to work with. You've got to try and spot something.
It certainly is, and well, right now they are firing out plenty of utility. There we go, the info dart coming out, but we'll ping actually a few people as we see the spam coming through the arena. Not picked up from that, but Dav will pick up the opposite number. Spicily with a spicy shot on towards Rathard, and now it's only up to the last remaining Viper, spamming off the Sheriff's shots. Can't even win a single gunfight, but that is absolutely huge once again here, Hazza, because when you consider it, now there's not a rifle lost, and it's only utility and shields that needs to be bought.
Exactly that. 4 Vandals being kept, and every single one of them did work on the previous round. Spicy able to do, bits and bobs on the Marshall, but for the most part, it was those Vandals doing work, and they're going to be kept into this next round. So even if Marion University lose this one, they're going to have bank to invest into the next, subsequent 2 or 3 rounds. I mean, 1 or 2 rounds, really. But it'll depend how this one pans out. Viper's Pit towards B so they can focus their efforts towards A, and this is looking like a promising setup for them so far. Obviously, for Do Diamond, they have fully invested their own weapons, but that first pick, it goes to Marion once again, looking to turn the tide on what we've seen in this matchup so far.
Well, the thing is though is, that's the Reyna, that's Rotted, that's one of the players who really popped off. And with that confirmation of Viper utility here, that's going to be absolutely huge. And what we were talking about earlier, controlling choke points with the breach utility doesn't actually work out, but it's a good try anyway. A Viper's Pit coming through, and that's obviously from the attacking side, as we can see towards the top of the map, exactly where that is.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit obviously being invested on the other side of things, but those You Diamond players were smart enough not to try and push into it. Spike's still not gone down. There's still that possibility that it could be denied by one of these Vandals lurking around the pyramids, although Zesty Boy eventually gets dropped in. Garden's gonna fake the plant again. I'm not too sure what's going on here. Maybe this is a real step up in maturity from what we've seen, making sure there's no possible chance for it to get denied. But no, it eventually does go down, but it's a 1 versus 1. So many lives lost in the process. This positioning though from Garden, boosted up in between the pyramids. A smirk is, well, one way to put it. I suppose that spray probably is their performance personified there. It was very cheeky for them to play from that angle, but they had the perfect read and they were able to pick that one up. So now Purdue Diamond, finally, they do make it to double digits, but the economy on the side of Marion is good for at least one more.
It certainly is, and well, I mean, to be honest, they shouldn't really feel that bad about the last round. It was just unfortunate the barrel and maybe the hand of Ulan pushed through that smoke and was able to get picked up. Maybe if they'd spammed through the smoke through Hazard, maybe would have been able to pick up that round there. But well, here we go. We're going to see some aggression on towards the elbow area, but no dropping back because well, they've seen that there was that Sova owl drone, and well, the ping's going to be released through and towards the map, and now we know exactly where the Jet is holding their position.
For the time being, although Agatha is just going to be dashing straight in, trying to see what they can find. That stun will stop them dead in their tracks, though. Zesty Boy looking to maybe even commit the Rolling Thunder at some point here, spamming around, seeing where these players are going. But those Diamond players, they're going deep down across the bottom of our map there, as we can see, through the bedrock towards that A site. And well, there's actually a flank coming in here from Dav, and if left unchecked, this could cause quite a few issues for those players. The Leer comes in, which confirms, along with their footsteps, their position. There is a lurk on the other side of things from Murray towards the nest position, so there's flanks on both sides. It's just going to depend who comes up trumps with it, and it's going to be Dav to open us off. Zesty Boy's able to get one on the flank as well. Avani shut down, so now the 4 versus 2 heavily in favor of Marianne. Rotted able to get that first one, but it'll put them straight into the aftershock of Zesty Boy, taken down with a swift headshot from Yolan. And now Marianne, they have that instant response, brings us to 10-7, only 3 away. This one looks like it could be going the distance, Garo.
Certainly does, and well, obviously the breach just jumping off the defuse there to give Yulan that extra ultimate point, heading through and towards this next round. It'll be interesting to see exactly where the ultimate economy is for the both teams. Obviously, at the top of our screen we can see both teams have a res and obviously their initiator with theirs. But look at that, the Viper's Pit is 1 away here, Hazza, and 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, so really big ultimates coming online here, and look towards the economy as well. Purdue Diamond aren't really in a great spot right now.
No, they aren't. Off the back of that round, their economy completely collapses in and upon itself. So we're back in that similar situation. They're going to have to try and find some of these picks. Caliber can't quite do that on the operator right now. The shots, they just aren't connecting. The Sage Wall will go up and that aftershock is huge in towards the coming position. It takes down 2 off the back of the slow. That's some of the synergy that we wanted to see from these Marianne players. And they've pulled it off fantastically. It's just a util haven right now. Spicy getting one on the shock dart as well. Gardant left all alone with the Sheriff, everything to do. And this is looking great. I mean, it was an eco round, but it has to be complimented. Really nice use of the utility there from those Marianne players.
Certainly does, and I mean, now if you're Purdue Diamond, right, obviously you have Gardant going through, he's going to gain nothing off that. We're now at 10-8, right, and we are back to like a rifle versus rifle round. But here we go, we need to actually discuss the use of utility. If you look how well Marianne were playing in unison there, the way that they're playing as a unit, it was absolutely beautiful to see. It was great Valorant all in all here, Hazza. But another thing is, if you're Purdue, do you try attempt A again? Because let's be honest, everything that you just did there just didn't work. Not at all. It seems as if they are stacking up towards Tube though.
I think certainly this time they're going to be a lot more aware of that cubby position where the aftershock managed to catch them off guard along in combination with that slow orb from Dav, which was really nicely placed. Dav once again investing the wall towards that hole position. I think it's going to get shot out by Rotted at least a little bit as they try and find this opening duel of the match, but it's that push in through double doors that actually gets shot down by Zesty Boy. Spicy able to find one as well. Excalibur will let that shot fly on the operator of their own, but Purdue Diamond, they've just sort of split the push and then been completely taken apart.
Yeah, but certainly, but look at that. That was a huge pin there because I believe that was the Marshall. And right now, it seems as if Purdue are maybe coming back into this one as Yulan doesn't want to really rotate off the site. Lucy and
One enemy remaining.
maybe the Vipers will stop that, but the Seekers are absolutely huge in terms of information. Gardant knows where to react, knows where to go. As we see him, he's getting ready to push through his Viper smoke, maybe to try and catch someone off guard, but no one's there to be caught off guard. Right now, things are really starting to slow down as Gardant's maybe trying to look a little bit, catch players off guard, but look how
30 seconds left.
Yulan just unfortunately a little too slow on the rotating, could have caught. Is Spicy going to react? Is he going to know where Gardant is? Well, Gardant has seen the outlines and will win that one out. That's huge. That's 3 on the round, and the Vipers pick comes online. And yes, there we go. It's going to get used, and we will see a plant come out. But do we play post plant here, Hazza, or do we actually go for the 1 versus 1? We've been in this situation before, and it's all down to the 2 Vipers.
I think Gardant might be smart to just play around their smoke, and they do. Quad on the round for them, managing to clutch things out. It looked like Purdue Diamond, their backs were against the wall. All things considered, they were not in a good position to pull that off, but the 2 versus 4, they pull it out the bag. Gardant makes it work along with their teammate there. And wow, I don't know what is really left to be said. They've been one of those players who've really sort of carried that momentum they had previously off the back of the restart. The KD not being, you know, calculated into the scoreboard. So what you're seeing right now is all of the picks that we've had since that restart. And Gardant head and shoulders above the rest of their team as we're looking to maybe get some presence towards B early on. Excalibur will still be able to afford that operator. So there's heavy artillery in the hands of Marianne should they choose to use it. All 5 ults available as well. Only the res on the attacker's side. And with Excalibur dropped, that's another ult that they can afford to use. And Yulan dropped as well. They're just falling like flies.
They certainly are, and maybe this is Purdue Diamond just coming alive now. We are seeing some ultimates committed, the Hunter's Fury coming through, and maybe only 1 ping in terms of information. The shock dart is going to come through. Agatha actually put blinded there, Hazard. That maybe could be workable. And while the bullets get traded, the kills do not. The round does go towards Purdue Diamond, and we could be confirming here our grand finals in 1 more round.
I think that 1 more round might be the one that we've got coming up. Marianne University left with a couple of marshals, a Spectre maybe. I'm not too sure what the buy is here. Maybe looking between themselves if they're able to get 1 more rifle online. It goes into the hands of Zesty Boy, but Oh, the economy, it's also somewhat there for Purdue Diamond, I suppose. They've got at least 3 players that can rebuy if they lose this one. Economy will be favouring Marianne, but right now, that first pick's actually huge. With the Viper's Pit online, as we said, those ults, they're going to need to get a lot of value out of them, and it looks like we're going to be leaning more towards this A take because of it.
It really is, and I mean, Excalibur's actually came alive with this Marshall here, getting that first pick as you've already mentioned, and has the Blade Storm available if he wants to go for it. Raze does come through though, so that's absolutely huge in terms of evening out the man count. But the utility is huge. We start to see already the gunfights getting taken, and well, there we go, the Blade Storm is being popped. Nobody moving through just yet. Well, as the rotates start to come through, but the luck from Reyna gets caught out by Yulan, and that's a rifle being upgraded to. It can be absolutely huge again for the push or the re-rotate that seems to be coming through right now.
You sure where the trajectory of this round is heading? A couple shots traded towards hallway between Spicy and Agatha, but they're on the other end of that Marshall, which has already found 2 picks across 2 different players so far in this round. Dav makes one of those few Vandals available to them work, and with Zesty Boy on this Aftershock, it's gonna make Force Garden into a really difficult situation. A guy has the spike, but that's gonna be about it. They don't have that teammate anymore. Garden gets dropped by Spicy, who's been unreal on this Marshall so far, I think is all you can really say about it. Fakes the plant, and it's a triple from Spicy. One of the key things to note though, I think, is they didn't have to invest too many ultimates. They were able to just get away with the Viper's Pit and the Blade Storm. They keep the Rolling Thunder online for a retake perhaps. They keep that res for any early picks that they might lose. With their economy bolstered somewhat, Purdue Diamond now in a situation where they have to half buy if they're looking to invest anything here. So that round, it's huge for Marianne. Ultimately, when you're in this position, you can't afford to lose anything, or that's going to be the series gone. But that's one where they've really made the most out of it, I feel.
I totally agree, and well, another thing that we need to point out is maybe the fact that they've stuck with the Marshalls. Obviously, they won last round, but maybe not to be advised. Blade Storm does come online and will be used straight away for these. Well, this team of Purdue Diamond who are on half buys, as Has already mentioned, and just waiting to see exactly where this push is going to come from. As Spicy actually just dipped away as we saw exactly where that Sky was going to be. He does have a rifle sitting at his feet, so he's definitely not losing out when it comes to buys here. Oh no, will we see potentially a pick coming through a main? We just seen that the 2 Jets kind of battling with each other here, but right now Hazza doesn't really want to make a move, and the spike on double doors on A site.
Yeah, it's the spike all alone. Those 2 Sage players in Dav and Annie just maybe trying to catch a timing on one another. Dav's going to give a lot of information away there by sort of sprinting to reposition to the stairs area. And we're going to see the Purdue Diamond players just start to group up towards this A take. Just as that's happening, Spicy's going to relocate
30 seconds left
towards Nest. It's only a Marshall here to really try and do anything. Dav not opting for that flank, which they made so much work out of the previous time, and with the way that they're set up, they've conceded so much of the site. The trade does go on to Agatha, and with some shocks on towards the plant, there will be some damage expended. It is a 4 versus 4 though, and now the difference maker, it could be those 2 ultimates. It's that last round for Marianne. They have to invest everything that they can, and we do see that Rolling Thunder come through. The Sage Res as well. How much is it going to add to their team? It's going to do quite a bit actually. There is damage on those players, but they're falling back and they're playing from so deep. There's Viper utility available, Snakebite and a Poison Cloud if they so need it. That spike isn't going to start to get diffused. It's only a tap as we see the swing come through. Those players will get dropped to the Snakebites that are flying in, raining hell down from above. Garden on the triple swings for the quad, and that will be it. Purdue Diamond, they finish things off emphatically. 13-9, they make it back. The reverse sweep on that deciding map of Breeze. And wow, what a matchup, Cairo.
What a matchup indeed, Hazan. It's been an absolute joy to cast with you over these 3 maps, and I mean, it nearly went the full distance all the way to overtime. I mean, we saw both teams show their strengths, but unfortunately we do have our winners, we do have our grand finalists in Purdue Diamond. I mean, I think the greatest thing that we need to break down here between the 2 teams is how Purdue Diamond was able to come back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly shows a lot of mental fortitude going through this series. When you lose that first map and in the style or fashion that they did quite convincingly on the side of Marian University, it's really unfortunate that they're not able to just see things out. So for Purdue Diamonds, it's absolutely huge. And well, I think on the one hand, we did see improvements from Marianne University on Breeze there. I think some of the ways that they used utility together, they were taking those picks. Spicy on the Marshall was doing a lot of damage for their team. But as far as damage goes, I think the damage was already done. Just conceding that first half 8-4 when you're on the attack, when you have those two initiators, and you should really be so execute heavy. They didn't quite make the most out of it, and it comes back to bite them, unfortunately.
It certainly does, and well, as we've already mentioned, Purdue Diamond, they moved through in towards the grand finals of, I believe it is the Scion Championship. I'll need to just double check in my ear what league it is, but Hazza, it's been an absolute joy to cast with you. I'll leave you to give us the closing statements for tonight.
Oh, well, I think you've pretty much summarised it between us. We've had plenty of time, unfortunately. Sorry to the players who had to deal with Riot Games going down in NA over here in EU. Things seem to be okay, but obviously that's not where the game was played, so it didn't really help anyone out at all, other than bragging rights perhaps. But no, it's been a pleasure to cast, and we have secured that first finalist, that first grand finalist for NECC Valorant, which is going to be Purdue Diamond. So congratulations to them once again. Commiserations to Marian University. They battled well, but unfortunately they weren't able to convert that first map advantage, and they conceded as a result. So with that being said, I don't have any more closing statements. It's been a pleasure once again to cast with you, Cairo. And to everyone watching, we will see you later. Good night.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC for our second matchup of today. Getting started a little late on that second matchup, but that's okay. My name is Vincent, joined here by Fellow on the commentary, and we're getting ready for a good one here, Fellow. But first, let me ask, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Got my new Twitter persona changed to @fellowcast instead of @fellow_the_caster, which is not true. Do not follow @fellowcast. We'll get that fixed later. It's not really a big deal. I don't care that much. But yeah, I'm glad to be up here in the casting booth, especially by your side. We've only done one cast together technically, and that was for one map as Scott and I were tag teaming. Thank you, Michael, for changing my Twitter at. I appreciate that. And yeah, the second week here, the playoffs for Valorant, technically, we've got Newberry College versus Murray State. And I'm interested to see what we have already in plan in terms of bracket work. We can see that Murray State and Newberry, that's the match we're doing right now. In the background, it is Tennessee, I believe it's Tennessee, Tennessee Tech versus URG Black. They are playing at around the same time, so we'll get to see how that match finishes out probably later on in the day, probably when both you and I are done casting this next matchup. And yeah, no, just glad to be here. I had a pretty good Thanksgiving break. I hope everyone in chat did as well along by your side, Vincent. I'm actually asking you that. Yeah, how was your Thanksgiving break?
Oh, it was good. I had like a week off. It's crazy because I've had a bunch of stuff going on, so it's gonna be a great time. But let's take a look, fellow. What maps are we going to be going to? These two teams, obviously second and third seed. It definitely is going to be an interesting matchup because of that.
Huh.
We start out on Icebox and we had Debris, so two maps that we don't always get to see.
Not at all, at least as a second map pick. Normally, Breeze is going to be your third, like your decider map pick, not Bind. Bind's a little bit more common played. But hey, sometimes a little bit of Rhiny life is nothing that I'm going to be too ashamed of enjoying here. And Icebox, one of my personal favorites as well. Very gun heavy. It's a very small map at that, but we don't have to do that much speculation. We're a little behind on schedule, but we do have the match readied up. So we'll go into agent selection. And I'm quite hopeful that we have a default kind of composition going into this match here, Vincent. Last time I got to cast for Navigators, it was kind of all over the place, and I'm hoping, especially one of my personal favorites, we just use stock standard pick, hopefully a Viper. She's very meta on this map, and maybe a little bit of spice after that, but really preying on the Viper.
Yeah, it's great that you bring that up, fellow, because, especially in Navigator Division, we do get to see some adjustments, and the meta is very set in stone here. There's not a lot of room for adjustment. What's good is great, and there's a good reason for all of the individual picks, but we're already seeing some adjustments, some deviations from said meta. No Viper here from Murray State, and I know that's going to make your feelings not so great, but, the Astra, I can see the argument for it, but definitely I would agree with you. The Viper is strong, and we're seeing that from Newberry. They pick up that Viper, and I think in general that Newberry lineup is going to be a lot stronger for Icebox.
Yeah, I don't know the understanding behind not bringing a Viper. She's great to set up a plant, brilliant lineups you can bring it with those snake bites. I mean, she's just a powerhouse on this map, especially since it's very tiny. You put down a Viper's Pit, that basically covers the entire site, depending on where you place it exactly. Another great example of that, too, is the Killjoy, so maybe on the attacking side, Murray State, they'll try to utilize the KJ a little bit more like a Viper for at least the ultimate, but other than that, they don't have a lot of sight denial other than just those regular smokes. So yeah, it definitely leads to a lot more questions and not that many answers to back it up. I'm really worrying here for Murray State, especially on this attacking half first and foremost. It could be very choppy for them, at least at the very beginning here.
I want to add on to that and mention the lack of a Sage for the Murray State attack.
Yeah.
That is something that is a pretty much necessary weapon for your attack. The wall plant's obviously a very big deal, and the lack thereof is also a worry. But we're underway here. Murray State, we're going to see if they can make those adjustments, do the damage without the perfect, quote-unquote perfect meta hit composition here. The dash coming in. Maybe you want to be taking that first duel. Does some damage, but not any frags. Because Z is the one to find that first one. Coming back for more, even finding a second. Great
One enemy
here
remaining.
as all the frags flow towards Newberry. The Scarlet getting the advantage there in the first round.
And really no util to deny any sightlines. It was just a day at the shooting range for Corrupt Z. I was hoping at least that some of the Astral Smokes and Nebulas could have been played with, possibly a Cloudburst here and there. Just nothing being brought out. It was just a head-to-head confrontation, and really Newberry just took the spotlight there, simply winning their gunfights. Now they'll be allowed to get some better weaponry here. A Spectre on the board for both Peak and Corrupt Z, and also double Marshals, and a bit of a tease there on the Bulldog, and it won't be confirmed. Instead, it's onto that DMR of the Guardian, so you can just play at a distance for a majority of these players here on Newberry and just kind of poke and prod against Murray State here on the second round.
Great point you made there, but there that poke is punished. Murray, they are trying, or were rather trying to get aggressive there in middle. The shooting gallery here for Soda, taking one head, looking for another on the response. Gonna drop down, missing shots, but still left alive with 65 HP. It's a flank here by Peak. The problem is there's no weaponry that's going to be good enough. Just the classics among them for Murray, and a flawless victory there for Newberry.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong again here, Vincent. As I was writing down a little bit of notes midway through that round, I didn't, again, see really any kind of intel being gathered at all in terms of util. No recon bolt went out. I didn't really quite find all that much. No kind of flank watch either. That's very questionable for Murray State. I mean, they've got time to fix those issues, and what better time now on a full buy? They've got a couple LMGs here and there. Although it is the Ares, they're not completely horrible, especially if you can just hold down M1 like a true boss. But other than that, if we don't see all that much improvement here on this first full buy round here by Murray State, I'm going to be very concerned with them moving forward, not only due to the fact they've got that weakened lineup that isn't quote-unquote meta, but also just their overall game sense here on this beginning half has just been looking a little bit dull at the very least.
We also got to keep in mind that this is Newberry's pick on Icebox, so here goes the alarm bot. It's going to trigger some information. Corrupt, a little bit unaware. Being caught out there by Gritorsky, and now the push comes through with some help. There goes the Lears. Running on the back side, though. Nobody really there, and this is where the lack of a wall really comes in. Speaking of walls, there's no more there for Newberry as the Sage Falls meet to find one on the follow-up. Still no plant here with the spike, but frags work just as well, and the bonus round for Newberry is falling apart.
As a post-plant situation soon to be, and it's a 1 versus 5. I guess the biggest issue really was that there was not enough credits in those first 2 rounds to buy any types of smokes, because once the money was there, Murray State wasted little to no time. Several Nebulas went out, a couple Lears here and there, and it was just enough to get the job done. Soda Universe still doing plenty of work, though, despite the huge deficit. It's going to be a 1 versus 3, so he's tagging bodies and confirming them here, but you need at least 3 to make this full buy a little bit miserable. Beautiful shot by Soda yet again, trying to find even more on the rounds. Got that rifle picked up, but it's a nice crossfire established by Murray State. Plenty of damage being done, but at least they scave away that round win.
I love that from Soda. Number one, some phenomenal shots. Let's just not get anything twisted. But the second part of that is the damage done to the economy there. 3 frags that didn't necessarily come in. You can see the money for Murray, you know, $0 here for Carbon Drifter, and less than 2K for pretty much everyone else as the full buy comes in for Newberry. This is definitely a good potential round for Newberry to win back on the economy game.
And not even just worsening the eco, getting closer to that Blade Storm, you can get some picks early on to work with and just make the lives of Murray State so much more miserable. A little bit of util being brought on out. The Recon Bolt trying to gather some information. It'll tag out both Corrupt Z and Omen, who are both comfortably sitting on the lower end of A. And as that alarm bot triggers, that kind of gives up the intentions of Murray State as the execute is just about to happen here.
Patience here from Poppy. Gonna throw that Lear out, find success, gonna get the dismiss as well. 1 player up as Murray State fall. Moment. Oh, well played there from Meat, holding the line. The Nebula falls, and it's a follow-up as well from Meat. Now the Blade Storm is a possibility. The shot though through that smoke. Soda connecting, it's just your Poppy with a triple, and Pete coming in for the final frag. Soda getting the defuse, and Newberry answer back immediately off the back of that 1 round loss.
And despite that lockdown coming in through, it was still a successful recovery, or retake, I should say, by Newberry, just to only give a little bit of victory there for Murray State. They had their one round of success, and now they're back on the back burner, I suppose, to put it bluntly. Both Jets, though, do have their Blade Storm, so maybe on this jumbled up bye, Meep could possibly save, maybe bring an Operator next round, perhaps, and then just utilize his Blade Storm on this one, or vice versa. So a couple of hopeful things here for Murray State, but other than that, Newberry Scarlet, despite that single loss, they are still looking quite effective. And here comes that Blade Storm I was just talking about a moment ago, but it will not work out in the slightest for Murray State.
And unfortunately, not so effective. Speaking of effectiveness here, Soda been very effective with this weapon. Does take a shot with the Marshall, but doesn't quite connect this time out. It's a bit of a half purchase here for Murray. They are looking to find entry rather
down
towards B. The spike is dropped by Soda. Now the flank is on by Corrupt Z. Bello, this is looking all but done. But as I say, that Bagel is able to fight one back. Like I said, rotates coming in. As long as these players on the site can hold their nerve, shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I hope not. Lear comes out. Bagel not going to really have that many sidelines to work with. Here comes the flank. Spike now down. It's just the Sova up inside of yellow. We'll get that refrag. J-Cup. Nice wall bang headshot onto the Killjoy. So the 1v2, definitely winnable, but you don't have that much intel to play off of. It'll be a fourth for Newberry. And again, some rounds the util just is not there at the right time for Murray State. Nothing was put in to flush out Soda Universe, and the damage had already been done. Just not establishing that control against the player up near yellow container really did spell defeat right from the get-go there by Murray State.
Indeed, and to be fair, all things considered, that was technically a save round. So I gotta give credit to Murray. They did make a good impression. Only 2 players left alive. That's not too bad. Now the buy is in. It's a good angle. Unfortunately for Biggle Bets, it cannot quite connect. And Jester Poppy has an opening frag as well. The Omen's down. Everything working beautifully for Newberry as Murray State fall left, right, and center.
And that wall, able just to single out a couple players, really worked wonders for Newberry State, in particular that Sage. And now the spike is locked down near mid. Here's that Poppy, got a little too aggressive, bit off more than he could chew, and Grit will punish him for that. But still a massive disadvantage. Spike still locked down quite effectively here for Newberry. It'll be Omen to wrap it up onto Grit, and Soda from behind will shut down Carbon again. Another successful round, and despite the choppy endgame the round prior, they're going to keep a majority of their players alive, and it's back to the back burner yet again by Murray State, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I wanna cast our mind back here, fellow, to week 3, where this was a matchup that happened before. It was Newberry that won over Murray State in that series 2-1. So we could potentially be seeing, a map trade back and forth here. I don't know, Icebox, obviously not sure where Murray stands on this map, but it's looking all Newberry thus far.
And maybe that second half will be a little bit better, but I feel like the team compositions overall just aren't giving that much of an advantage to Murray State. It feels like they're almost always on uneven footing. And speaking of a slight meta difference here, it's going to be that Viper's Pit coming in through. No one's pushing in towards A at the moment. Looks like the rotate will come in through, but now they might have to worry about that possible poisonous fumes of that pit coming in through, so might be a second rotation, just plenty of time being wasted. But speaking of timing, the patience by Meep is key to eliminate that key player of Soda.
That's a bit of a misplay there from Soda. There's no need to be getting aggressive when you have so much control over at A. Meep with another fantastic opening. That's 2 headshots now to get in towards the B site. Now, the real problem is going to come when it gets to planting that spike. But I guess, again, to kill all the players, you don't need to plant that spike anyway. So it's only left to the Viper, who was over at A, now left alone, 1 versus 5. That's the first potential ace, but Retorsky says no to that.
Yeah, honestly, if Soda had remained alive, he could have been the first person to rally that call, being like, all right, the rotate has been confirmed, they're going for B, let's make that push now. That way the Viper doesn't have to vibe up in A the entire time, because it was a pretty good Viper's Pit. It completely denied one of the only 2 bomb sites you could attack, and it just kind of fell apart after Soda died, and it was a pretty seamless execution by Murray State, so a well-needed second round for them, and got a couple ults to play with. Same thing can be said, though, by Newberry, and this round will really have a lot of value here for Murray State, because if they do not get this round successfully down in the books, it's probably back to some weaker weaponry in the books for them.
Certainly would be that. 5-2 the score line. Newberry continues to dominate overall. Murray finding their way back in. Some ultimates to play with. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, as well as the Empress, should it be necessary for Murray. Here's the push in for Meat, who's found a bit of an opening. But it's Corrupt Z who finds a double. Gonna finally get flanked around there by Meat, but it's a 2-for-1 deal. But Meat continuing to be the opener there. Finds another successful frag to equalize things. And Gritorsky now with the Empress engaged has success traded by just Poppy Soda, bombing in for the right time. The Jacob is involved, and now it's a 1v1. Bladestorm there, Hunter's Fury as well. There goes Hunter's Fury, the updraft to dodge over the top, and Soda Universe with a beautiful 1 versus 1.
Unfortunately, Jay could not back up and run for the hills to utilize that Hunter's Fury. 2 close quarters, and Soda immediately realized that and just extended into him. That was the proper call. It takes so long to cancel that ultimate ability on Sova. I would know, as I like to play him from time to time, it can be quite challenging if you don't have a good distance when playing on that post plant. So a great read by Soda just to barely manage to scrape away that round victory to make it 6-2. So still a pretty substantial lead here by Newberry. Let's just hope that they can keep it up, and wondering if that operator selection there by Omen could really be a helpful thing to have in that back pocket, as with it being a one-shot and all, it can really eliminate players in the blink of an eye.
Definitely can be a big deal. Speaking of big deals, Peak. Big deal to find the opening frag, particularly against that Jet. Meep has been a very good opener for this Murray State side, and without that player involved, it's going to be even harder. Soda spotting out one more. Still the 5 versus 4. And now some potential information being gained, and it's Gritorsky who does the gaining. This time on the frag department is going to be a nasty equalizer. Oh, what a great spot there by Omen.
Just playing so patient, getting a very vital pick, and now Grit's got to worry about the op player. Does not want to get his head ripped clean off his shoulders. Some couple of tracers get flown out. Now Omen will back off here, they allow Grit to extend just a little bit more, and they've got control of at least the beginning part of Kitchen, leading into that tube. They need to win that gunfight though against Soda, and it actually works out perfectly. Op player now down as Grit gets a kill off screen, and so will Corrupt Z onto the Reyna. It's 2 versus 1 situation. You could play for a post plant, as no one is able to deny that. The only one left alive here on the defensive side for Newberry is that Killjoy, and most likely she's either going to go in through the halfway point near mid, and she'll actually kill Spike at just the right time, and now can honestly play for time. There's only 15 seconds left on the board. You might have to stick this plant here by the lone Sova, and this could be a huge recovery by Newberry, again, just to keep Murray on the back of their heels and honestly force him to get knocked down once again. Jay has to basically stick this. It's a quick play on the draw, but he's not going to win it in time. Corrupt Z, a massive clutch, a 3K to their name. They've got more than enough time to get this defuse down.
Corrupt Z with a masterclass in 1v3 clutching. Does the beautiful work right there. Good trade on the initial frag, and then it's just finding 1v1s, and that's the big negative if you wanted to talk about it for Murray State. They just allowed for him to find the 1v1s. You have to play that together. You have to play as a unit. If you're Murray, and they just were too separated, it wasn't enough. And so now they find themselves on the back end, or the losing end, I should say, of the half at that 7-2 mark. It could get worse, though. And we talked about the composition. I want to make another moment to take a moment to talk about it, because this composition isn't very attacker-sided at all when you think about it. You don't have the Sage to fortify your plant, and that's a big thing to lose out on, as that's an unfortunate duel in mid that Meat takes with the Bladestorm engaged and just your Poppy finds.
Yeah, you really only have the smokes to play around. A nice early start by Newberry yet again. 5 versus 3 situation. And the lockdown comes in through by Carbon. They really want to get control into the site, but it's just being denied perfectly. Poppy shuts down Jay, forcing a 5-on-2. Lear gets popped out quite early as well, allowing an overextension. Lockdown gets destroyed. Really nothing to fall back on at this point. It's 3 for Poppy now, leaving only Grit alive on the attacking side of Murray State. Dismisses away for a quick second here. It's all up to Grit, though. We'll find a second. 1 versus 3, very low in HP, cannot heal up at this current juncture, and Omen from out of nowhere strikes. They'll make it another round win here for Newberry. Pretty great stuff, completely denying that play inside of A.
Yeah, this is a beautiful, work on this map on Icebox Newberry, showing the reason that this is what they picked. And again, we've touched on all the reasons why Murray really probably are struggling on the attack, but at the end of the day, Newberry look comfortable. They really do. And that there's just a comfortability that Murray State do not currently have. But here's the buy-in. It's a big round, really impactful, because if Murray can't win this one, they're going to be in another sort of half investment situation, and that's going to be even worse for the second half.
Speaking of investments, they've already popped the Cosmic Divide quite early, but to no avail. Corrupt Z gets the first blood. Rasher in the background is very low, but Bagel will still win that, but not for very long, as it'll be a quick trade by Poppy. Good for 2, and now directly inside of a 2 versus 2, with the retake being a big possibility here, but finally that Cosmic Divide will diminish. J-Cup somehow winning that fight against Omen. Beautiful shot with the Guardian in hand, and forces the 1vx situation here by Soda. He's got that operator to possibly work with. It is not going to land any shots. It's a couple of pre-fires just to try to connect onto someone to reach out here. Down goes the player in hell. Great over-aggression by Soda, and now we're playing in the 1 versus 1. You've got that Blade Storm to rely on, and a couple of rifles that have been dropped inside of A, and he'll actually go and possibly pick up to maybe go for that. Will break some of the utility here by Carbon, forcing him to overextend. The diffuser now tipped in half, and he's just waiting patiently, hunting Wabbits and hunting out Killjoys apparently on this round. It's a clutch for Soda, and another round win in the way of Newberry.
round before the switch.
I want you to know that I got that reference, and I appreciate you for it.
Yeah, no
That
problem.
being said, 1 bullet in the chamber, 1 bullet to the dome. That's all that is needed there for Soda. Another phenomenal clutch. That's the second big clutch to happen in the last 4 or 5 rounds. The last time it was Corrupt Z, this time it was Soda. And you could see once again Murray State, they commit the Cardinal sin. They don't group up. They play 1v1s instead of 2v1s. And that is indeed what allows for the victory. Here's the swing. Poppy continually being able to take victories in this position. This time can't quite connect, but it's the the operator coming through as Newberry finding another successful opening and make it a double. Soda, so phenomenal in this position, has another frag.
I mean, there's just really nothing that's been countering him as of now. It's just open range here for the op player of Soda, with the Blade Storm now gets 3. Denied the ace, though, as it's Poppy around the corner. It's making a buddy ace, technically. It's 2-3, both the Reyna and Jet, and it's a 10-2 split. Moving in on that second half, a brilliant showing by Newberry, and I unfortunately cannot say the same for Murray. Just positions, and again, we mentioned this a couple times, overall team composition. It may sound dumb that we keep bringing that up, but in all honesty, if they just had more sight, or sight denial, I suppose, and also lines of sight to be denied from, except just that Asher and Jet smoke, they'd probably be having a little bit of a easier passageways into either both A or B.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to that, and the other thing is, starting on that attacker side was so much worse for the composition they're running, right? If they had started on the defensive side, you could see something come up that would be pretty reasonable. This time, though, well, not so much. And we get some A aggression initially. It's gonna be Newberry on the push-up. Damage done already to the Reyna, who's down low. Soda gonna find the opening this time on towards the opposing. That right click, or sorry, not right click. That's a shorty. Excuse me. They're gonna be able to find success close range. Soda with another follow-up on the Sheriff is just your Poppy. Connects the 4th. All on to Carbon Drifter, who's gonna have to drift his way into a couple of fast frags.
I'm not too sure if he can win this one out, but find at least the first. That's a pretty decent start. But Soda, at the right time, will just get the refrag. And already, we've got great examples here. The toxic screen cutting A in half and allowing ease of access. Sorry, I slurred a couple of my words there. It happens, and unfortunately, maybe if Murray had something like that on the first half, it could have been a little bit easier to work with, perhaps. But yeah, no, I mean that's all I've got, to be honest, Vincent. We just had a clear-cut example of how important the Viper can be, and we've seen plenty of great examples of how the Sage can be important too on this map, and it's unfortunate that Murray State does not have those agents to play with here.
And I hate to be that guy, fellow, but I think this is time for Murray State to be thinking about next map. I think Breeze needs to be on their mind. That's their pick. That's where they, you know they have a good chance of winning.
No.
Oh, this is
Just
nerdy.
turn around!
Just shooting fish in a barrel there for Omen. Beautiful work. It's flawless. And like I said, Breeze on the mind here for Murray State. That's got to be what they're thinking.
I'd hope so at that point. No one being able to turn around and just look near the garage area, or even if that is the call out, near the long containers, I suppose. Just no one looking behind you to get that pick, man. Really questionable. I'm not going to lie to you here, Vincent. Now we're on match point with a 10-round differential. I mean, they've got the full buy, so maybe they can get a couple of compensation rounds here and there, but can they win 10 in a row? I don't think so.
Yeah, 10 in a row is a real tough task. Definitely possible, but not likely. There's the opening, already there for Peak. Oh, nice frag back there by Gratorsky. He's gonna find Z out in the open.
Spike down A.
Jacob back site, connecting it. Okay, one by one, things are starting to equalize just a little bit. Back down, but not out. Gratorsky is still there, but this time it's Omen to answer back. He's quickly taken out. Now it's Poppy left alone. Overheal, engaged, 2 players to find, and the reload coming in. One more Lear to contend with, and it's looking to go out already. A nice find, though. Jacob is hiding out in the open, and another 1v2 clutch. This time by Poppy, and it's 13-2 domination here in map number 1 for Newberry College.
Well, I was going to bring up that point. I was going to say, we've seen Poppy simply win those beforehand. I don't see what's stopping him now on match point, and he just simply managed to isolate, utilizing those Lears just to force back a couple of players and just get the win overall. So map 1 already done. I feel like we just got here, but at least we'll have possibly one more, unless we can have a potential comeback situation for Murray State to bring us all the way 3 maps to the lovely Sahara side of Bind, perhaps. But going on a short little break, get map number 2 ready, and we'll be back to discuss Breeze and see if we can see a little bit more bite back by Murray, or if it'll be a clean 2-0 for Newberry. Don't go anywhere and find out. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. We got the second match up, getting ready here for map number 2 on Breeze. Played a little bit differently than Icebox, so I'm hoping for some better outcomes here by Murray State. But their first map was not looking all that hopeful, in all honesty. It looked like a lot of just one-sided affairs where they'd all just kind of run up single file line into sight and then just kind of die. Maybe on the defensive half, they can have a little bit more success, but map 1, again, just wasn't all that bright for them, to be honest. I want to hear your thoughts on this, Vincent.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of two big things. Number one, a lack of tactical depth, and number two, a pretty poor compositional choice from the beginning. On top of that, we were talking during, the mid game there. It doesn't help that they weren't winning gunfights in these aim duels either, and so that also adds to the struggle. We'll have to see if Murray State can adjust things. They've already adjusted their composition. We're seeing a KO come out here, and actually, I see a Sage on Breeze. I don't know what your feelings are, but this is certainly another interesting decision. The other thing to add is that Viper is also incredible here, as it is on Icebox, and we're still not seeing that Viper for Murray State.
Yeah, I'm, again, concerned. Maybe they just don't have anyone that likes to play Viper on their team. That could be it. She could be a bit of a tricky agent to play, so I can understand that to a certain degree. Also, no Sky either. She's very strong on this map, especially if you have that Viper in board, because you can just throw her stuns through the toxic screens and you can instantly pop them off. Right now, Sky probably has the best stuns in the game currently. So it does feel a little off to not bring her on probably one of her stronger maps in particular, but at least we have a slightly better lineup overall here for Murray State. Yeah, again, I feel like we might have a sense of deja vu, really, because I'm preferring one team comp over the other, and it's looking like that team comp is going to be Newberry's, in all honesty.
There's two things that I immediately think of. Number one, I think it's going to be hard to find a lot of value out of this KO. I think the KO could be strong, but on this map, it's so open. Getting value out of the 0-pointer, if you're not familiar with the knife ability, is really going to be tough. And then secondarily to that, like you're talking about, we got an Astra. Astra's fine, but it's not a Viper. And trying to cover such wide areas as there are on Breeze is just going to be a bit of a struggle. I mean, really, realistically, not to mention, who's the entry? Who's doing the entry duties here on the attack side? Well, we'll have to see. That's to come. The dash comes out. Meat gonna get away for now. That shot dart gonna go nowhere close to anybody. Is this toxic screen showing the power of the Viper? One player coming through. Tag down and out. Just your Poppy gone. Meat there with the frag. Is Catonic. Oh my goodness, doing wonderful work. Soda doing more. The double kill as Pete gets involved as well. One frag going the way of Murray, but then Newberry answer all of those back with much, much more.
This is the first opening pick there. Nice shot with the share. Beautiful skin as well. One of my favorites, also one of the newer ones. That's a second now. Agent also suppressed. There goes the Viper. Cannot utilize any of her abilities. No snake bites. No nothing. Cannot revamp up that toxic screen to play for the post. But look at how passive Newberry is right now. They're just holding two separate long angles. They are really forcing the hand of this lone KO. That's just making the matter so much worse for Murray, as in the 1v2, it's technically winnable. Much more than a 1v4 perhaps, but time is not on their side, and Soda from behind will get his third onto the round. Timer ticking out in the background. It will not fully explode, but Newberry, regardless of that, will still get the round win. Beautifully played in the post.
Well done. I mean, Newberry, again, fighting back. You saw a great opening by Meep. I think that's a consistent factor you and I were discussing back on Icebox, is that Meep has been a phenomenal player for Murray and really been the catalyst of any round victories that Murray found there on Icebox. It's going to have to be the same when we get here. You can see that there already is a Marshall bought up for a couple of those players on the defense, and it's understandable considering how strong that gun is on this map in particular. There's me. Like I said, opening frag is manufactured. Pop me down once more. And this is not an angle you want to be fighting with
Spike
that
down.
shorty. He has another before getting taken out by Corrupt Z. Soda now finding success. There's an updraft to try and answer back. Ooh, man. Trying for the flicks. Those don't quite work. 1-for-1 trade. It's now Murray in a 1 versus 2 advantage in this one.
Krupsy only has that recon bolt to play with, no shock bolts to stop anyone from tricking down on that diffuser, or the spike, I should say, my mistake. So he'll have to be very creative with this play. He'll rotate around, that kind of nullifies the Marshal a little bit, and I don't think they're aware as to the repositioning yet, but they will start to dwindle down, start diffusing that spike, but no one's watching from double door! Corrupsy will spray down one, but he misses so many shots. But it's still confirmed by Murray State. It was a great play, but the execution was just slightly off. Just go for minute taps there. You cannot play the Spectre with range. That's such an upset. But hey, Murray already off on the right foot here, kind of breaking away from the cycle and getting around on the board so early too.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful to find a clutch there early on, keep things reasonable. And now you can see what it's done economy-wise, right? Newberry, they have plenty of weapons, yes, but they're fighting for the economy, and you can see an operator already pulled out as well. And so, Murray, this is their opportunity to change things. That's a suppression. They're courtesy of the 0 point. The guiding light out for Omen, trying to find some success, but nothing found just yet here, fellow.
Not yet here. There goes the Lear, and gonna be a little bit effective here just to keep most of Murray State back. I can somehow hear Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege in the background. That's so odd, but finally it's been suppressed in the background. Newberry still on top of things though. 4 versus 2 situation. They've got full control of the A site here, Vincent. It's only a matter of time before we see this post plant coming through.
Yes, indeed. And you know, the problem is, speaking of suppression, well, Murray State been pretty well suppressed in this round, especially with that shutdown. The wide swing denied. Now Guardian engaged Jacob. Poppy, that's something. Ambitious, that's the right word. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Corrupsy around the backside. Finds a shot on the enemy.
And I mean, overall, losing out in the second round in comparison to the third round, this is a much better position for Newberry because they've got plenty of rifles to play with. They've got an operator in the hands of Omen. I'm shocked it's not the Jet player to want to use it, to be honest, just because, you know, Jet, high mobility plus one-shot weapon equal OP, but you know, I'm going to be picking at straws, I guess. Newberry is still technically in the lead, so it can't be that bad, I suppose. And so it's actually going to buy the bootleg operator, I suppose. So some double sniper action coming through by Newberry. Let's see how well they can land their shots here around number 4.
Hey, listen, normally I'd be on board with you, but this guy's been doing magical work with that gun.
Oh, yeah.
Since map 1. So, you know, I'll be willing to let it slide. That's all I'm saying. Here comes the push, and okay, Bladestorm, that works wonders. Headshot, give him another. Thoughts? No, not yet. Trying for it, that's for sure. Up close and personal. White enactment on the last knife does just that. Dash away good. Soda with 3. Wanting some more. In the jump game, he knows things are dangerous. He's got the quad ace on the line. He's taking shots left, right, center. There it is. Soda with the ace on the Bladestorm.
Oh my god, someone stop this man. He is a monster. Both the ultimate and also just snipers in general. Well, guess we don't need to see him meet his mark with the Marshal, as it's just going to be it's going to be knives out for him. That was a pretty impressive showing by Soda and not a lot of bite back by Murray State. Once again, just kind of getting locked out of sight. Some unfortunate stuff coming through. I'm hoping they could utilize their ultimate on KO to maybe stop this onslaught by Newberry, because once again, I'll dart back to map number 1. It really has been down to a utility differential, just what you're bringing to the table. And honestly, being able to deny any of that util and only skill could be massive here for Murray State, but they're already on that deficit in this 5-on-4, Vincent.
Yeah, another phenomenal entry, and that's unfortunate because it was a bit of a bait and switch. The operator was there, so very close, but couldn't quite get there. There's a frag, and another follow-up as well. Meep on the Bladestorm in the flank.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
done well. Now Meep down, one player left to find. Everyone swinging, peeking, giving opportunities away. This is maybe getting dangerous, but a missed shot from Gortortsky allows for Omen to find the triple.
A close call, so to say. Newberry, though, up, well, technically a 3-round advantage, 4-1 here. Well, don't really know how I think about most of this, to be honest, Vincent. I'm going to be upfront with you on here. It's looking a little bit off, at least in terms of positioning here by Murray State, and I feel like if they just had some better angles to hold here, they could really be forcing out Newberry much more and just kind of weakening their overall attacks, but that's just hasn't come to fruition. I mean, their positioning has just been really awkward, so to say. But it'll be another A take here, and because Murray State were able to read into that, they will actually get the first pick rather than getting entry off the rip.
Good adjustment, you know? It's exactly what they're looking for. Z was looking for the answer, but didn't quite find anything. 4 versus 5 here. Newberry down in what is seemingly one of those rare situations. Hasn't happened all that often. This is a lot of info, but a missed shot by Bobby. That's huge. Now Newberry down by 2.
Here comes the play inside of B, but Gortortsky's going to actually land his first shot here. Corrupt Z will trade. Damage already being done, though, in the early bits of this round. The 4-on-2 favoring Murray State. You just need to lock out the rest of this play. Spike is locked out in towards B, and Carbon will annihilate Corrupt Z before he can find any more impact with that operator. Just a 1 versus 4 up to Omen here on the sky. I mean, they've got Seekers to play with. Maybe if they find one pick, perhaps to be shutting down Meep with that operator, this could be a comeback. But sadly, operator is going to ring on out True and finish off Omen before he even has a chance of thinking about the 1vx clutch, giving Murray State a well-needed round win.
Unrelated to gameplay at hand, the new Karambit is so beautiful. I just need to need to throw that down there. Get it out on the broadcast. It is it's nice to look at. Nonetheless, nice round from Murray. They really needed that one. It was a good round victory just because they made adjustments. Now they got the double op set up. This is certainly not the norm, but it's definitely viable on a map like Breeze, where you can essentially play the operator from literally every single position.
Well, looks like Grit's not going to be able to see all that much with a Sage Wall in front of him. But maybe he'll just end up rotating. Doesn't look like it'll be a full B push just yet. There are a couple people right around your elbow, but they're getting a little bit deeper towards in mid. Seekers pop on out, and that will give away the intentions here of Newberry. But luckily, Grit will land that first shot. Nice wall bang on towards Omen. So we're on equal footing here as the push is being suppressed just slightly here. Bagel, very necessary pick on towards Soda. And here comes that second operator player of Meep to get rid of Poppy from the equation. Corrupt Z will respond on towards Bagel Bites, but still a man advantage here favoring Murray, and now Corrupt Z's position is somewhat known. This could be a winnable situation still for Murray. They are well in the lead here, especially if they can annihilate the Sova with Spike.
This is all about timing here. Pete knows that there's a player on the site, knows that it's a bait and switch. Corrupt Z is going to fall. He needed to play it passively, and the Spike, oh no! He had it. This is awful. The resurrection just in case. 25 seconds to play with. He has to do all the work all alone. Carbon opening the door. Collected the spike. Peek with the frag. Able to get something here, but 15 seconds. Gotta hurry up if you're Peek. 8 bullets in the chamber. Taking the shots and missing them all. Bagel Bites with the frag.
Honestly, I personally would have preferred if the Viper had just went and popped her ultimate ability and then went for a plant, because you have no time to rotate and get fancy to make it that 1v1. Even if you secure that pick and make it dead 50-50, the defenders still have time to play off of, because we're in those last 15 to 10 seconds, and being able to utilize that ultimate, my mistake on the minor stutter yet again, it fully decays everyone, makes them easier targets, and you literally cannot see like 3 feet in front of you. It just makes it, again, easy pickings for that Viper. Just not being afraid to utilize that ultimate in those close quarter situations really could have made the difference there for Newberry.
I was afraid that the 0 point wasn't going to be able to find success. There's a great example of a very successful 0 point. It finds 3 players, suppresses them all. Here comes the Empress now for the attack. have that Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Pit you were talking about just last round. Push is coming. Poppy, it's a double swing, but ooh, a bit of a mistimed swing there. Two players now coming back in. Grittorski with one on the refrag. One player on the site, two players here on the re-entry. It's all about timing, and Soda connecting shots, carving down. Grittorski's still good. Left all alone to the sky. There's Omen with the operator. Has to do it all. And the spike regained. The frag taken away. Means that there's a chance.
I feel like we're almost in a COD lobby there. Almost everyone had a sniper and then one DMR here. It'll be a quick rifle pickup, though, by Omen. Trying to get a little aggressive here. Not much time to play off of as well, nor any information. Maybe has those guiding lights to play around, or at least an audible cue. There's a shift off by that Sova. Spike still goes down, but you have no idea where Jay's playing at. That's so unfortunate, and that will give away a pretty easy defuse. It looks like a little bit of gloating here and making sure you can pick up those very pricey weapons of the operators to relive the glory days of your MW2 sniper montages, perhaps moving later into the round. We're on completely even footing here, 4-4 going into the ninth round, as it'll be another great retake there in the 2 versus 1 situation by Murray State.
It's been a beautiful adjustment from Murray. I got to give him credit. You know, it was 4-1 at one point, and now it's all tied up. 3 rounds in a row, and it's been the double op setup that's really been successful. You know, I talk about double op as sort of a crutch, and I stand by that. But, you know, there's a reason why it can be effective, and this is it, especially on a map like Breeze. There's so many open angles, and that's been a beautiful way to shut down the opposition. Meat doing just that once again.
I mean, you've got to be able to pop down that toxic screen before extending in, then maybe gathering some information on top of that, or throwing out some guiding lights. Just getting too aggressive against some deadly weaponry will be your fault. 3v3, Spike goes down, Hunter's Fury is deployed to try to stop that plant. So far, it's successful, but can it shut down Corrupt Seed? That's the question. It'll miss its last 2 bolts, but Carbon is there at just the right time to eliminate Corrupt finally. Peak getting over aggressive, gets 1, but it's a quick refrag. Yet again, just the Sova and KO remain alive, and I feel like the execution set up to try and deny those operators really has not been that strong here on the side of Newberry. They have not been able to deny it whatsoever in this first half.
No, they have not. And, you know, I think there's a couple of factors there. Number one, Omen hasn't been putting the guiding lights down. I don't know why, but they haven't. You know, Trailblazer as well could be utilizing those a lot more effectively, in my opinion. Same thing could be said as well, I think, for the for the sonar dart, that arrow coming from the Sova. But nonetheless, it's not been particularly three-dimensional here by Murray. They're doing the same thing over and over again. It's just very successful.
Yeah, well, it's got some success by Newberry off the bat. It's a beautiful shot landed by Poppy. Sage Wall gets popped on up, maybe to just slow down Newberry for a little while. They've got full mid control and are deciding where they want to approach upon. B would probably be their best avenue, as it's only the KO to try to shut them down. They've got that operator to work with, but so long as you can throw some stuns his way, or at least deny his sightlines for a little while, that could give you the upper hand here, especially if you can just simply play bodies. You've already got that 2-man advantage. As Soda is going ham with the Blade Storm yet again. 5 versus 2 scenario. It's up to your 2 operator players of both Meat and Grit, on the KO. There goes one of the 2. Big weapon gone, and now it's all up to Grit on the opposite site when it's soon to be a post lane here, Vincent. We've seen a lot of successful rounds by Murray, but I don't think this is going to be one of them.
No, not in the slightest. 1v5 with an op. It's just, if you're not already in a position to retake, it's just so hard. The nice attempt at that shot as well, but man, Soda. Seems like whenever this guy is on point, the other team needs to be aware, needs to be looking out for him. 18-6 currently is Soda Universe, and it is not particularly close. Not a single player in the server is in the same universe as Soda. And, well, op back out, double op back out here for Murray. And we'll have to see. A great adjustment from Newberry last round allowed them to tie this back up. But it's like Meep has adjusted himself. Soda's ready and waiting.
It's going to be two Titans butting heads, essentially. Meep and Soda both on Jet agents, respectively. A pop shot comes in through, but it's not going to connect. Oh, it's a bait, and it works out for Murray. 5-on-3 run, and it's going to be another spray down by Jay this time around. Make it 3 for the Sova. I mean, I barely had time to even hype up that play. It was just a bloodbath by Murray State off the rip. They came out of the gate swinging, and now, last round before we move into the second half here, Vincent, what does Newberry really have to play off of? Well, it looks like plenty of fine weaponry. And you know what? They will follow in Murray's footsteps and actually bring out 2 operators here. But will it really be enough, Vincent?
Ah, man. It's so hard to call. Because here's the thing. It makes sense on the attack or on the defense, but on the attack it doesn't. And for that reason, I think we saw Newberry put it away. They knew. But I just want to go back to this little showdown here. What a bait that was last round, and this time Soda just takes the 1-up duel, fighting the success. Retortsky on the other side does fight one back, which means that we're even Steven across the board.
Yep, so everything really potential for either team, to be honest. Just depends on how exactly Newberry wants to dissect this round. Toxic Screen in unison with the Guiding Light comes in through. That somehow blinds Corrupt Z, despite the fact he was on the opposite side of that wall here. Finally, the ult comes in through by Grit. I was going to ask a question about that earlier, but I guess I will no longer have to worry about that one, as it's again another massacre here by Murray State, keeping full control of the A site. Spike now down deep in towards either A or the top area near maybe the tube part of the map. Cosmic Divide comes in through just to really confirm everything now for Murray. It's a bit of a visual. No, it's not. I'm just apparently colorblind for some odd reason, Vincent. That's unfortunate here. But in these last 30 seconds, I mean, there isn't much to play off of here for the side of, except possibly that Viper's Pit. But I'm not even too sure if they've re-grabbed Spike yet.
Yeah, the moment. Looks like Spike's still down.
One enemy remaining.
Lodge it. In fact, it's irrelevant. The frags, they go the Murray way. And I gotta mention,
Switching
you know, the
sides.
ult usage from both teams there, I think was pretty poor. I think Soda really the only one, and maybe Oben, that I could like say, yeah, great ult usage overall that half, but it doesn't matter. It didn't matter, and well, a lead for Murray State on their map pick. Now, granted, a pretty slim one. You know, you got to keep that in mind. I do consider this a slightly defender-sided map as well. Don't know your opinion, but I'd love to hear it.
You know, I'd love to give you my answer, but literally my internet just died for a second. You want to rerun that by me for just one quick second?
No problem. I was saying that I think this is a defender-sided map, but slightly. And I wanted to know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, especially if your lineup isn't like top-notch. I feel like at least for a good map example is like Ascent, where you can utilize KO a little more effectively. I feel like that falls underneath that same path here for Breeze. Especially since KO is normally brought on this map, so I guess I'd have to agree with you there as my internet dies yet again. You hate to see it.
My ult's not ready.
Feels bad. Internet. Hate to see it indeed. Nice little shock dart there by Jacob. He's going to find one back to Murray State. Struggle on the entry, but find success on the site.
One enemy
Jacob with another meet with two himself. This is big. 1 versus 3 now. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's got 2 somehow, some way. Oh, and there's the beautiful play. I think he's heard him. He has indeed, but there's not enough in the chamber. Carbon Drifter with 26 health comes away with the victory. Denies the 1 versus 3 clutch there for Corrupt Z.
Barely scrapes away with that round, but still well needed for Murray State. Just continuing that forward momentum last half, moving into the second one. And so far, it's looking like this is truly their map pick. They are doing significantly better. And I think we've almost reached that threshold here, Vincent, where we've actually had just as many, if not more, rounds on this map in comparison to Icebox. So, gotta give credit where credit is due. They know their stuff on Breeze, and they've really been given a bunch of headaches here against Newberry's defense.
Very true, and it does beg the question. As Meat pushes forward and finds the opening. You know, what if we weren't seeing such a phenomenal showing from this Jet for Newberry? I mean, what? Well, where would that leave them? And I hesitate to say, but the answer might be in a ditch somewhere, because Soda is pretty hard carrying his squad over the line. Now the shorty in hand is looking for some exits.
Yeah, I was gonna make that question earlier that Soda, you know, you cannot rely on that X Factor player every single round. And I guess that explains why there hasn't been a bunch of success in comparison to last map, where it was really a team effort by Newberry to secure a bunch of those round wins. And now it's just basically Soda having a heyday and just trying to have ends meet for really only been him in the kill feed, especially now too, only those 2 frags for his entire team on that 14th round, and that will give Murray State the win as the spike will explode off in the background. Nothing much that Soda could do there, sadly. And yeah, just look at the differential here. It's 22, and next in line is 8. That's such a statement there by both Murray to really deny a majority of Newberry's team, and also just the rest of Newberry for allowing that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way. Soda versus the rest of Newberry. The rest of Newberry have only 4 more frags than Soda. Like, as a combination, like the rest of their whole team. That's how crazy things have been. Now, can we see some adjustment? Yes, there is a possibility. And see a bite here. There's Soda on the opening. That's pretty big. Just Poppy gonna get one before he's traded. Meep is there for the refrag. The Blade Swarm is doing its work and doing it well.
It's like they're going to go deep just towards B, perhaps. Beautiful shots landed, though, by Newberry to lock them out for a majority of this push. Only up to Carbon now. That's one up towards Poppy here. 1 versus 2 situation. Pops out the barrier orb just to get a little bit more traction up against the 2 defenders basically stuck inside of B because of that. And a slow orb gets deployed. He wants to confirm this post-plant situation, and honestly, could have a potential chance of winning that one out so long as no smokes come out possibly by Newberry just to deny that sight line perhaps, and possibly a toxic screen gets deployed to literally cut that sight in half just to make this push 10 times easier for Newberry. This is setting up to be a relatively decent retake. It appears that for Murray State, their Sage player, he's going to need to play this one perfectly. Carbon will have to try to deny to his best abilities and just have some kind of miracle play work out for him, as there's plenty of utility in pairing his vision. He's just locked out inside a cave as the spike will get confirmed here by Soda. And it's a clean sweep by Peak as well. Yeah, nothing much you can do when there was a cloud burst popped up, a toxic screen, and a 2v1 with someone watching while you're sticking that defuse. Yeah, just an unlucky position there for Murray overall.
Truly unfortunate. Yeah, I think well played though by Newberry. A consistent thread that we've seen throughout this game has been misplays in the 1vx situations where you see teams, both of these teams in fact, taking the 1v1s instead of, the advantageous situation. And that's a good example of where Newberry, they didn't do that. They played together. They played the 2vx instead of, giving away 1v1s, and that's exactly what you want to see.
And so they can keep up that forward momentum, perhaps. Looking like that's not going to be the case, though. Meep gets that opening pick. Poppy is currently suppressed, can't throw out any leers or try to dismiss away, perhaps. It'll be Bagel just to eradicate him instantly. 5-on-3 off the bat. No more presence located near A, as the rest of these defenders have to now relocate to try to play for a possible retake. Meep was holding that long angle, but is going to miss that first shot. It'll be a dud on towards Soda. And already at this juncture, at this fork in the road, Vincent, this is looking to be just a great retaliation play by Murray State. But Grit, unfortunately, getting a little bit too over-encumbered in the sight and will get caught with his pants down.
Speaking of getting caught, Soda caught out. Being left alone, 1v4. This is one. Done and dusted, but now things even harder. Here's a nice frag. Spike, it's been ticking, and it's ticking a long way gone. Meep is in the back lines, and there's just no way that they got to expect that. Garvey denying the defuse. It would have been a close one anyway, but just in case. Double digits confirmed here for Murray.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. That's the key phrase. I feel personally we've been seeing more out of grit Tortsky on the KO, at least on the attacking side. I mean, being able to fully suppress out Poppy, making it an easy pick to get rid of one of your more deadly duelists. Maybe not on this map because he's currently bottom fragging. It's been mostly Soda doing the heavy lifting in that department, but being able to fully blind and having so many open lines of sight on a map like Breeze can really make that Lear a pain in the rear end to try to deal with effectively. But you can also look at it the other way on Newberry. They've got plenty of stuns to work with as well, both the Reyna and Sky. So it's still begging the question here by Newberry, to say the least here, Vincent.
At 0 point, doing very little. Here's the null command. Gonna make things hard there for Poppy. Oh, but take out your gun. Take out the gun. Timing, timing. Oh, not the knife.
Knife it.
Oh, he's done it. Oh boy. Omen has one as well. Soda coming around with the Blade Storm in hand, but Poppy answering back. Shots. That's a node. It's gonna be hard. Doesn't matter. Taking those hits. Tortsky good for one, but oh my goodness, what is you guys? You're down by 4 rounds. It's the semifinals. What is going on?
A little bit of celebratory gloating, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. In all honesty, depending on positioning there, that could have been somehow recoverable in the 1vx because everyone just had their knife out at a given moment there. I'm not gonna lie to you, Vincent, but hey, slowly closing that gap bit by bit and burning through a very valuable ultimate there on the KO. I feel like it hasn't been all that successful throughout this second map here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but has that only been the second time we've seen it activated?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, and that was sort of my overall point during halftime, was saying that you really didn't see very good ultimate usage from anybody. Only like one or no ults for pretty much everybody, Soda and P, which is kind of crazy.
Well, speaking of ultimates, already have a couple being deployed. Viper's Pit to, let me just deny that. I don't, little interesting, and the spike's down in A too. I'm completely confused as to what's going on right now, Vincent. This is interesting for round number 18.
I don't really know why Newberry elected to like full stack B there when they had the pit, especially. Yeah, I'm with you on the confusion. Nice frag, great opening, good frag to Corrupt. He's looking for more. The free fire connecting, making a triple, give him more. He wants them all. It's quad kills for Corrupt as the defuse comes through. The J Cup left alone, one for the road, but that's all she wrote. Newberry taking 2 in a row.
Well, despite the early use of the Viper's Pit, they somehow came back with a seamless retake into A, and Corrupt Z just being the M1 king. You love to see it, but yeah, that's a head scratcher, I'm not going to lie. And we're actually getting closer and closer to a possible 50-50 altercation. Maybe a 10-10 split, perhaps. It's a mostly save round coming in through by Murray State as well. In theory, this should be nothing but net for Newberry. But despite the right-click nerf, every now and again, those classics will still find the pretty head of one defender getting a little bit too overextended, a little too confident in their own aim, that maybe that could give Murray State the upper hand. But with the Seekers being deployed as well, it's not looking all that hopeful, at least from the get-go here, Vincent.
No, certainly not. As I say that, though, Omen on the flank put up the Seekers, and I don't know if I love that play. Really gave away their positioning peak there on the frag. They're going down the resurrection. Good. That's another heavy investment from Murray in a round that is not very heavily invested. We were talking about, here's Corrupt, who's taking shots. Not going to connect and falls back himself. That's a bit dicey, so to speak. As now everyone evacuates the B side. and runs in towards A where there ain't nobody home.
30 seconds
Big
left.
wall to play with, 3 Astra stars as well. This is some great potential just to be a nuisance here and force the retake. And now they've got the man advantage. It's a 4v3 because Grit is just pretty much inside a mid and found one pick to make this a pretty great post plant setup here by Murray. They've got a couple cutoff angles to play with, and they're just sitting back. They're playing this one quite comfortably. They've got a star located right on the spike. Of course, Scrubs need to play a little aggro here. Sprays down one. Soda's got back up on towards Jay. It's going to be that frenzy to outduel Corrupt Z. Now in the 2-on-2. Got Poppy trying to help out his teammate. Perhaps Flash gets tossed in through. Poppy with one. Now 1 versus 1, and Poppy's quicker on the draw. Up close and personal, but will they have enough time to get this spike down and fully defused? It'll be close. And it's good by 0.9. Newberry slowly closing the gap here, Vincent.
Yeah, and I want to talk about sort of mechanics there of that dismiss because, you know, during the Empress, you obviously are invisible, and that is what really allowed for Poppy to get the, you know, surprise factor against that last player. Really does kind of spell the story for Newberry. And, well, Newberry now 1 away from getting a tie game. We're only seeing that 1 ultimate available. That's going to be the null command. We talked about it. It's been phenomenal when utilized, and there's Meep with the opening duel. He's been so good, and now he has a Blade Storm to boot.
Take flight.
To make this talking point earlier, Vincent, the fact that Murray almost won that when they had a majority of people saving is quite terrifying for Newberry, despite the fact that it is now quite equal in terms of round counts, only a 1-round differential here, but everyone fully suppressed here. The ult comes out by KO, and now it's going to be a bit of a blitzkrieg inside of A, but so far relatively decent denial here, and it's just a bloodbath all of a sudden, everyone erupting on the kill feed. Bit of a fight back though by Murray State in the long run, but Newberry still on top of things. Spike now down right inside of A. Here comes the Hound trying to gather some last second information. Brilliant placement here by Soda, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and it's good, forcing Meep 1v2, pops out the Blade Storm. They need to get aggressive as Spike is now relocated. Guiding Light gets popped, but it's only a 1v1. Cloudburst gets deployed as you can just dash around these pyramids and really get the upper hand on your opponent, as they've got to look vertically now, not just horizontally. Got to worry about that Z access here, but Meep has gotten lost in the sauce. Meep, you've got to be kidding me! He finds all 4 of them on the round. What did we just witness there? The 180 flick is clean, and we're 1 round closer to match point.
What a giveaway by Newberry. First of all, again, I go back to this consistent through line. We'll play the 1v2 with 2 players. Don't pick 1v1. Never pick 1v1. That just gives opportunities to Meep, and Meep took that opportunity, ran with it, and made it his own. Wonderful work. And that could be the catalyst for a 3rd map in this series, by the way. Could be what we are seeing history made in real time. The swing! The death! How many times are you going to give it to him, Poppy? How many times?
Dry peeking that, man. A second one dry peeks Meep. That's both of your Flash players. Flash him. Make him look away. He's got an operator. He's not going to give him that angle, brother. And now we're in a 1 versus 4. Everything on the line for Peak, unless they want to go into match point, but he's not going to win the gunfight inside of A. Almost everyone alive here by Murray State as well, moving into potentially the last round. Newberry just dropping the bag here on Breeze, Vincent.
Yeah, they fumbled it, no doubt, but you know, you got to give credit to Murray. They've played a phenomenal game thus far. There's 3 rounds, though. Potential for overtime is certainly here. You can see it's not a perfect purchase. You're going to have a couple of these Spectres, but okay. And you don't have a whole lot in the ultimate department. In fact, there's nothing at all if you're Murray. Newberry, on the other hand, does have a Hunter's Fury, but that's been something that, I don't know, it's really been not utilized all that effectively, in my humble opinion. As the 0 point comes out towards A, it's all about information gain and a little bit of info gathered there. Peak playing close.
See how potentially deny any further intel being gathered for this last second push. I mean, Krubsy's got Hunter's Fury on board. Might as well mention that. That could be great to stop a potential post plant, which has been the bread and butter of Murray State the majority of these rounds. And obviously, you need to deny this potential round winner. You're going to a third map guaranteed. A first trade off the bat. So now we're in a 4-on-4, and slowly yet surely, here's the resurgence by Murray out of nowhere. Bagel strikes on one, but is quickly traded back. It's just 50-50 confrontations between these two teams, and all of a sudden, with Poppy striking on 3, it's going to be a 1 versus 2 yet again. Meep having to clutch. But it doesn't look like Newberry will try to isolate these picks, but all of a sudden they do! Poppy overextends, and there's no backup in sight! It's up to both Jets to try to win out this round. It's a bit of a rotate coming in through by Meep. They're just dancing between one another at this point, and maybe the defending Jet of Soda could have the upper hand, as it does not look like Meep is well aware. Yeah, he's got no clue right now as to where Soda is playing. This could be a huge successful kill here just to keep Newberry alive for a little bit longer. And yep, he's going to be teasing, playing with his food essentially. But eventually he'll scarf it down and keep Newberry alive for just another round at the very least.
Boy, y'all got to stop giving Meep these opportunities to clutch up. You know what I'm saying? This guy clutches half the time, and he is wonderful at it. Talked about Soda. Look at Meep, 27. He ain't too far behind. Scoreline's looking strong. It's a duel of star players. Jet v Jet. But who will come up out on top right now? Murray, they have 2 rounds to work with. Meep. Poppy. We go again. Round 4. Hello? No.
Luckily not, Vincent. I was going to say, I was going to make a point about something, but yeah, you mentioned that. That has been one of the key things that has given Murray a majority of their rounds, just Meep, with early succession for Murray overall with this op. Don't tell me you peek on Poppy. You should know better right now. At least throw out a leer or something. I've been talking about that. If you don't have any sight lines, then you can't use the operator all that well. I think in the background we heard it ring out perhaps to maybe let Poppy relocate. He's not going to overextend, and oh my god, not again! This is like the 8th time we've seen this, Vincent, and if that kill didn't happen, Newberry would have actually had the lead as of now to 5-on-4.
I will say he did use the leer, just a bit careless on the re-rotate.
You will not kill my ally.
Nonetheless, the resurrection not only makes that pick irrelevant, but also confirms a 5 versus 3. Murray State in control. Here comes the utilization. Gonna have the NOLA command meet with the operator. Throwing fire down. This might be all over. Soda looking to deny. Plant down. Shots fired. Right click out, but not connecting. Gratorsky does it.
Spike planted.
Versus 3. Can't do it. Can't connect. It's Murray State with the victory. We're headed to map 3, baby. Let's go.
Well then, it came down to the wire, relatively speaking. I will say relatively, but in all honesty, really ended up mattering in terms of who made the least amount of mistakes. And I feel like that one went to Murray just by a couple of rounds. It does beg the question that maybe comfort picks perhaps could be afoot. In all honesty, we saw that a lot with agent selections, and now the gigantic differentials on both map 1 and 2. I mean, we only saw 14 rounds on Icebox, and on this one of Breeze, 23. It begs the question whether we're going to see more of a one-sided affair moving into bind, or if both teams know their stuff moving in forward. It's going to be really a big one to debate for both you and I, Vincent, on the casting booth, and maybe some of the chatters as well if they're interested in talking and not just lurking perhaps. But hey, we'll get map number 3 ready for y'all, not have to speculate all that much. It'll take a couple minutes, but after those few minutes, we'll be ready here to saddle up and see who can bring this one back and guarantee that position in grand finals. Don't go anywhere, as we'll only take a few minutes to get that ready for you.
a surprising map 3. If you were watching in Icebox, it was 13-2 towards Newberry. But Murray State, they have fought back, and they fought back fiercely. 13-10 on their own map pick of Breeze. We head to Bind next. Fellow, your thoughts?
Man, I don't know what to think, except we're probably not going to see a Viper by Murray because, you can kind of argue that she's not entirely needed on Bind, but she is pretty good. However, I mean, you and I both were talking about this in the booth. I was going to bring this up immediately after. But yeah, Icebox and also Breeze, great for a Viper main. And we didn't see her on those two maps, so probably not on Bind either. You and I were talking about this a little bit. So I'm wondering what Murray's going to want to bring to the table, in all honesty here. It's looking like some interesting ones, just a couple of soft locks, not yet. The only thing that's been hard confirmed is Carbon on the Killjoy and also Meep on the Jet.
Oh.
Shocking, I know. And also Soda on the Jet on the opposite side. So far, really nothing too shocking, to be really honest with you here, Vincent.
They've done the deed. They've committed the brutal sin of Killjoy on Bind.
Yeah.
Hello, please help. It's not my pain in my eyes. I kid, of course, just a little bit, but I will say the reason that I joke and am serious about Killjoy not being good here is that, well, the ultimate is just not particularly great. Can you get value out of it? Absolutely. Is it easy to get value out of? Not at all. And in essence, I think Cypher is just better in every way at everything that Killjoy does on this map. But Carbon electing to go with it anyway. We'll be on the lookout to see how that lockdown especially can be utilized. And the same for Corrupt Z, who's elected to go with the KJ as well. Another big note, we got a Breach. What are your thoughts on the Breach, fellow?
I like him. He is pretty interesting, put in the right hands. I mean, his fault line can be really good for flushing out players. I think a good example of that is if you're trying to get hookah control and there's a couple players stacked up in there, you can literally just fault line hookah and get instant control of that. There's plenty of great examples on here, to be honest. You just don't always get the luxury of seeing Breach because he's kind of a niche pick overall. I think the only map where he was like instantly thought up of as like meta was probably Fracture, because no one knows how to play on Fracture yet. But teams like Liquid can utilize him quite well, in particular on the map Split. But since we're not there, I'm really wondering what Omen has in his back pocket to maybe utilize the redheaded beardy boy.
Well, I might not be a fan of KJ, but I'm a bit of a stan for the Breach. And you can see the utilization here. For example, on a team like Renegades, who play the Breach very often on Roy, in North America. It's obviously a lot more favorable in EU, but I think it's really strong. And I think that, well, the lack of utilization is a bit interesting. So I'm happy to see what Newberry can utilize it with.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a problem that Newberry had last round, especially when there was an operator on the board, was just clearing out certain positions. They just kind of were at a stalemate for most of the round, so maybe that Breach could alleviate some of that pressure put on here. But the op can be a bit more challenging to use on a map like Bind, but definitely not impossible. So far, though, this push inside of B through Hookah can be a little bit challenging, but again, not yet near all that impossible. However, with Carbon getting that first blood, things are just looking worse and worse as we get deeper into this first round here, Vincent.
Yeah, not only a first blood against Newberry, but look at the health bars. They are particularly depleted on Soda and towards that Breach, so things are not looking perfect. Two players still alive here at the A side, and a Rosie coming in shortly.
30 seconds left.
Fired. Pushes in. Oh, Jay, he gets a 2-for-1. That's what we like to see. Jay, another frag, triple kill. It's all on the Astra.
I don't think Peak's going to be able to bring this one back. Gets 2 nice kills in quick succession, but it's still ace potential here for Newberry, so it'll be quickly silenced by Murray. And you mentioned HP. One thing to note is that although Sky may not be always played here on Bind, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Vincent, my bookwork might be a little bit old and outdated, but at least you've got that regrowth, which can heal up some of your players when you're getting ready to play for that, quick rotation, so you're a little bit beefier moving forward after those first couple of altercations. Newberry has no healer, no Sage, not that Sky, really nothing. So first initial points of damage that they take, they're going to have to kind of stick with throughout the entire round. And honestly, just that health differential did give Murray the upper hand on top of already getting that first pick that I mentioned earlier too in round number 1.
You make a good point, and well, Sky, I don't think much pick here. Definitely incredibly strong. There goes the fault line. That could be, one of those things to look out for. Unfortunately, you have to follow up on it. Useful. No follow up there. And once again, just a lot of damage being taken by Newberry. As still 5-on-5, technically. And you can see the rotations. Pretty much everybody committed towards A as one rotator now starts to move. It's actually going to be a B hit with only Carbon Drifter alive, but he's got all his util set up, so things are not as easy as they seem.
Oh, and maybe a well-landed paint shell could possibly remove all that util, which could be a problem, but so far it's not going to rain true just yet. Couple smokes deployed to get a little bit of ease of access inside of B. Plant now being attempted here onto the spike. It's clean and placed on the ground, but the retake is quite strong so far. It's a 5v3. So many players tagged. Here comes that regrowth to try to keep Astra alive for a little while longer, but that turret will finally shut her down. Still man advantage though, favoring out Murray as they're getting ready to push a little bit deeper inside of B. Here comes the spray down. It's good. It's all to the Killjoy stuck in the container, the actual site itself, and she'll get quickly shot in the back. Carbon sticking out that defuse on the spike. And I mentioned this just a few moments ago, but I want to deep dive it again. All the way back, that fault line. I mean, Raze is a great agent here on Blind because how quickly she can move around on this map. And if she honestly just probably blast packed into U-Haul, she probably could have got a pretty free pick depending on how quick she did it because that player being due to the fault line. But even after that being unsuccessful, you go for the rotate. It's clean so far. Not throwing out any paint shells just to clear out some default angles. Definitely a minute oversight, which in theory didn't cost Newberry the round, but they just really didn't utilize any proper util of any sort on that round other than the smokes, and it did allow for a pretty seamless retake there by Murray to give them 2 quick rounds in a row.
Worthless. Good news is the guns are now out. 1-for-1 trade. Newberry not quite in the driver's seat just yet, but as I say that, they step inside. Open that car door and swing it open. Jay, for some success. It's a nice little dodge there. Extra step by Poppy, doing wonderful work to solidify a frag as well. It's a quick 1-2 punch for Newberry as they hop onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, much better aggression overall. And I guess they must have heard us up in the caster booth because they immediately followed up with just getting aggro, playing for picks. But the main problem with that was it took them to get rifles to finally do that and kind of pop out of their shell here on Bind. And I'm wondering by Murray's state if they could possibly deny that high weapon play. Their buy is a little sporadic to say the least. I want to hear your thoughts on this one, Vincent, to be honest, because I'm quite perplexed, to be fair.
I mean, sporadic's a fantastic word for that. I don't know what the game plan is here, but it's certainly interesting. It's not something I would normally see, but hey, I won't knock it just yet. We've seen things work with despite some I'll call it flawed logic. Lockdown can be utilized here. So this is an early utilization. I like that it's being put out early, especially since it just denies entry into this site for now. And it forces, or at least pushes Newberry in towards B. You already see that things are being set up there. In fact, the Cosmic Divide is there.
Cut the site clean in half, maybe allow you to get inside of B for that plant a little bit easier. Got only 2 set up near Hookah, and Corrupt Z will get taken care of quite effectively. Got 1 rotating around in towards B long. That's going to be the Astra player here, falling back off that Cosmic Divide now. Here comes out a fault line as well by Omen, and starting to toss out some stuns as well. Needs to re-pick up that spike, but it'll be successful. Meat, though, guarding it with a keen eye on that operator. It is up to Meep, though, and Jay. Even footing now, 2-on-2, but not a lot of time to work with. Poppy has to extend. Goes for the plant on top of the container. You cannot do that, my friend. You don't have to drop down a little bit lower, but eventually gets it clean. But it's a 1 versus 2, and Poppy kind of getting crossfired from 2 separate angles. Meepy overextends at just the right time. Will make it a 3rd round win here for Murray. They are playing these retakes relatively well, and on top of that, did a great job just to completely halt that B push from the start, despite the Cosmic Divide.
You know, the other thing to talk about here for Newberry is that they've won a round and lost a round. You know, that's never what you want to do. You never want to go back and forth like that because it puts so much pressure, fellow, on your economy. And you can see right now, $1,600 in the bank there for Peak. He's bought up, you know, a ghost, but nothing more. And it's very hit or miss, the buys. And it's ultimately a bit of a save, considering, yes, there is a Bulldog, yes, there is a Marshall, but Newberry forced into this situation because of that win-loss kind of situation.
Judge comes out too by Poppy. I don't know what to think of that. I think chat probably knows my saying by now with judges, but normally that's for Shan. It's Judge equals funny, but will Judge be successful? I'm not too sure about it. Hunter's Fury surely wasn't, though, but at least the Marshall will be on towards Soda's lovely head. Murray starting off on the right foot yet again. Here comes a Nano Swarm just to flush out Grit, but he doesn't really seem that worried about it, just changes positions only slightly. Now I'll be watching down through Garden, maybe just to make sure that no one overextends in towards site just yet until they've got the perfect follow-up for that concoction. Really keeping Newberry at bay with very minimal pressure being applied just at the right moment. Carbon swings wide, gets rid of Omen, and Grit yet again with that Marshall doing wonders for his team. Here comes the Resurgence, though. Both Poppy and Peak explode on the round. Here comes the Showstopper, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. All up to Peak now on literally 2 HP and a Dream. As he needs to spot out this player with the operator. That's Meep just sitting back and playing for time here. Spike is not picked up either by Peak, so he might have to go for the frag, and with little to no information, this is going to be a very challenging play for him to work around, and it will be completely unsuccessful as Meep, the one shot he needed to hit, will reign true.
Bit of unfortunate timing there, all things considered for Peak, but 2 HP... I mean, it was going to be tough no matter how you sliced it. Nonetheless, Murray, 4-1. It got a little dicey, though. That was a really solid save round or half by round, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't a full investment for Newberry. And they brought it down to the 1v1.
Nice.
Absolutely great job. It applies pressure to the economy in the same way I was talking about before. You can see the retort skis pulled out of Marshall. Now, Poppy already used the... ultimate last round, but that's a nice little switcheroo. Uses the bot in order to bait one out. Meep on the return, but Poppy over the top says goodbye to Jay. As Murray down by 1 on the retake, but Meep answers back 3v3.
Once that smoke finally dissipated, Meep wasted little to no time getting that necessary pick. 3-on-3 has to go for the retake here. I believe that was an after shot that was attempted, but it's not going to really connect onto anyone just yet. Meep is still landing all the shots, is just in the middle of A, though, and gets punished by Peak, but the rest of Murray is able to clean up for his wrongdoings here. Guiding Light comes in through. It'll blind Peak for a little while, but once he opens his eyes, he's greeted by Grit with a nice little right click landed perfectly, and that will allow the defuse, to be stuck, and gives Murray their 5th round here on the first half.
Murray really coming out swinging here on game 3. It's felt like, you know, as a team, they have improved map on map. And, you know, the other side, I hate to say this because it's not Soda's fault, but Soda sitting at 1-5 is pretty crucial because Soda has been the catalyst for Newberry's success in map 1 and 2. And so the fact that he is struggling here in the early stages of the 3rd, and it's 5-1, really tell a story of tragedy.
Yeah, just a bit of an upset, really. Soda's got the Blade Storm out, so maybe he'll try to prove us wrong here up in the booth to bring things back just a little bit. Perhaps Seeker will come in through, barely manages to destroy it though, so at least his vision will not be challenged in the slightest and shuts down that Trailblazer as well. The push already coming in through. It looks to be more or less just a retake attempt, but hopefully that lockdown will try to suppress it for the time being, as the spike is just about a few seconds away from being fully committed here. It'll be put onto the ground by none other than Corrupt Z, as we're on completely even footing here. 4v4, as now that lockdown has finally been completely diminished here, we can have this push coming through by Murray State. They've even got a Cosmic Divide to play through here, Vincent.
Well played on the retake thus far. The defense, I should say. This brought the nice frag. Good timing on the swing from Omen as well. It's technically going to be a thrifty round, though there were guns in hand, specters, and the like for most of the Newberry players at the entry of the round. Nonetheless, quality stuff. Because Newberry, here's the key: they need to take advantage of that. If they just lose this coming round again, they're going to be in a tough spot. But the good news here, fellow, look at the money. It's dead. DED for Murray State.
Don't need to overemphasize the A on that, to be honest with you. It's... Is that my internet dying, or... Yes. And now I'm back. That's a plus. It was. Well, okay. Apparently Meeps welcomed me back as well with a nice little 2K off the bat. So, yeah, the bloated buy that I tried to talk about despite my 5K ping, it actually works for a little while by Murray State. It's a quick cleanup here after Newberry tried to spring alive like a jack in the box, but it's not going to be enough. It's a back-to-back thrifty round, just favoring opposite sides, as moving in around number 9. It'll be a 6th one here for Murray State.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I said was dangerous. Exactly what I said that Newberry could not allow to happen. And it happens regardless. The other thing to note, meet once again the hero, the man, the myth, the legend of Murray, pulling the double kill with the Blade Storm. Again, not to put too fine a point on it, but Meep showing up so big thus far in map 3 really enunciates the lack of soda.
Yeah, I've been looking all that hot for Newberry. Am I all right? I believe I am. That's a plus.
You are.
I'm having some like PTSD thinking that my internet's gonna just preemptively die here, but we're a little bit of death and destruction so far in round number 9. So a little bit of a quick trade here. The lockdown doesn't really seem to suppress all that many. Detains a singular player, but at least it will give Murray State a little bit more room to breathe, perhaps. Just fighting for time here. We get towards this last minute on the round in Newberry. They're on the back burner, but only by a little bit. As long as they find a refrag, it can be clean. It'll do just that. And look at the information. He's trying to be relayed a little bit here from Murray, but so far they're working wonders here. Flank comes in through by Meep, and no one's turning around for him. It's a second for Meep. Almost free, but Thorn's going to land some decisive shots, but needs to confirm one more frag to make this a 3rd round here for Newberry. Whips out the operator, but I'm not entirely sure as to where this guy's playing. That guiding light will give away their position. But they're not going to budge. They've got Spike. Now Soda has to overextend their body and needs to land a singular shot, or it's going to be all over. But luckily, in the dire situation, Soda will win out that clutch and give Newberry a well-needed round win.
I've been saying his name. I've been asking where he's at. Big 1v3. Huge clutch plays. Exactly what Newberry needed, yes. Is it a little late? Sure, but better late than never, and 6-3 is certainly a position from which you can come back from. Minnesota pulls up to this 3rd map and starts to come up big time. Here's the low buy. I mean, it's basically nothing here. And, okay, trade, Poppy. It's run down off the back of the showstopper. Z with the 1. Wow, these pistols, they're coming up massive. It's 1 versus 2. Outrageous. Grit, very low, though. That's the only positive to come out of this thing. Should be taken down relatively quickly.
Steve Newberry's going to opt to play this one safe here, just get that spike down. I believe that the Astra and Sky locked eyes for a second there, and Grid is, I believe, kind of on a bit of a
Spike
glass
planted.
cannon run as of now. Got that sniper in hand, maybe trying to just work some magic here, perhaps, like his predecessor did last round, favoring Newberry. We're in the post situation, and Grid is just not moving an inch here. Going to remain completely stalwart on holding down this position and just hoping someone swings. Maybe he thought that the plant went down towards A and he's waiting for a fallback, perhaps, but it's just never going to happen. And I feel like the Sky has finally realized the jig is up and might need to get a little aggressive. But in all honesty, maybe you should just opt to save the operator here since you're on such little HP. And I think eventually that's what Grit will try to attempt here, as time is still ticking against him in this post plant.
Yeah, that's the right play. By the way, what are your thoughts on this on the Mage Punk? I think this is the best skin set in the game. I know that's a controversial statement, but I really like it.
I mean, it's pretty dang good. The best? I don't know. I might be a little bit biased, to be honest, with the slightly newer sheriff skin, because I just remember the good old days where you could call the sheriff a pocket operator and be kind of correct. Yeah, I think I might favor the sheriff one a little bit more, but it is a beautiful op skin. I'm not gonna lie to you there. Good pick, I should say.
Yeah, well, either way, skins aside, I always like to talk a little of skins. I mean, listen, we got to appreciate the beautiful, weapon skins that Riot have put in this game. Meat, he's appreciating the sight line, and his sights are fixed. And fragged on Corrupt Z. Taken down and out. Newberry, down by 1. Here's the walk-in tree towards A. It's a bit of a push and pull, and Soda has that frag. Really well done. And that's an equalizer. 4v4, fellow.
This could be huge, honestly. Cloudburst comes in through. You don't have anyone to challenge you up in heaven. This could be a big day at the shooting range for the Jet located right around A main, perhaps. This could be the big moment for Newberry to strike. A bit of a blind fire comes in through. Omen cannot connect just yet, but pops out an aftershock, and that allows for Peak just to wide swing. Get that easy pickup. Back in even footing yet again. Spike was almost attempted here. Soda gets aggressive yet again, having plenty of time to work with and space with that operator. So at the deficit yet again for Murray State, and they're trying to come back in through. Meat has to run in through the nebula, but cannot spot anybody out. Now the Cosmic Vine right in front of his face, but still finds the frag on towards Peak. It's not going to be enough to shut this man down as he rotates around yet again. Kind of just bouncing between both Omen and also Soda. Finally, it's a pick and won it out by Newberry. Back in a 1-versus-1 situation here. Turret gets deployed. A little bit too short, though. Carbon's looking for Omen, but doesn't check.
Well, that's tough luck.
Last round before the
Lost fellow, but unfortunately doesn't check the right corner, and it's all over very quickly. And I said it before. Newberry, they had that Thrifty win. It was answered by Murray's Thrifty, and they've not lost a round since then. All 3 in a row. And it has indeed allowed for the possibility of a 6-6 half, which is not at all shabby. Definitely not what I was expecting, considering the 4-5-1-2 start.
Definitely brought it back at least a decent margin, to say the least. We could honestly have some fair potential of overtime. I hate to say that because we are a little behind on schedule, but it would be an incredibly enjoyable match just to commentate over, to say the least. But it looks like Murray State want to try to get this early on lead to make it a 7-5 split. They get that first blood with the Hunter's Fury, and despite the lockdown coming in through, it's still all blue in the kill feed as of now, Vincent.
What a phenomenal hold by Murray.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Yes, they are on the site. Another crack courtesy of the shock dart. Big old bites. Playing a run and gun with the frenzy. It's a flawless victory, 7-5. Murray State Blue are in control. This is exactly the way that Breeze ended at the half.
Oh, look, on the bright side, perhaps it's a little bit more of a team affair for Newberry on Bind. It was very one-sided with just Soda Universe just getting his new PR on the squat rack is how much he was carrying in terms of weight. But it looks like he's actually taking a bit of a break. Looks like he's spotting Peak, actually, as the Astra is actually top fragging here in this altercation. Yeah, I might as well reiterate this. There's a very high chance of seeing overtime depending on how both of these teams play their cards right. And I'm wondering in particular again about the niche pick of Breach and how well Newberry can utilize it moving in on the defensive half, as there are plenty of new lineups you can now bring on out just to catch Murray State off guard. Let's just hope that that Breach player doesn't die off the rip, perhaps, as he is playing quite aggressive inside of hookah.
Well, speaking of aggressive nades finds an aggressive player. Bobby continues to push his luck and falls for the record. I got to be honest, the Breach play on the first half didn't particularly impress me. You know, I hate to say that because, like I said, I'm a fan of the character agent, but it wasn't all that great. I do think it's a little better on the defense, though. A little bit easier, more aptly. All right.
Spike planted.
Plant down. 4v4. Low health for that Breach. Everybody else relatively healthy.
And the post-plant situation here. Murray State so doing pretty good in terms of locking down A for the time being. No one's really able to overstep until Omen strikes on Carbon. But it's only Omen to really find any success for his team. Great right click though by Grit out of nowhere. And now it's going to just be a lone player for up Z, and the 1 versus 3 gets one, but it's a quick trade near U-Haul. First pistol round goes the way of Murray State, and that's, again, a well-needed round win. Almost a similar storyline for looking all the way back here on Breeze, to be honest, Vincent.
You know what I also really loved about that was, you know, that final frag, how, yes, it's a 1v4, but Murray, they have adjusted since map number 1. Even in the 1v4, they're double peeking that guy. They're not giving him any chance to get the clutch. And that's really solid stuff. 8-5 is the scoreline. And Newberry down on their pistols. It's an anti-eco round. Murray should have this with ease, relative. Why don't they walk into just Poppy?
Right there.
Playing close by with the shorty. No, denied. Well done by Gratorsky.
A great start by Murray here. Omen will respond quickly, though. He's playing right around near U-Haul, maybe trying to find some nice little fault lines or a stun, perhaps. Fully blinding out Jay. He's got his back turned. He's looking at a box, essentially. Omen will capitalize off of that, but the rest of his team is dead to rights. But there goes Spike. This is big for Newberry, as now they can play around that perhaps and really force the hand of Murray State in this 2-on-2. They get a nice double lineup set up. They've got one player stacked up in vents, and now Breach, who's on such low HP, could possibly rotate around, but he's dead due to a nanostorm, I believe it to be. You can reclaim that spike now and set up for a possible plant. It is only up to Peak, who's being trapped in vents, but Meep looks the wrong way, but Peak doesn't overextend just yet. He gives Meep a second opportunity, and he will not miss out on it. 9-5 for Murray, as they'll win it back-to-back on the first 2 rounds here in this second half.
All I gotta say is hashtag timing. Let me just get a timing question mark in chat. Jeez Louise. Newberry doing a really good job on a pistol. Omen in particular. Gotta give credit where it's done. That Breach doing wonders. But it wasn't quite enough, and it was all coming down to the timing there at the end. Good news for Newberry, they've got to buy in. They've got what they need to succeed, including a couple of judges by the look of it. And as you and I know, that's the best gun in the game.
Absolutely. There is no other statistic to deny that. So you're going to have to take our word for it here. Casters clearly right about that one. So just don't fact check that one, chat. And we can honestly confirm that is true. Owl Drone comes in out for Jay, so a little bit of intel being gathered early on here from Murray. There is a Nebula just kind of blocking them out of sight, but it's only a matter of time before it eventually just disintegrates into nothingness. It's really just the calm before the storm right now, Vincent, as Murray State are just getting ready to start this execution. Poppy gets aggressive, but so far cannot find anything as his vision is completely impaired.
That was terrifying. Poppy just is playing with fire here, and he's done it! He's found the frag! The shot's fired! Give him another! Oh, that's nasty! Poppy! Oh, a third! Like I said, undeniable! The judge coming alive here for Newberry.
See, chat? Look at that. You don't need to fact check us at all. It was solely the reason of that judge to just win out that round. And honestly, sightlines, you could talk about that for a little bit. It's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, a really good example is the Cosmic Divide, because you're not entirely safe from time to time in those post-plant situations, but we can just only talk about the Nebula, really being able to utilize the fact that, well, Murray State has no idea I'm playing so close, I can catch somebody off guard, especially with one of the best weapons in terms of elements of surprise. That judge
Get out of my way.
even gets referenced as a judge jury.
All right. That's a quick and easy opening. Meep with the 1, but he's going to get traded pretty quickly. With the Blade Storm no longer a factor. Murray State trying to find something. This is good. Newberry really need to win this pretty dominantly to keep their economy online. They have a lockdown.
Here.
New Murray State. But that's not been put out. Look at Peak. Peak is denying any rotation. Knives out.
Spike
Well,
down A.
That's not
One
going to
enemy
work.
remaining.
And Crupsy tries to brag with the bot. Nice to see Newberry. Like I said, needed a pretty clean one, and there they have one.
I mean, and you talked about how effective Cypher can be on this map. I think one of his best parts of his kit, in all honesty, is just being good at flank watch. I mean, you've got those trap wires you can work with. We've just seen flanks happen round after round after round on the first and second half, and with those turrets not being set up or a player sitting from behind waiting for that kind of flank to happen, it's just been a lot of overextension coming in through by Newberry, but no one's there to deny it. It's just been easy pickings for them, bringing this one back a little bit further. Still an advantage for Murray State, but man, just the situational awareness at spotting out these weaknesses on your opponents, that was great by Newberry. Let's hope they can keep it up.
Well, it's going to have to be a big round here. It's a bye round. You know what that means. Guns a-blazing for Murray. Newberry, they're playing with fire. They look to equalize here. All Soda coming in big time when it's needed. He's going to get traded, so it's a 4-on-4. And something we don't often talk about here, fellow, but anytime there's a 1-for-1 trade, it's an old Counter-Strike trick. A 1-for-1 trade always favors the attackers, because Newberry have to spread out between two sides whilst Murray can just walk in and take shots like that. Meet with a big one.
I've got your
I mean, trading big ol' bites as well, but it's still even across the board.
Figures get popped, though. Allowing for a little bit more map control. Trailblazer comes in through as well. Showstopper denied brilliantly by Meep. You cannot make this up here. It's just all part of the script right now. But Meep overextends, and Omen sprays him down. Maybe giving a little bit more breathing room, perhaps. Rolling Thunder could possibly get popped as well. This could be deadly for Murray State. Completely disoriented from that ultimate, and there it goes. It gets popped out. There's the DeBaby quote right here and there, folks. Don't get to see that every single time, but Murray State will still deny miraculously right around U-Haul. Grit will eliminate off that Astra. Now it's all up to Omen. Looks at one of his many abilities, tries to go for a spray down, but it's not clean enough. Jay will eradicate him from the process, giving Murray well-needed round win to bring them back in towards double digits now, Vincent.
As big as that would have been for Newberry, potential to send another eco round towards Murray, it's equally thus for Murray State Blue, because like you're talking about, it's going to, number one, apply additional pressure to Newberry. Number two, get the double digits. And that's just one step closer to a match point. Remember that the series, we're third map. It's tied 1-1. Whoever takes this one takes the entire kit and caboodle.
Really, whole 9 yards, and plenty of rewards being found by Soda. It's a whole jackpot, really, with that operator. I mean, it's been utilized so effectively throughout this matchup here on Bind in particular. It's been honestly a pretty big treat, to say the least, and Newberry off on the right foot already. Not going to be able to shut down Jay, but you can look at the darker side of things too. At least it was on a refrag there favoring Murray.
So the Rays looking to cash in on some of the success for Newberry, peeking long, but not going to happen. And with the man advantage, now Murray has to rethink. Or I should say disadvantage for Murray. Advantage for Newberry, and oh boy. That is not what you want to see. The lockdown immediately denied it. Oh, what a beautiful shot by Soda. Threading the needle. Fantastical flick. Biggle trades up to the Vandal. Shots fired. Dash gone. Soda. Big triple when it's needed. And he's been flanked. Is Jay.
Out of charges.
Got that one. Reload in. But he's tagged low. Still finds that frag, though. Now it's a 1v2. Fellow, is this happening?
Not too sure. Very little time to work off of. He's inside a U-Haul. Such little HP. Spike is down. He's well near showers. There's not much Jay can do except frag out of his mind. Gets a third, though. It's 1v1 territory, but he has no idea where Poppy's positioned at. Needs to overextend and has no time to pick up that spike and go for the plant. Was just trying to find a frag, but had no information, and that's something I wanted to talk about moving into this buy round, or I guess buy phase. My mistake, Vincent, was just the lack of intel that's being gathered by Murray State, whether it be for a possible flank that's afoot on the side of Newberry, or just pushing into a site. Carbon was so confident in placing that lockdown while overextended, it costed him his life because they just had no intel to play off of, and they thought the Asher smokes would really be enough to a certain extent, and it clearly was not. I mean, you've got the Sova, you've got Sky stuns. I mean, I don't know why exactly you're not trying to play more for the information game, as that really could be your strongest point here, but you're just walking in open arms. I mean, look at this. You don't wait for the recon bolt, and that costs you your own life.
I love that you're talking about that, because you and I same page here. I'm just thinking the same exact deal, and boy, Soda's coming alive at the precisely perfect time as well. Right when Newberry needed him most, he is there. Here comes the Owl drone. A little bit of a miss, or actually no, it hits Omen. Gonna use the flashpoint to try and buy some time. How much that's gonna do? One more flashpoint. Not going to be needed as Soda finds another frag to push in towards B. One player on the site. Missing that first shot. He has the refrag. One more to find it. Astra, good. Or B.
Just making sure his crouch key works as well. Love to see it. A little bit
working fine.
Yep, it appears to be doing just all right, so you can go for those aggro swings. And again, just not waiting on the recon bolt, man, and having to run through an Astra Nebula. Also, just a lot of funnels coming in through as well. Murray State got denied of being able to work around and towards B long earlier. They went for a rotate and then had to go back into B. It is always nice just to have, two players set up in separate locations. That way you're just not going to have to work in towards that fatal funnel. That's something that we say a lot in Rainbow Six Siege, and it's still something that can be very apparent here on Valorant, and that's been another key thing to allow Newberry just to find these constant picks off the get-go, is only having to worry about really one avenue of approach, in all honesty.
There's two avenues here. One towards long, one towards two. One frag. Two frags. Good for Ski. Good for the double. One trade. There's Carbon, who's good
Spike
for
planted.
Lockdown is coming through. Courtesy of the defense. It's gonna get dicey as I think they're gonna get one lockdown. Yes, they do.
Last player standing.
Players on site, but a great shot from Meep. Soda 1v4 has the first already. Gonna look for the connection. Cannot get there. Murray stayed at 11. Another huge round to go. As Newberry might have won 4 out of the last 5, but that one, well, that one goes to Murray.
And I mean, Murray, their options are kind of limitless at the moment here, Vincent. They've got a Cosmic Divide to play for a quick take, perhaps. They could even utilize that with the Seekers as well and still have something for the post plant with that Hunter's Fury. Like I said, sky is the limit, in all honesty here. For Murray State, they just overall are looking a little bit stronger here moving forward, and especially since this round has a lot of value in it with 2 full buys coming in through and a couple of ults to throw into the mix as well. This is going to be a lot on the line, especially since we're 1 round away from match point and also series point. This is map number 3 after all in the best of 3 here, Vincent.
Sky is the limit as the Seekers go out from that sky. Hunter's Fury as well. And here is the follow-up. That's a bit dicey from Carbon, but it's good enough. Jay, another frag. Only one player. That's Soda inside of left. This is really the key. And as I see that, no, Poppy on the flank. The flank coming up beautifully again. Poppy with 3, Soda with 2. It's all good for Newberry as they collect number 10. Murray State, another huge giveaway. They didn't check the flank, fella. You've been talking about it all game.
And on top of that, too, I really feel like Murray just had, I don't even know, they just wanted to waste all their ultimates at once. I can understand the Cosmic Divide. It cuts the site clean in half, allows for ease of access. That's great. But then they Hunter's Furied with no information, something we've been talking about religiously on map number 3. And then popped the Seekers at a really awkward time, too. They had nothing to play in the post. Once that Cosmic Divide finally went away, it was a brilliant retake game by Newberry, and nothing stood in front of their way. And on top of that, they had a flank just to be the icing on top of the cake there, really. And it is still match point possibility here for Murray State if they can win this one out. But in all honesty, they're going to have to really rely on Meep to go for some possible Hail Mary plays, but at least he will start out on the right foot, that first pick on towards Corrupt.
I mean, this guy Meep's always good for Hail Mary. Always good for something.
Scout destroyed.
George Skeet, gonna find some information on Trailblazer. The guiding light, Soda, answering back, Carbon. Down and out, the refrag, no good. Big bite. Connecting, just Poppy. Not gonna be able to connect on the showstopper. It's 1 for 1, but none for none as, oh boy, Newberry. They finally tied the game. This is all coming down to the last few moments. And I mean, listen. You talked about overtime being a real possibility. It is a real possibility at this point.
Might need to be a believer here. It's definitely capable for Newberry. No matter what, though, someone's going to need to make match point and technically series point, no matter what happens here on this round, to be honest. And we're still roughly in the same spot that we were last round, except Murray State, they're kind of at their wits' end. Their backs are up against the wall. They need to start just fighting with their entire heart's content, really. It's their buy isn't as strong as it was beforehand. That's really the only major issue. That and Meep is the only one with an ultimate at the current moment. So they're going to really need to utilize this Blade Storm just to make sure that Newberry does not get the upper hand for the first time since Icebox, really.
I just want to point out that Meep is sending, like, I'm pretty sure it's close to like 85 frags for the series. If you don't understand like what that means, those are tens numbers. That's the equivalent. Here comes the lockdown. Murray. Aggression off the back of it. Poppy. Meep says no. Soda says yes. As he's locked down, he's in the middle of nowhere. This is very dangerous. There's only one player to be detained, and there's a lot of pressure being applied. Bingle bites. Good for it. Meep on the follow-up. 3 versus 2, but look at the health. It's low, and even worse. Meep has it even better. 3 kills. He's looking for more. Peak 1v3. He's got that one. Make it a double. Peak has it. Everything he needs. Frenzy in hand. It's a 1v1. The right click is not going to happen. The clutch from Newberry. No way. Peak, that was outrageous.
Match point.
Oh my god. I feel like a slight change in history there. It's back when Meep landed the 1vx clutch on Breeze, just the 180 flick and quick spray down to bring match point here for Newberry. They've been on the back burner for such a long time, but finally are in the driver's seat here. And honestly, a lot went wrong for them on that round. Their flank got caught directly towards Hookah, and the ultimate by Meep, the Blade Storm, was so impactful on top of the lockdown 2 that got brought out. The stars were aligning for Murray, but at the very end, they still managed to get shut out by Newberry. And they only need one more in theory. But again, we talked about overtime a couple of times. It's definitely possible, but look at that massive opening by Soda.
Soda. I've been talking this whole time about how this guy's come alive at the precise moment that Newberry needed him. And he's done it again. The opening frag to Blade Storm is out. He's tagged tagged up, though, on the repeat. Gotta be careful. Meet with the opening. It's return fire. Jet and Jet. Who will be the victor? Murray, need this round in order to send us to overtime. Newberry on match point, series point. And here we go. Cosmic Divide. Taken out, utilized here by Murray. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder as soon as that spike goes down in the wrong direction. Omen not able to do anything with it. He does find some success. Some players tagged up. Omen, no, connects. Let's peek with another. Blade Storm still here. 4 versus 2, but look at the health. There's nothing on all these players. Kotorski coming in, but it's R2. Late Soda with the defuse. It's not going to happen. That's Newberry with the... It's another one from them. 13-11. It's a 2-1 series, fellow. Oh my goodness. What a semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, sticking out the Ninja Defuse at the very end as well by just having a quick response. That Rolling Thunder kind of being a dud, and that Cosmic Divide having a lot of problems there for the defensive side. I really thought we had a chance of going to overtime there, but just out of nowhere, there was a small opening found by Newberry, and they managed to capitalize off it. So you got to give credit where credit is due. Man, I can't wait to hear about the interview, to be honest, just to go through the minds of Newberry and think about all the pros and cons that they went through, because really either team in this division could have brought that to a victory, in all honesty, Vincent.
I'm gonna keep it real. I forgot we have interviews for playoffs, and I'm so much more excited. I don't know if we're gonna get a confirmation, but I mean, if we do, man, that's gonna be fun. I definitely am interested in what happened there, the mindset in the last few rounds, especially to keep in. But Newberry on the clutch factor, I mean, peak. Let's just talk peak for a second, because this guy came up huge in game 3. It wasn't like he was a non-factor in the other games of this series, because he had, good enough performances, some good clutches on Breeze as well. But I mean, how many times can you ask this guy to clutch up? That 1v3 against the Blade Storm as well, play of the game. Sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we did get confirmation that we'll actually have an interview. So we're going to waste a little no time getting that ready, because I'm sure that we have a lot of questions to ask him. That was a really exciting game. I'm glad I got to cast it along by your side, Vincent. So with all that being said, we'll get the interview ready as quickly as humanly possible and be back to pick at the brains there of Newberry, one of their many players, and hopefully we will get to introduce them in a few short moments as well. So again, don't go anywhere, chat, as we'll be back in just a little while to get that interview ready, then the match after that as well for the 11 p.m. showing. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, NECC fans, to the post-game interview after that incredibly close matchup here between Newberry and also Murray. We've got Soda, the Jet main, on the side of Newberry up here in the booth with us to answer some of our questions that we've been wanting to ask him. Soda, how are you doing, my man, after that great win?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I had a lot of fun the first two games. Third game, struggling a bit there, but I picked it up.
Well, okay, on those lines, I just have to ask. So obviously you were just the player, game 1 and game 2. Tough loss in game 2, to be honest with you. You were really pulling the team along with you in that map. Coming into game 3, I mentioned it on the cast, you had that slow start. How were you able to overcome that and really come up big in those last probably 7 or 8 rounds to help the team overcome and take the victory?
I'm not gonna lie, I was really kind of mentally deteriorating there for a bit, and I was trying to do breathing exercises and everything to calm down a bit because I was kind of frustrated at myself. But my captain did look at me for a second, and he gave me his hand, and we did a handshake, and it just kind of made me play a lot better there and then. So it just really brought up my mental and helped me play a lot better there.
I love that. It's always great to hear, what the strategies are behind that. But kind of moving along, talking about just I just want to hear what the team communications were like. In that 1v3, I think it was Peak who pulled it off. It was at the last moment essentially. I mean, it would have been over otherwise to send you guys to match point. What was that? What were the team communications like at that moment?
Well, I remember I was holding in the corner for long, and I got picked, and I was like, well, this is just not going to go well, because I thought Jet was going to come through our spawn since she got called from elbow. And so I'm watching Peak, and he gets the first kill, so I'm like, okay, everyone's like, you got this, dude. And he gets the second kill, and we all start getting a little bit hyped up. We're screaming a little bit, but we're like, okay, let's calm down, let him peek. And as he's walking around the corner, he starts shooting at him with a pistol, and he whips around and instantly shoots him, and we're just like, what is he doing? And we were just surprised because we thought he had an actual gun, and he whiffed his classic shots. So it was just eruption after that. Like all of us screaming and hyped up. It was a glorious moment, honestly.
Well, fair enough. Yeah. Got a couple questions to ask. So going all the way back on to Icebox, that was a pretty one-sided affair. I mean, I can go back into my notes, to be honest, since we have a little bit of time to spare. We only went to 14 rounds, and then the complete opposite moving into Breeze, where we went the distance to 24 rounds. I mean, did you guys expect that moving into map number 2, or did you expect it to be more of a similar affair like it was on Icebox, where it was more one-sided towards your favor?
The interviews here.
Personally, I expected it to be a little bit iffy. I wasn't too sure because Breeze is one of our more lackluster maps as a team, since we haven't practiced it much, and we're just weaker on all around. But I was genuinely surprised at the amount of rounds we were getting, and I was very happy about that. Going into it, I had my head held high due to doing so well in the first match, and so when we started losing a bit of rounds, I tried bringing up morale a bit, and helping the team out, because I was still in a good mental state at that point, so I was really happy and thought we could bring it back, and we were close, but to no avail.
Well, it was still pretty close, despite it being the map pick of Murray. One more thing. One of the key things that actually allowed Murray to get that map win on you guys was the operator plays. I mean, it almost seemed like you were not expecting it at a couple of moments, to be honest, but moving into Bind, it looked like you guys were much more capable of handling those operator plays. I mean, what was the main thing for you that helped you adapt against one of the stronger suits that Murray was able to bring to the table there on that third map pick?
Well, if we go back to the second map, the reason the operator was so strong is our team wouldn't stop peeking it. We just kept ego peeking the op over and over. I'm gonna be straight up honest. We just kept ego peeking it, and we would tell ourselves, okay, let's stop peeking this op, and then one of us would peek it again. So when we stopped ego peeking it, it became a bit more better, and also we got our Astra, fantastic player, to start smoking off the operator, which allowed us to get into sight and really get those kills and hold it down so that we can take the operator at a closer angle and definitely shut it down.
Oh, funny enough, that's the couple things we actually mentioned there on the broadcast too. Funny enough, so glad it was not just us going a little bit crazy up here in the booth. But with all that being said, I mean, it's been an absolute blast getting to interview you up here. If there's anyone you want to shout out before you end up parting ways with us, I mean, feel free to do so. Now is your time. Everything's all on you, man. Here's what you got to say.
I don't know, man. I gotta shout out my team. My team did fantastic today, especially in that third map. They definitely pulled me a bit up there after I slogged them through the trenches in the first two. But definitely my team and my coach was doing really good with hyping me up, as he always does.
Fair enough. All right. Well, it was a pleasure having you up here on the interview. Hope you end up doing significantly well in the grand finals as well. I know we heard in the background that I believe it was Tennessee Tech that ended up losing their matchup as well. So you guys already know who you're going up into. And I mean, since we're parting ways essentially at this point, we could probably pull up the bracket now just to confirm that, just to see who they were actually playing up against as well. So URG, that's going to be your competition moving into the grand final. So I wish you best of luck in that future endeavor, and to maybe hopefully get to commentate over it as well, because you guys were an absolute blast to talk about in this best of 3.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It was a fantastic talk.
All right. Well, have a great rest of your day then, man. Congrats on your win again. Well, I think that's no problem. All that being said, I think that concludes it for us here in this best of 3. I know I'll be back for the last matchup of the night with my main duo of Infernosis, but Vincent, pleasure as always. Hope we get to do another matchup in the near future. And with all that being said, we will get match number 3 ready, and thankfully on time. Unfortunately, we had to sacrifice one of our best of 3s, but that'll still be played off stream, and we'll probably talk about it a little bit in our pre-show that Infernosis and I will be doing. But all being said, if you're not going to stick around for the last matchup, we all hope you have a great rest of your night, and to stick around for some more NECC action, if not tonight, then in the near future. Take care, everybody.
Take it back. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by, I guess, Fellow. He's a repeat customer, so to say, coming in on this one, but I'm a new face. Maybe not a pretty face, but we'll get there eventually. It's Fresno State Bulldogs, your number 1 seed here in the Challenger Cyan Division, facing off against the 5th seed, Sac State Hornets. You can see right here in the bracket, they survived against the 4th seed, and Fresno State survived against the UBC Teal side in the 8th seed. The big question now is who's going to make it to the finals to face off against, I believe, is Purdue. As somebody in chat just previously mentioned, I think they actually won their game. Cannot confirm, but I think that's what I read earlier.
Yeah, and fun fact as well, we can talk about some match stats on top of it. We've seen Fresno and Sac State, not stacked. He's a graphic designer for another league that we're in. It actually was a win. Yeah, I know. Very funny. Fresno won that match 2-0. So maybe we'll have history repeat itself. I hope not, though. It's been a long time since that match has actually gone in through. That was during the 2nd week, and now we're in the 2nd week of the playoffs. So that's about 6 weeks, give or take, depending on who you ask. So maybe a lot has changed in that time. And I'm wondering if the map selection could possibly have changed from what we saw on the last matchup that I casted with Vincent in comparison to now. And yeah, it's changed a whopping amount. Bind we played first and foremost here, and we're getting to see the lovely maps of Ascent and also Split, one of my personal favorites in all honesty.
Now, I had a nice long car drive after Thanksgiving to come back here so I can be ready to work and cast and whatnot. And I did some quizzing with you recently about these maps as well, about what's typically your meta strategy and things like that. Trying to get you back into the groove of things. You've obviously improved your camera quality, and you're really trying to show that off right now. But
when it stays in focus and doesn't autofocus out, yes,
you'll figure out the quirks about it.
Yeah,
I've
had it for 2 days, man. You got to come me some
you play with the new tech. Yeah, unfortunately, my new tech isn't working right now, so we had to be a little bit delayed because my audio problems. But we'll get it figured out, maybe eventually. But we'll jump right into the game. I want to talk a little bit about the map of Bind. I quizzed you on the agent selection, so I do want to hear what your opinion is going to be and see if you've retained that knowledge. What do you think the agent selection is going to look like?
Well, I mean, we could almost definitely see a Sentinel. Hopefully not Killjoy. She's probably one of the worser picks in terms of a Sentinel there. Hopefully Cypher. I talk about this actually a fair amount because flank watch is a big thing on Bind, especially if you're going to go for like a very one-sided funnel kind of thing. You need to have something watching your back. In terms of Duelist, Raze is pretty good. We've got the light hover selections of almost all chambers, and also I believe it was all Yoru's at 1.2. I know that chamber will be allowed towards the very end of the NECC season in the fall, but as of now, I don't believe it is, so we're probably not going to see him in play. But I did talk about the Cypher, and I talked about the Rage just a smidge, and both of them will actually be already confirmed here on the defensive side of Sac State, and sadly no Cypher on the attacking side of Fresno, but they've got that Raze at least, so my point is somewhat valid, shockingly enough.
Seeing no Astra on the opposing side for Sac State is kind of, what's the phrase to look at this one? Not to call anyone out, but I think the term cringe.
Yeah, not based. That is
not
true.
Based. It is very much so not a red pill moment. It's not it, in my opinion. No Cypher for Fresno, which is a little bit weird, but the no Astra for the opposing side of Sac State, and the fact that they're supplementing that with a Phoenix who's only true value in effect when you're talking about Duelist role and his ability and utility would probably be his firewall he places down. What is that, Blaze, I believe, that does so? Mm-hmm. I don't know his ability names. He's like the one person I know their names, but I don't know which ability goes to what. But yeah, Blaze throws down the wall, but you have a Toxic Screen. You don't need that utility. You already have the Viper to supplement that one. If you're going to bring a Duelist, I would highly recommend Arena. Maybe not a Jet, though Jet is extremely strong as well. Reyna just fits that picture, the whole image, a little bit better in a lot of ways. Throw that Leer out blind through these short cubby hallways, and you can start to swing things a little bit more favorably into your position, but you have to be quick to work with it, and we can see the defense of Sac State trying to be quick as they pushed in quickly through A short, but the push is coming through B as 3 players look to step through hookah and 2 come through that B long side. The action is palpable. The fight has to officially start in just a few moments.
push coming through. Here comes the flank, right up in towards main, essentially, and it's going to be nothing but net for Sac State of essentially here, but Fresno State at a big deficit 2v4. They were caught with their pants down and really had no flank watch. That's the one big upset about not having a Cypher and no one watching your flank in that position. Spycam will spot out Panda, and overall, this is just a phenomenal setup being held by Sac State, not giving Fresno State an inch when they need an entire mile here on this pistol round.
Slow position. When you only got one player left standing, it's kind of like, what's really expected of them? Try to get one frag, maybe two, but you know, Oni is going to deny any chances of that whatsoever. A very solid start to Sac State's side as they left 4 players still standing at the end of a round, and a pistol round to say the least, where typically frags tend to go back and forth fairly even to all accounts, but no, a lopsided performance in round 1. I don't think that'll be indicative of how the rest of this game will go, but with every single player in Sac State White now spectered up and armored up, full armor, not even a half armor here, John. They full armored up. That's going to be very, very influential to how they want to play out this round. We saw how aggressive they were on the pistol. Will that start to go through as well? Would they finally have weapons in hand? Will they try to keep a little bit of range and make use of that mid-range weapon that is that Spectre?
Yeah, it might just be claim for distance, in all honesty, and wondering if Fresno State will learn from their past mistakes on possibly allowing another flank to happen. Looks like Viper will be staying back in your found just to kind of prod my mistake to make sure no one's there just yet, but she'll end up backing up the rest of her team as they're all just going in for the rush inside of B. Toxic Screen will cut the site directly in half, maybe allow for potential plant here, but you're still at that deficit. These Spectres much better at these slightly longer ranges here, and here comes the flank yet again. It's full hookah control, and now the retake is going to be so strong. There isn't much that Fresno State can really do. It's just blue across the board in this kill feed. It's going to be the Cypher and also Raze to wrap things up. Everyone remains alive, and these first 2 rounds not looking all that hot for Fresno State, but at the very least, they can rely on those rifles moving into round number 3.
Yeah, buy the rifles up. You also, in what I would consider to have the better agent selection for the attacking side, when you don't necessarily have your flank watch in your Cypher, you can still do a fairly good job of pushing and engaging into the sites quickly, which is what I think Fresno State is wanting to do. You can see they have the Raze with the boost packs to do so, and of course Jet with the Tailwind and Cloudburst to combo in. There's a lot of forward mobility and frontline support when it comes to their engagements entering into sites, and that's something that Sac State will be a little bit lackluster on when it comes to their attacking side, but it has not been failing them here on the defense, and I think that's attributed to the fact they have the Cypher that'll slow down the pushes through hookah and through that B long side. That's going to be one of the biggest factors that keeps Fresno State at bay for just a little bit, but take a note right here. Gozer does not have a rifle in their hands. Instead, it is a judge, hoping to be the judge, jury, and executioner, but it may be their own grave they're digging at this point, as they don't have a weapon that has the range to contend with the players aggressively on site.
Yeah, he needs to close that distance with the semi-automatic shotgun. Maybe Panda could gather some information to help a brother out in terms of closing that potential gap, but so far it'll take a couple seconds. Blast pack comes in through. Sniper Cage will impair his vision, though. It's just nothing but smokes inside of sight. But luckily, it's still an even trade. There goes Gozu exploding when a couple of buckshots landed on a Sleepy's body. 3Ds will find one towards Beans as well, and here comes the retake potential. Luckily, though, Suki, she's set up in towards Hookah to try to shut down Sora, perhaps in the background here. It'll be that altercation between the 2 Vipers, and a snake bite gets tossed on up, burning through these vital seconds, forcing Oni to essentially just play by themselves for a little while until they get that needed backup. Luckily, the backup is clean for the time being. Sora gets one towards Suki, but it's going to be a quick trade yet again. Fresno, they just need to play that man advantage here in the post, and luckily it works out for them in just the very end. The only thing I could really be upset about in that round is the fact that they could not keep 3 players alive, so someone's going to be a little weak in terms of weaponry, perhaps, but doesn't really seem like Goz is all that effective. He's just going to rock another judge here.
Dragoon also is at literally like 1 or 2 HP, John. That wallbang we saw attempted there by Sora to go for the shot through the hookah window actually almost found the impact. It was extremely close. Now imagine how that would have split wide open if that kill did happen to go forward. That would have forced the refrag to have to go through for 3Ds, and that would have allowed for Oni to have that information and allow for them to be parallel in terms of the next engagement, as both of the players have equal amounts of information for where they lie, which puts the fight on even playing fields. And we've seen how Sac State plays this. We know how good they are at gunning where necessary. It would have been a very very interesting fight to see how it unfolded, but that's not going to be how it goes. Instead, Rifle by fully up and contending now for Sac State. This is what you would essentially consider to be the, I guess, base start of the game. The real gameplay officially starting to go underway after we get through the pistol rounds, of course, the SMG buy, and then that rifle return. But keep in mind, with that rifle return, Fresno State lost 3 weapons in the process. They're going to be eating that damage and that eco this entire next round. I think that's going to be one of the reasons why we're seeing them be so hesitant to push into the B site, despite, using the Owl drone to actually initiate and gather the information. A quick rush implemented. Gozu loses their life to Sora, but quickly refragged back by 3Ds, and a plant being teased, finally being placed down now by Dragoon.
Spike planted.
Ooh, and not placing directly in default would actually allow that pre-fire to be nullified against Oni. The map control's been great by Fresno. It's just their retake denial. That's been their biggest issue here. But maybe 3Ds playing aggressive inside of U-Haul with that judge can give Dragoon a little bit more space to breathe. But he's being shut out quite effectively. Only a matter of time before that defuse is attempted here. Bladestorm gets popped. Just try to keep back Sac State. Will trade it on out for the judge. Has to spray the entire clip, but it's still clean. And can maybe clean up these last couple of frags. Both Oni and the Cypher on very low HP. And that showstopper is unfortunately a dud. Diffuser being ticked. No one knows where 3Ds is playing at, but the snake bite will keep him back. And it'll actually be a win still for Fresno State as it fully finishes off Cypher. I talked about that HP differential, and unfortunately, he just was not able to evade the sauce and clearly got lost in it there in round number 4, Scott.
You really making Lost in the Sauce references right now. We are in...
I always have to keep Chief in the back of my mind, and he always says stuff about sauce, man. It just has to happen.
We are in round 4,
constant.
John. We are in round 4. It is much too early for us to be bringing these jokes
I'm trying to keep it funny,
out.
man.
I'm
It's
trying to be hip
11
with the kids, dude. You are a kid. You're like 18. I get it, okay?
We had this conversation,
Listen,
man.
I am like 35
Man-child.
years old, okay? I am an old man. I may be 22, but I'm an old man, all right? I don't get this
Mine's
hip with
much
the kids'
older.
humor. I know sheesh, I know cringe. That's
Well,
either
we know
way,
Mickey.
yeah, and we know
That's not
Mickey
helpful
as
in
well.
Valorant, sadly.
That's true, but with Sac State losing 2 rounds in a row, look at the trigger discipline there for Suki. Tries to go for an anticipated approach, but Dragoon to find 2 and Suki to find the last. There's only 2 players left standing now for Sac State, and you kind of split up. Your Cypher is going to be rotating over this. Dasuki trying to make their way to the A site, now sitting inside U-Haul, waiting for an opportunity, but with only a shorty in hand. John, I think we know how this one is going to go. You're fortunately Phoenix being the only one other left standing, and Beans cannot come up with a kill. The call has been collected, and it does not seem to favor your side whatsoever. BDC once again, Dasuki being trapped, and Gosu being the player with that judge, jury, and executioner, like I mentioned previously, snuffing the life out 1 by 1. Another successful round win for Fresno State.
And Fresno really noticing that Sac State has been relying a lot on these last second flanks in order to kind of collapse in during that retake. So they just waited for the retake to eventually, or pardon the flank, my mistake, to happen before they needed to worry about a potential retake, and had a nice double cross set up. Both Dragoon and Suki finding a lot of success on that round that'll garner a couple of ultimate orbs, and honestly looking quite strong moving into round number 6 in all honesty. And it really seems like they've been able to adapt after those first couple of hiccup rounds. Other than that, they've been on top of things in this first half, Scott.
Slightly misplaced recon bolt is going to be a little bit unfortunate, but it doesn't seem to matter. Dean's will be the player to find the first, Dawonski will be the second, and the showstopper will get the refrag back. That's Gozu finding impact, but barely living through the encounter. At 3 HP, a dream may be available, but unfortunately being surrounded on almost all fronts will thankfully be saved by Dragoon, who manages to take out Beans, but Sora from inside hookah takes the life of Gozu, finishing the job his teammates started. It's now up to the lonesome player of Dragoon to make their way over with the spike through the TP, and now look to push towards the A site. Holding from Shower side, there's plenty of space for them to make the approach, but the toxic bubble, or poison cloud, I guess I should say, make things a little bit slower for Dragoon, but they'll push straight through. They're not too worried about it in the process. But a wall bang is being employed, recon bolt being sent, and everyone dives on the last player available. A phenomenal positioning for Sac State. One player coming through short, one through the vent side, and another up in heaven. There was no chance left standing that we were going to see a successful retake after that, or a successful hold, I should say, in a post-plant situation.
Yeah, I was really about to mention that. Absolutely no trolling there to make sure the post-plant was not clean for Fresno State. Absolutely no trolling found on round number 6, apparently. Let's just hope that carries on to round number 7, as sometimes teams like to do a little bit of trolling from time to time, unfortunately. But we got to see the one use of Phoenix here. There's a lot of short little walls you can throw his curveballs off of to just get some early picks. That's the one thing I like to do when playing Phoenix on bind, and luckily that was utilized just to get that first initial pick. It may have not done a lot in the very beginning of that round, but when things finally came down to more gunfights and more frags necessary between both teams, it slowly added up over time just to give Sac State that slight advantage moving in towards that post position.
I talked about the recon bolt being a little bit messed up at the beginning of that last round. I believe it was initially anticipated to bounce back over and actually clip inside of Link, actually getting a little bit of information towards those spice bags, but not what occurred. We didn't see that really this time either. They just went for the straightforward send and tried to gather the information that time away, but take a look at what Fresno State's doing. Nozu is just shooting through the Viper's pit, hoping to maybe get a little bit of tag damage off in that direction, and if it does, it'd be an insanely successful one. Sora is down to 30 HP in a dream, but you do see some ultimates being expended. A Hunter's Fury sent for Fresno State. 3D steps forward and finds the kill onto Oni and Sora within their own Viper's pit. Able to find 3Ds on the refrag, now make it a second. The Viper and Viper falling in favor of Sac State once again. Gozu has something they want to say about it. It will have to be an ace to the Sac State side, and I'm sorry to break it to you here, John. I don't think Soren can necessarily find it. 30 HP and a dream, and this dream's turning out to be a hellish nightmare.
And Fresno just playing for the post here. They're aware of Sora's position, and they're just all going to swing him at the same time, giving no chance of survival for the lone Viper. A couple of ults wasted there on that round, but unfortunately Fresno was just simply built different and ended up winning a majority more of those gunfights. So it didn't really matter that no one could get rid of the Viper's pit because everyone else was dead on the spot, leaving just the Viper alone to try to clutch. So Fresno State will regain that round advantage, only slightly though. This has honestly been quite back and forth in all honesty, and it's just been coming down to more or less just minute mistakes that have happened between both Sac State and Fresno, at least in these first several rounds.
Slow and methodical. That's going to be the early approach to this one, because Sac State know they're in a very poor position, but Sora uses the utility of the Recon Bolt to distract the player inside Link, thinking that would give them the opportunity, and my god, it did, John, but Sora missed the shots and was killed in the process. A near humiliating point, but we've seen a lot from Sora. You can't really dog on Sora whatsoever, but that's a rifle, one of the only rifles they're seemingly brought out of their hands. There's a player advantage now favoring Fresno State. This will be hard to overcome, but Fresno State with a huge and heavy emphasis, a fist heading in towards that hookah side. That is the heavily and most defended area right now for Sac State. But John, I think you're seeing what I'm seeing right now. What is Fresno State doing? Rotating back to A. This one's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Be able to shoot that recon bolt, but it still gives enough intel, but you're not aware Dragoon's inside of U-Haul, and now things are looking fantastic, having up that Viper's pit for the post. Suki will attempt to stick it, and nothing is here to deny it. Those paint shells a little bit too late, unfortunately, and now Fresno State, they really have a great grip on this 8th round. Plenty of nebulas to basically shut out Sac State. They'd be running in blind at that point, and they still have to get through that toxic smoke, essentially, with the Viper's pit. That is a very tough pill to swallow, like you mentioned here. It's not really looking all that hopeful for Sac State. They've got a couple of cards to play with, but honestly, the ace in the hole by Fresno has been top-notch here. Gozu sprays down his doppelganger. There goes Oni off board. It's all up to Beans, leaving U-Haul to his basically hopping just into his own grave at that point. It's 5-3 for Fresno as they will slowly climb back an advantage they once had a few rounds prior.
So, just to mention another meme, they got beans. We won't complete that one though. But,
sadly,
yeah,
no.
Sadly, it's very unfortunate.
Not allowed.
Yeah, it's we'll skip past that one. But let's talk about how strong Fresno State was in that round. First, finding the first kill that honestly should have gone to Sora, but Sora just missed the opportunity and it went in favor of Fresno instead. Fresno teased towards B, found out with their roaming player that there was no one really on A site to contend, and they made the rotation swiftly and got the plant down, only having to use a couple ults to do so. Each of their ults found a massive amount of impact, and I was very impressed with that performance. However, the next round has to go underway, and they don't have any ultimates to work with. There's 2 available for Sac State, but only one of them's really an aggressive style ults, and they're kind of trapped right now inside of Hookah. They're trying to play up close and personal, but a snake bite snuffs the life off of Dawasuki. And Gozu swings the corner, does not allow the judge to face them instead. 3Ds on short A finds Sora instead, and now there's only 2 players left standing. They're going to have a very difficult time, and this was a full buy round for Sac State, John. This is going to spell disaster once again on their wallet.
I mean, you gotta give some credit to the commitment there, but the Cypher to sit in that dead corner. But you've got someone playing next to you in Hookah. You can leave. It's not completely up for grabs there. You have a Cypher cage to play around too. That was definitely a big mistake that led to a big disaster there. Now Fresno State, once again, they've got complete control of the site. They just need to burn through a little bit more time and players, as there's only 2 remaining on the side of Sac State. Plenty of Nebulas to play around on top of that too. It's just Sleepy inside a vent, and they will get sussed out as they are inside of the vent. Haha, funny Among Us joke, as Fresno State, again, that is a second 3-round win cycle in a row. And the majority of Sac State has overall been a little more quiet, but I'm at least hoping that they can have a nice resurgence yet again, as they have been able to do that beforehand.
I would like to apply for a new co-caster, actually. I think that would be the first
That's
thing
a good
that I will do.
idea. Honestly, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
you should not have helped me with that VOD review.
It's been rough. It's
You
been
should have
rough.
been like, nah, I want you to fail. I want you only in R6.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. But we'll figure it out. We'll work it through. But a quick rush implemented. That is a near correct use of the recon bolt. You know, with a double bounce, it makes it a little bit more difficult to deal with, but it'll still get dealt with nonetheless. 2 kills dropping, 1 for both sides, as you do see them try to keep things somewhat even, but a Cosmic Divide has been placed, and the paint shells will be sent. And the last little bit of spread for it will take out Suki. That's Oni with the frag. 32 HP in a dream. Defense trying to keep themselves alive, and they're doing a great job of fighting this one up close and personal. And it's just up to Dragoon. They're holding this one close. Boost Pack will get some damage off. They'll manage to find the head of Oni. They'll need to find 3 more. Tries to spray, but thankfully Beans picks up the rifle as assistance on the double swing, which is exactly what you need to do. And the round will finally fall back in favor of Sac State.
Well, it looks like Fresno finally forgot one of the main reasons how Sac State was able to outplay Fresno on so many altercations in the earlier bits of the first half. That flank. They had so many people on the prowl getting ready to rotate to deny that A post plant position. And it just worked out in the end, really, for Sac State. I was hoping they would learn from their mistakes earlier in this matchup, but I guess they're back to their old habits, as they normally tend to die hard. So we're on even footing in terms of, weaponry stature. I'm wondering how long Gozu is going to keep this reign of terror with the judge, because he's had some success from time to time, and it definitely can have that element of surprise, but man, when is it too much judge to play up against? When is it too much food to eat, really, and you just start choking on it?
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate to see, but ooh, really nice position. 3Ds won't be able to take out 1, and unfortunately eats a shock dart, dropping them now to 6 HP, but they'll live and have a couple extra blades in the pocket still to work with. However, a frag does still drop for Sac State's favor. Oni finds yet another opening kill for their side. Now it's going to be up to the actual position on B, as you can see them rush through Hookah window and take advantage to jump onto the site. Recon bolt descent, but Beans finds 2. They'll be taken out, but don't be too shocked. It is a run it back. It means absolutely nothing. That's the boon of bringing that Phoenix. One of the only ones you can really give him in a lot of ways, but it's still a 2v3. All 3 players from Sac State in probably the worst position they can have. None of them are rotated over towards elbow. All 3 are just going to swing in through door, and while a showstopper is employed, it's not a huge necessity. Panda sprays down 2, now engaging in the 1v1, has an Owl Drone to work with. When step back, hiding behind wooden box inside Hookah. Will send the Owl Drone searching through the side, finding and tagging its target, and the Hunter's Fury will be employed. Needs to find 2 shots, has only found 1 so far, cannot find the third. A choke of Omega proportions, and Oni finds the wallbang kill. Hookah player dead. Phenomenal round for Sac State.
And only 1 more before we go into the switch. It's been so neck and neck, and due to the fact that Panda had such little HP, that was the proper play. We had plenty of information to work around. All honesty, maybe waiting just to pop the recon bolt. That way you've got util on top of util, and then Possibly Oni has to turn their back and sit still for a second to break out that bolt. Could have been the better play, but I'm really picking at straws at that point. More or less just came down to the fact that Panda was literally one shot away from meeting his impending doom. You just hate to see it. The clutch was unfortunately not going to go the way of Fresno. At least they still have a slight advantage, but can they keep it to move all the way through into the second half 7-5, or will it be completely even 6-6? That's the big question here.
You mentioned the judge, and I had testimony day at school today, so I had to deal with lawyers. But one thing is, I would not want to be dealing with the judges that Gozu and the rest of these squadrons have been bringing to the table. They've been very threatening, but at the same time, you kind of need that mobility to use it correctly. And while Gozu has that with the boost packs, no one else really has the ability to use it in the same way. And unfortunately, Panda doesn't have a getaway, and while they have thrown a toxic screen and attempted to utilize it, a quick walk through it will make things a bit easier for the defensive side, and they'll find a second on top of it. Dragoon now sleeping like Dragons typically do. It's going to favor once again Sac State, as Sora's on the flank coming through Link side, takes one out, refragged back by 3Ds with the operator in hands. There's only 2 players left standing, one with a judge up close and personal, the other one with a sniper that needs a bit too much range. Thankfully, 3Ds will go and switch weapons. Phantom in hand, ready to contend with. 4 players on the site, 2 in showers themselves, and they've got a vice grip on this spike. Well, the cloudburst will allow for them to pick this one up. They'll just spray through it, and the spike will be sent through instead. No! Dropped a bit too early, and the kill does not seem to matter. Oni lost their life 1 second too soon, and now it's just 3Ds left standing. 7 seconds, make it 5. Time ticking down, and the HP ticking even lower. Oni with the last kill. 6 and 6 our halftime score.
And that was the proper play because you couldn't really get past U-Haul at that point. Not enough coverage for the plant either in A, but just Sac State aggressing at just the perfect moment and really playing the fact they had the man advantage in that situation was able or allowed them to even things up completely 6-6 moving in the second half. I mean, I mentioned this earlier. We could see a much more double-sided affair rather than one team kind of taking the money and running with it, because clearly it appears that Sac State has really done their homework against Fresno, and they are hungry for this victory here on map number 1.
Hungry, and both teams are eating, devouring at any moment they've been given, and I think it's only going to continue in that manner. However, a very cheeky play was actually put towards B long. You can see that Gozu just sprints over towards the ult pip, takes it, and will go ahead and make their great escape back into the defensive spawn, and is ready to make multiple rotations where necessary. But notice, toxic screen has been sent towards B site. It's sent over from, I believe that's going to be from a short towards Link side, and they send it all the way over through to B. That's what Viper can do. She's essentially has 2 universal ults, map-wide ultimates. That toxic screen covers a huge distance, and of course, if you know lineups, it's another great way to say that. You can just toss them from anywhere, especially in an open map like this, but every single attacker ready and raring to go outside of B, and the fight has to go forward. Does not seem like a great chance for Fresno State.
And this toxic screen just cutting the site in half allows them to push in further and further. Talk about the importance of that Viper pick, and so far it's really making ends meet for Sac State. Great paint shell though, and a one-tap by 3Ds. Here comes the overextension. Gets aggressive with the knife. It's not going to be a confirmed kill, but Suki's there to back it up. 2-point kills for her, and it's just 4 left alive, and it's not going to be enough to deny Fresno State on this retake, even making sure the plant does not go down either. A great resurgence to get that first pistol round in your favor. So, not a horrible start moving forward in this new half here, Scott.
Well, it's a bit of an interesting situation, to say the least, when you had a really great entry into the objective, and we highly regarded that toxic screen play. The rest of the play didn't go forward. They weren't able to get spiked down in good timing. I would like to credit that to the phenomenal paint shell that was thrown in by Gozu on the defense. Not only did he get a lot of tag team damage off, but it flushed them away from what would have been default plant for them to hold in from Hookah instead. And the majority of its damage was done because 2 players on Sac State were body blocking each other. And that's just insanely unfortunate to see. It's something that is, unexpected. It's not really something you would guarantee to see every time, but if it works, it works. And it's exactly what we see. We also see the head off of Dawasuki ripped clean off its shoulders by DJs on the opposing side. 3Ds on the opposing side, and it's been A very strong start now for Fresno State, but the rest of the push now going through a short and one through showers. They're going to have to contend. Suki in a bad spot. She'll spray down 2! 3Ds will find their next 2K for both. There's only one player left standing in Shower. Sleepy Sun will have to wash the blood off his teammates' shoulders. He's now going to have to carry this one alone, a lone army trying to keep himself alive.
Just crying in the showers right now. Did not have a great practice at the track tryouts today. He's just up in the corner really thinking about if he still wants to do sports and make his papa proud, or if he wants to just end up quitting here. Gozu gets aggressive, and the judge is going to be way too much to handle there. That's unfortunate there for Sac State, but really their biggest problem, it was highlighted even better on the first round, the second half, was the fact they just take way too much time to set up these pushes. They allow Fresno State to establish these power positions and make these rotates necessary to shut out these executes, and then Sac State just simply cannot compete. I'll play devil's advocate just a little bit and say, well, there was a huge weapon difference there for Fresno State because they had SMGs and a shotgun to play with compared to just pistols. But this will really be the true testament of what I just said, as now it's a full buy here for Sac State. And really, if they lose this round, then that's almost entirely on them, unless Fresno just has a brilliant play style here on this next round, really.
Fresno, they really bought here. Was that an operator I saw?
Oh, yeah, it was.
They are committing to this round, even though this would typically be a free round for Sac State as it's their bye. Fresno is saying, we don't want to give any chances. We don't want to let anything go up in the air. No question is asked. But unfortunately, Gozu is still trying to rock the judge on the defense. And if you're holding on site, it's not a terrible idea. But when you try to play aggressive through TP, yeah, that ain't going to do it. That is not going to cut. And unfortunately, the only thing cut will be their lifeline. And they'll have one less player to work with. And Sac State now has an advantage when pushing onto the sites, let alone with the fact that Panda still has a Spectre. No real long-range utility. Now the full brunt of Sac State rushes onto the site, but Suki cuts down 2 more. She's looking to find even further, takes down a third, but will lose their life to Dawasaki. It's just up in a 1v3, but it's a Cypher, John. We know how this one's going to go. It's a very low chance. There's a rifle in the hand. Anyone can do it. Player with a rifle.
Yeah, to double down, really, the tunnel vision was strong on that round, too. I'll get into the color just in a little while. There's still a bit of action to maybe happen, or perhaps the Cypher will just save out that rifle. There's a 1v3 with Spike down in sight. No way you're going to recover that. So, yeah, Dosky's going to just kind of backpedal and run into spawn, essentially, and just think about what him and the rest of his team need to do to improve on the next round, perhaps still in the second half. There'll be a bonus one here for Fresno, 3-0 in the second half. And now we'll get back to the point I was just mentioning. It was that tunnel vision. Again, Fresno State, Sac State, my apologies. Apparently I am illiterate, which is a fun fact. They took too much time again. They did have man advantage, though, and technically the weapon advantage. So that's great. You have that capability to waste time, but then they only focused on the plant and not the map control needed to make sure they don't get smoked before the plant is even attempted. They didn't clear out U-Haul or put anything to gather intel there or shut it down, and it allowed Fresno State some easy pickings to halt that A push yet again. Now it's 3-0 in this second half of Fresno State. They are really just on fire. And we talked about Gozu from time to time. He's one orb away from getting that showstopper. If he is allowed to play here right inside of guard, this could be massive. And it works out. He won't need the showstopper. It's 4 for Gozu, 3 with the shotgun, and 1 with a boombot to seal the deal. And now it's another 1vx all up to Sora. Gozu's getting aggressive, but he won't find all 5. It's 3Ds to wrap it up. But man, Fresno State, they're on fire in this second half.
Man, they're bringing frenzies, a pistol buy. Yeah, I get it. It's a thrifty round. You're cheaping out. It's an eco for you, but you gotta be safer. You still have some utility. You have utility that recharges based on time. Use it. You have it available to you. We didn't see essentially anything go forward. We saw an owl drone sent, yes, and it did manage to give the location of 1, but guess what Sac State did, John? They tunnel vision, and that's something we spoke about already, or at least you did in your little cover section there. You cannot allow yourself to tunnel vision into one area or the other. It's going to be a massive flaw for you, and it will create that fatal flaw, the one that is ultimately going to end you and be your demise, and you just can't allow for that to happen. And speaking of not allowing to happen, the first kill already being allowed. It's 3Ds finding with the operator, the lone target of the Sac State Rays. It's unfortunately now a 4v5, and Sleepy Sun almost makes it into a 3v5 as Panda nearly locked their head off just as quick as 3Ds did previously.
Well, another quiet round for Sac State. We're
Right
kind of
there.
wondering, well, what do we do now? They've got an op, and we're out of options, essentially, here. They're going to make an attempt in towards B. Spike is nowhere to be seen, though, so the Stove player who is watching flank's going to have to retrieve that, allowing Fresno State to continue their onslaught here on round number 17. Dragoon shuts down the Cypher. 5-on-3 position. You haven't cleared out elbow just yet, and you're still trying to attempt to go for this plant. And look at Gozu. He's just in the middle of sight in the container, and the player above him probably has no idea. Sora's probably going to
30
try to watch
seconds
double
left.
door. This could be an easy opportunity for Gozu to get a nice clean sweep here. Extends out. Here's the audible cue, that Spike going in down, and no one's covering. They're completely clueless. Gozu for another one. It's 2 for the Rays, and Dragoon cleans up near elbow yet again. It's 11-6 as Fresno State are unstoppable here on this defensive side.
You can see why Fresno State has that massive win record, going 7-1 throughout the main season, and now being 2-0 leading up to this point in terms of maps. They have been phenomenal. They have an average of 6 rounds lost. 6 rounds lost for their match previously, John. It's an unprecedented stat line, and we're starting to see more and more of why we're seeing that. And wait, no. Yes, sorry, I'm getting it right. The color scheme was backwards on my sheet for what was in game, so it just threw me off. But Fresno State is an unstoppable force, and unfortunately, it's an immovable object, and the freight train that is Sac State's attack has been, unfortunately, not safety rated. It is not a very good safety rating for a vehicle. I guess that's the reference I'm trying to make for it. But speaking of references, we can make a couple references as they have families, guys. 2 more kills dropping, and wow, Fresno State may lose one of their own. Sac State have lost 2, and Gozu is still toying with the players up close, walking up to Sora and pulling the trigger inches from their face. Yet again, we're seeing why Gozu is that unprecedented monster. 2 players in showers, while Oni will find the kill. I think 3Ds is not going to last for much longer. Takes the body shot to Beans. Now looks for the second. Oni needs to get something done. Tries the double swing, but Suki, she'll find the last. An easy cleanup for Fresno State. They only lose 2 players.
Match
And
point.
look in the top right corner here, John. That's 3 ultimates ready and raring to go. And Panda just needs 1 single kill, 1 ult pip to get theirs as well.
Yep, probably, I don't know how they're going to want to play this out on the defense. Let's say if they're on attack, they could probably just cut the site in half with a toxic screen, then kind of just run in a site with Jet and the Rays kind of just open arms, essentially. Maybe on the defense, they'll just play for a really mean retake, but we haven't really had any retakes quite necessary just yet, as most of these rounds have ended out in the first minute or so, as Sac State are really just dropping the ball on a majority of their attacks. It's always one major thing: lack of intel when moving forward towards the site, tunnel visioning into one or more directions, or simply just peeking an operator with nothing to shut them down. If they've got no sight lines with that operator, they're useless. But luckily, 3Ds is not going to have to worry about that just yet before Sora rips him to shreds. Your run it back has now been nullified by Dragoon, so it's still technically that 4-on-4. The showstopper is attempted, but it'll unfortunately be a dud. Luckily, though, we've seen Gozu pop off with just that shotgun in hand. Let's just see if he can do it here on match point on Bind.
Dangerous predicaments. When you've got a player down, Fresno State are looking at this going, oh, we've got some rounds we can bleed, though, right? It's not the worst case scenario, but I would say pick up the operator, attempt to work that towards heaven, and then defend the A side, because it's obviously being rotated over towards A. I genuinely believe that we're seeing Gozu be a little bit slow in their play, but you do see the Hunter's Fury being expended now by Fresno State. That will allow for Gozu to get back
30
in
seconds
time,
left.
but there's been a Viper's Pit employed
planted.
by Sac State as well. Suki now needs to counteract Viper's Pit on Viper's Pit. It will place them interlaced in between each other. But Gozu's up top looking and waiting for their prey. Judge in hand. This could be the final moments of this round, but Suki, she loses her life to Taosaki. A second now lost as Sora takes out Gozu, and Panda leaps to his death from Heaven's side, and Sleepy Sun is the one who finds it. 7 rounds finally to Sac State's side. It's their first of this half, John. It has not been a good side for them. Their attack just hasn't been what we saw in their defense.
Yeah, the ultimate game done by Fresno State was very lackluster on that round, and they used all of them. Gozu had to basically burn through his showstopper. Hunter's Fury was popped out, but there was no information. I can understand you want to kill the player of that Viper to make sure that the pit is gone so you can have an easier retake. But if you have no intel to play off of, you're really just shooting in the dark essentially at that point. And Oni, clearly having full brightness, he clearly spots out 2 players and makes it an early 5-on-3 lead. All of a sudden, Sac State, they finally have their stuff together as they're ready to go for a B take, and only now is the retake being established by Fresno State, but they are still at a massive deficit moving forward here.
Slowly but surely, that's kind of the pacing, and Oni and Cubby will be snuffed out by the Owl drone. Will barely be able to make the great escape. That's the boons of the Owl drone, and that's the boons of the boost pack, being able to swiftly make that good getaway. But in a post plant now, Fresno State to be lacking not just 2, but 3. They'll quickly make it to 4th. 3Ds, I would not be shocked to see him just run away and save this operator. But if I'm on Sac State, I'm not letting you save the operator. I'm hunting you down. It should be fairly obvious with the tailwind sound that they've rotated away and worked in different directions, but we're not seeing that here whatsoever until, thankfully, Sora is now on the prowl. Will work their way back through towards TP as well, and now 2 other teammates to assist. 3D snuffs out Sleepy Sun, pushing in through metal. Gonna be a player. Queen steps in through vent and wins the fight. 3Ds wall banged to completion in the scoreline, 12-8.
Well, at least only 2 players died in that round for Sac State, so it's not completely horrible. And the op's gone. That is a huge net plus when Fresno is mostly going to have to work for picks since they're only close to a cosmic divide. And now they've got to bring out the Judge Equal Funny gun. And also the M1 King of the Odin, which is one of my personal favorites. I mean, it's such a hard gun to use, Scott. I mean, I know you can absolutely agree with me. I mean, all these one-shot headshot weapons like the Vandal, they're so OP when... I know you know the whole copy pasta. I don't know it by heart, but man, is it hilarious. And, oh, look at that! A hilarious overextension by 3Ds to allow Sac State to start off in the right direction yet again.
Maybe that could be something we definitely see continue to go forward. Fresno have been bleeding round after round, but we can see the Sac State side have started to learn their lesson in a lot of ways, but Fresno State is not to be contended with just yet. They may have no ultimates, but they have plenty of weapons to work with, and like you said, the non-crutch weapon that is the Odin that stresses every player's hands. They have to hold left click so aggressively and pull their mouse down. It should start to favor them, but Dragoon takes the head off Beans, and Sleepy a completely lopsided crossfire, but that will be refragged back. The spike will officially be planted, forcing now a post-plant situation, and it's still a 3v2. Fresno State on the worst end of that 3v2. They're gathering information fairly swiftly on the site, and the toxic screen will be sent just as quick. Sora taking attack damage, and Hookah will flush them back a little bit further, but they do have to throw their own util out. They're waiting with the toxic. I assume the Toxic Cloud as well as having the Poison Bite be available, but Suki does not clear out the spy cam that's placed a little bit too soon. Noski will be not able to just find 1, but 2 as they sit in corner. Cubby outside Octagon. Another fabulous round for Sac State as they'll bring in only 3 rounds differentiating these 2 sides.
And as Eminem would say, he's choking now. Time's up over now. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know the lyrics heart by heart, but it goes something like that. It's funny right now because Fresno is kind of choking, but like you mentioned actually a little bit earlier into this matchup, they've got room to breathe. It's not the end of the world. Despite all the success by Sac State, it's going to take one round, a single round to end it out here on Bind. So 1 perfectly played defensive hold, 1 phenomenal retake. That will be the end of Sac State's glory rerun here on Bind, and will have to be jumped ship on towards map number 2, which is Ascent. Correct me if I'm wrong, and the last one will be split after that if we get there. And I think there's a pretty high chance of that because this has gone a lot closer than expected, especially since Fresno came out the gate swinging in that second half, but now has been a little bit more reserved in comparison to how they started out in the beginning of this one.
I feel like when you've bled 4 rounds in a row and allowed for Sac State, or I guess 3 rounds in a row, allowed for Sac State to make a bit of a return, when you don't have all of the money in the world, bringing a judge again may be a bit of a misnomer, but obviously Dragoon doesn't really want to leave it up to Gozu this time, takes the head off 1. and now has to be able to continue to look that direction. You can see the jump angle being attempted. Dragoons not wanting to peek it super aggressively, which is the smarter decision, as I believe there's actually an operator in the hands of one of those players for Sac State. I may be incorrect about that, but you really just jump to gather the information and then be able to actually swing
30
that over
seconds
towards your teammates and relay that just as swiftly. But here's Showstopper being employed. Boost back, being able to follow suit to give them the range with Suki, and U-Haul not just finds one, but finds two. Tosses the snake bite out as well, but the Cosmic Divide separates them a little bit further. It's going to be up to Beans and their player of Daskuki.
10
Beans
seconds
is going to
left.
take the TP all the way over to the B site, and you'll see a Nebula being placed. They're going to be able to snuff one or two players out if they try to play it on default, but Beans places a little bit closer. Now has a better position, but a quick rush trying to go through to the side. Goza has an opportunity. Both players, John, are inside elbow. They flip this objective, but it doesn't seem to work out. Beans with a run it back dissipates. Dragoon may be able to take one. The Beans refrags back, but the judge, the jury, and the executioner, that is Gozu, finds the last. And map
Defenders
1,
win.
the map of Bind, will fall to Fresno State.
And not having anyone on B was almost a mistake, but luckily it was a pretty substantial man advantage. It was 4-2. I mean, I've seen teams in R6 throw those. I've seen a couple of Valorant teams throw that too, but in this altercation, nope, not yet. Maybe we'll have to save that massive troll Taj for map number 2, perhaps. So, great retake, and overall, a great hold. They really wasted little to nothing on that round to make sure that nothing was gained by Sac State except for a last-second pity rotate through mid-teleport. So, hey, great way to wrap it up at the very end for Fresno State and bring us to map 2 slowly but surely now that that's over up. So, yeah, we'll get map number 2 ready for you. I mean, Scott, anything else you want to add before I end it out? I know I have that problem sometimes of being like, hey, man, I want to hear your thoughts. But honestly, I think the color, it may not need a lot of help right now, but maybe on Ascent, I might need a bit of a backpack, to be honest.
I want to see Gozu not bring the shotgun on every round. On Ascent, it
Well,
just
that's
won't
not
work.
happening. I'm
On
sorry.
Ascent, it's just not going to work the same way. Finds these close corner engagements. That's why Raze is so strong, because she can swiftly swing through these corners. She can boost once, boost twice, and make the distance. Nice notes. But Ascent's not like that. You don't have that close corners. The closest you can get is B main and A main. And that's not your typical outlook. The rest of the entire map is super wide open. The objectives themselves don't have very many corners. They have boxes to hide behind, but that's really it. I don't think the judge is going to be what they want when they push through to this one, but we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting. Judge equal funny. That is true. Judge does equal funny. Thank you very much, John.
Perks of the new camera.
One.
It actually can.
It can
read
actually
what I'm
focus in
writing
on
down.
that one. Yeah, dude.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
someday, if you like zoom in a little bit, you'll see your pores as well. We can see if you've been doing that skincare routine. But we'll talk to you guys. We'll see you guys in a few short moments. We'll give the teams as well as ourselves and you guys a little bit of a break. So make sure to go grab some popcorn. Map 2 of Ascent is coming at you real soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Fel, also joined here by Infernosis. In case you missed out on map number 1, I'm hoping you didn't because it was a pretty exciting show done by Fresno State. They'll take their map win in not quick succession, but in succession period. And I'm hoping that Sac State can hopefully bring themselves back, kind of pick themselves up a little bit moving into map number 2, because at a point, the game was kind of close, and then all of a sudden you kind of realized why Fresno State likes to go on bind, because they're very good on their defensive half for it. So I'm wondering if we'll see that exact same kind of zest by Sac State moving in on their map pick. What are your thoughts, Scott?
Well, first and foremost, I want to quiz you. What's the agent selection for Sint?
No. Next question. I'm just kidding. KO can get picked from time to time. He's got some nasty lineups here, and if you match that with some other Flash player, then you're just gonna get some easy picks. I'm not gonna lie to you. So Sky can be played from time to time too. In terms of Sentinels, I like the Cypher pick on here. Very good. Killjoy's not bad, but I'm kind of overall the Killjoy rave. I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. Astra, obviously, she's got the best smokes in the game right now, and so much more, so that's not up for debate either. Just to throw a couple at you, I know I didn't make one concise meta, but at least you can agree with me that all of those are really good picks. And another good pick too is the Sova, one of my personal favorites, because he is also one of the best intel gatherers in the game, might I add too.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can kind of talk about as a whole, is just how strong Sova is in a lot of ways, whether he wants to be information gathering or wants to be a little bit extra, right? There's a lot that can be brought forward, but the one thing that you don't typically see be brought on this map is going to be Raze. Why? I don't
so
get
he
it.
can
Gozu,
run the judge, Scott.
Gozu,
he can break the distance. Don't you understand?
I don't want it.
He
break the
agrees
distance
with
with a jet.
Break
the distance with a jet. Break the distance with a jet.
No,
please.
no, that's not fun.
Please.
That's boring.
It's so
like look at Sac State's lineup. Boring, cringe, so mega low bad, and look at the Chad lineup by Fresno State. Okay. Look at that. That is just some king stuff.
Is this
right
like the Chad versus Sigma male like mentality? Is that what you're trying to go for right now?
It'd be Alpha and Sigma probably, to be honest.
I don't know.
Both equally matched in skill, as Sac State clearly have what it takes, but they just don't have that outside of the box thinking that Fresno State was able to display on map number 1 clearly. So definitely it's an Alpha and Sigma male battle for sure.
So I'm so beyond this right now, John. I'm so unbelievably just like perturbed by everything I ever hear you say that I don't even know how to question it anymore in a lot of ways.
Yeah, just don't.
I really
don't bother.
Don't bother.
Save your mind for something else.
Representation. Well, I'll cry myself to sleep at a later date. We'll figure it out eventually, right? That'll be the go-to plan. But first and foremost, let's, I guess, focus on what we're seeing already here in the first round as it's getting ready to start. First and foremost, we can see that our attacking side of Sac State are looking to tease in towards that catwalk in mid. You can see their toxic screen disallowing from anyone in bottom mid to play for the fight. It also makes Puppy player have a bit more of a rough job to do so, but very nice attempted shots coming out from 3Ds, but forced to turn to the next engagement, saved by his teammates, but Gozu still manages to find one, and Beans will find one of their own.
Pretty good start overall, but it's still roughly evened out. I kind of like the Viper pick, and I think it's going to mostly serve the purpose that a Sage would, kind of getting those walls patched up here and there just to make going in for a push much easier. Not played all the time here on Ascent, but so far it really is working wonders for Sac State, as they're able to get easy control here of B and all of a sudden reclaim that man advantage and also have a great health advantage too. Look at how low the Raze and Reyna are moving in for this possible retake.
Dangerous situation with the post plant being activated. It's going to be a bit more difficult for a defensive team to play for this retake. First thing we are noticing is the fact that your defensive player is one's over by Switch. The other one's already stepping up from defensive spawn, but a player in B main could be essentially the undoing of it all. But 3D seemingly aware to a degree, but Sora's got a great position to flank, and the heal that Devour does not seemingly go off in time. This allows for any sort of cheeky engagement. We'll see ourselves through as a very strong first pistol round win goes to Sac State, but not as strong as we saw Fresno's round 1 last map, John.
Yeah, that's something I was going to start questioning, because the last match I casted with Vincent, it kind of fell underneath that same suit where, yes, the last team won their map pick. I can go pull it up since we've got absolutely more than enough time to kill. Murray, they won their map pick, but man, did it get close. And there were a lot of 1 versus 1 or 1v2 altercations that really could have went either way, depending on what team made the last mistake on that round. And I'm wondering if we'll see that replication here moving in on Ascent. So far, these first couple of rounds looking quite nice for Sac State. They'll get that first blood on the second round, and they're going to utilize this toxic screen yet again just to kind of inch up slowly and again surely try to allow for a possible post plant. And what a brilliant shot by Oni. Already a 5-on-2, and I mean, it's only a matter of time for the spike gets put down, Scott.
Well, eventually it'll have to come to fruition. We already see Fresno State have just bled everything. There's nothing left standing for Msuki. She's praying for something, but there's really no assistance behind it as they're having to wait for their Sova, that's Panda, to make the rotation over and to actually play it from within market. And unfortunately here, John, it just doesn't seem like the most likely play unless they can find a couple of cheeky frags to begin with. And it'll be Panda to start things off. One weapon has been bled. They need to find 4 more. And Suki is not allowed to make the rotation. Dione who picks up that frag. And Beans holds that small walkway down with a vice grip. And snuffs out just as quick on the Panda. A great round 2 start here. Sac State take the first 2 rounds, but finally rifles can be put into the hands of Fresno State.
And now that better weaponry can be bought, I'm wondering how well Fresno State can possibly deny this mid control. That was the main way that Sac State won those last couple of rounds. Looks like they're going to be opting to go for a full A main push with maybe a couple players kind of chilling out in the back end of Catwalk to maybe have a nice sight line. And again, just a toxic screen to deny that one LOS is going to be working wonders here, but not really going to be that big of a point of contention as really no one's guarding mid all that much. You've got one player in market, but that's about it. And more or less, they can just rotate all the way around from defender spawn / lobby if they really are too upset about working around towards mid itself.
Quick push goes through. 3Ds will be able to find the contact kill onto Sora, but unfortunately Gozu does not have their weapon up in hand and will pay the price accordingly. A 4v4. Shots did tag towards the player and ring out to remove the leer, but Panda needs to do more than that if they want to have a chance to be able to contend against this post-plant situation as the team starts to funnel in multiple avenues of approach. Panda, blinded by the guiding light, had the opportunity to take out Beans, but saved is Beans by that guiding light sit through a man, and 2 more kills following just as quickly. It's Dragoon left standing in a 1v4. Needs to find all 4 with any chance to contend. Does not seem like a likely scenario. I would not be shocked to see Dragoon just play for the runaway and maybe go for an exit frag at best, but we just see them going for their great escape. Go through mid, take control of market, maybe play for a kill in that direction, but Dragoon is 100% playing this one safe for now, sitting in B main and waiting for the next round to start.
I mean, you can tell that Sac State has really been putting their head to the grindstone really on Ascent. They are going for some really nice plays, and even against a full buy, they were able to come out on top against Fresno State. Those guiding lights being a nuisance, so are the smokes. I mean, that's one of the most annoying things to deal with Sky, because she has some of the best flashes in the game right now. You can instantly activate it, so the second it pops through a smoke, it instantly blows up in your face. You're completely blind no matter what. You can even go for fakes to outmaneuver your opponents and just mess up their mental clarity. God, is it so annoying, but I am very happy to see that Sac State has been able to effectively utilize those stuns in these first couple of rounds.
It's just going to be a matter of principle when it comes down to it. You need to find these opening picks. You need to engage in a position where you can gather the information without losing your life. And we can see Oni doing that quite well. They're bouncing, hopping up and down over the box and top mid, trying to gather the information, but their own toxic screen was disallowing for that one. And when it goes down, 3Ds will be the player that goes for the kill instead. They'll find the first. Now they're going to make the rotation back through towards Garden and play this one a little bit slower, a little bit closer to the chest, but Sac State still teasing towards B main as they're sending, and a snake bite is dangerous to Dragoon, who's now forced to make the jump up in multiple ways. Thankfully does not lose a majority of their HP, but the fight continues to have to go down as Seekers are sent as well. Sora with the next kill takes one off the board. High now in a 4v4, but the weapons favoring one side over the other one. Fresno State have a lot they have to recontend with. And unfortunately for Suki, she'll eat the brunt of the damage. Nowaski will now be a 4v3. 3v3 quickly by Gozu. So the Judge is actually the weapon. Judge may not just be funny, Judge may be skill, but Gozu loses the fight to Sleepy. 3Ds takes the refrag back. One player in Boathouse. He's gonna have multiple directions to fight against, but Sora has the flank as well. A one-on-one in both avenues, and it's won by Sac State. That's 4 rounds in a row here, John.
Sadly, the Judge could also not be PogChamp, as it was denied by one simple trick that keeps all of you pesky Gozu fans at bay, using range. So sadly, the shotgun is not going to be that effective during the post, unfortunately, for Fresno State. And it's looking to be like that secret ace in the hole has actually been found out to be not even in the same deck of 52. So Gozu will now get kicked out of the casino and now has lost all of their money for the time being. Maybe they'll find another place to con and maybe get a little bit luckier moving forward. But so far, Sac State has been on top of their game in this matchup here on Ascent. They're even keeping 3Ds at bay for a little while as well. He has to utilize that blind to make sure he can get out scot-free, but it's looking like he'll reattempt to go for another potential swing here, Scott.
I know exactly.
Unfortunately, does not win it. Towaski is able to come up with the kill. That's going to be very influential towards their next push. You can also see a neural theft being employed. We'll give away the information, the key details for where those defensive players lied initially. Beyond that, they don't really have the active information necessary to push. That's why we're seeing them go for that lone kind of floating player to go for the aggressive take. That's your Sky player of Sleepy Sun. They peeked 4, took out 1, and also took out the turret placed up in defensive spawn, but Suki does not let her turret stay dead for much longer without at least avenging it in the process. And Switch has been pulled, Panda! It's been pulled for a while! You didn't have to... Please shoot the door first. It's a bit of a misplay in that regard, but it's a 2v3. Fresno State definitely have a chance. Panda has a Vandal. There's weapons in hand.
30 seconds
Gozu
left.
is also fairly close in defender spawn. They just need to find a better avenue of approach, find a different direction to push from, and I guess try to peek in the more advantageous position.
We utilize a Recon Bolt with the Shock Bolt and also Paint Shells. One will get popped out a little bit early, though, for my liking. And here comes Gozu just up in arms, trying to pick up a better weapon here. It's the Vandal. No right, or pardon, no shock on the hands of Gozu. And he immediately gets punished with the Judge, my friend. And Panda will now join him in the afterlife. He should not have stuck with the Judge. But it did seem very funny to say. The second he wasn't using it, he got smoked, unfortunately. And Sac State now up 5-0. A really big point of contention here on Ascent is that mid control, and the fact that Sac State has just been denying that from the hands of Fresno State has been absolutely hilarious, because it's working out so well for when they go for these site executes. It's honestly astonishing how much Fresno State is being starstruck because of that one single factor of the toxic screen, really.
Slowly but surely, right? That's kind of the approach you need to make. And for Sac State, they're very sure whenever they do go for it, right? Every single peak is to their advantage, and I would like to give a huge attribute to that for their toxic screen in mid. They're playing around it really well. They know it doesn't go all the way to B, so they typically float a player in that direction, but proper usage, proper utility. Now the Seekers will snuff out the flank in 3Ds! Finds 2 in the same exact shot. Snuffs out the lives. Not able to find anything beyond that. One for the Dragoon to find one instead. Now make it a second. Nowaski is the last player left standing. Recon bolted out, Leered as well. Will spray down 3D, sprays down a second into Panda. It's a 1v1. Suki has to find the next point of impact. And only has a Ghost in hand to do so. Needs to head over. It's going to head over towards glass and break screen to make the rotation. It seems to be the Nowaski is going ahead and rotating to B with that spike and is going to play in that direction instead.
Swarm grenade out.
And honestly, Suki, she could win this. She picks up a Vandal. Very helpful moving in this 1v1. If she places her lockdown perfectly, she could honestly completely detain out the Cypher and basically get a free 1v1. And this is the only round you might be able to get on the board. As of right now, you might need to sacrifice that ultimate here in the 1 versus 1 unless you've got that intel to play off of, but clearly you do not. But yet look at the Cypher here. He's got that camera set up, waiting for someone to push either catwalk or the lower steps. This is a great position, and here comes that lockdown. Not going to really give away anything here, forcing Dosky to step up. He overextends, but Suki with the potato! Oh no! Dosky with all 4! It's a waste of an ultimate! You've got to be kidding me! Sac State up 6-0. What can stop them? Because clearly a lockdown can't.
Nowaski was tied with Oni for kills at the beginning of that round. tied. Comes back now. 4 to the name and keeps them close. And just imagine how close that round would have been if 3Ds didn't find a Colat headshot kill with a Marshall, John. A Marshall in hand to do it. It is an insane, insane sightline. Good job to our observer for doing that one. Shout out Bobby. Also shout out Prodigy. He's a great guy as well. But just nonetheless, it was a phenomenal round for them. A fabulous retake, reposition, and then spike placement for Sac State. You just can't give any negatives for them in that regard, but swiftly, the next round is a new round to work with, and weapons are in hand for Fresno State. Ultimates in hand right now for Sac State. You can see Oni going for the Blade Storm over the top. Not able to find any impact. No Blade even hitting their targets. A bit of a rough start for them.
Enemy tag.
Best at all, like you mentioned. Aladrone spots out one. You're well aware at this point that B could be the main site of attack. Possibly, if Sac State could maybe go for some Megamind plays, they can maybe plant A, but the Sky will rotate around as well, so all stock standard stuff. No one can push in towards mid, though, so it'll be a bit of a funnel at the moment for Sac State. And this could finally play into the hands of Fresno State. They are playing this one perfectly to deny this B push. Eventually, Sac State, they're going to try to wrap around, perhaps. Maybe they're aware there's too much pressure located towards B, so maybe they'll try to alleviate that by just completely ignoring that and heading in towards A instead through tree.
Rush. Tree is definitely the direction of approach that they're looking to do so. They'll just spray through it. Dragoon finds a ton of damage through through the Cloudburst. It finds a lot of impact. But unfortunately, the Viper's hit. Going onto the site makes things a bit more difficult. Sora spots the legs through the Viper's pit. Gozu wildly sprays and finds Sora's now a second into Beans, but Sleepy Sun is quick in the refract. A 2v3 in effect. Dragoon's looking for the positivity necessary, but Panda's up in rafters. They need to find not just one, not just two, but 3 players on top. And now it's got to be a 1v3 in effect. Sleepy takes the head of Dragoon. Panda's gonna drop. No Dates player towards Switch, but Sleepy Sun cannot be contended with. And finds their last for the 3K. Sac State are 7-0, John. Very early on in a sense.
I mean, it seems a little obvious here by Sac State, but I mean, just understanding that they're going to have to funnel into sight for B, and that's not a good idea, so they rotated as quickly as possible towards tree to get into A. Just great quick thinking here. They definitely understand this map more in comparison to Bind, as they are up 7-0. They have been giving little to no leeway. And again, it's not looking all that hopeful for Fresno. Yes, the judge is getting some picks here and there, but Gozu, it's still going to be tough to utilize that with range here. Sac State looks like they're up to their same old devious intentions yet again, but they're just going to be rocking around in towards A. Really, sky's the limit yet again, in all honesty, on this map here, Scott.
The sky is the limit. What, is that a joke towards the map name being Ascent, Sky?
No, I'm not.
It is
I'm
a city
not
in the
that,
sky
funny.
as well.
Not funny, sorry. I'm not that.
That's
nothing
true.
smart.
You're not funny.
My brain
you may not be
night.
funny, but you are funny looking, right?
Yeah, whatever.
It is what it is. It is what it is. No, it's fine. No kills having been gathered just yet does make it difficult, but that's the 3rd Seekers we've seen in this half, I think, John. That is a massive amount of Seekers being employed. That is an insane statistic. I don't think I'm inaccurate with that. I think you can agree, but quick play forward. Oni stands inside a Nanoswarm saying, it's fine, no big deal. I'll just eat the brunt of that damage. It's nothing to me whatsoever. But Beans and Sleepy will find the first 2. Suki and Dragoon out for the count. 3 players just standing for Fresno State. And while Panda will get a nice shot into the body of Sora, it takes a 3rd through the wall to actually complete the kill. 3v4. John, I'm sorry to say it. I can't eloquently put this. This doesn't seem like a great position for Fresno, but guess what Gozu has? It's the judge. It's definitely doable.
I'm not too sure about this one, Chief, but great nade gets tossed up and it allows Gozu to extend. So you know what? Quick thinking there on Gozu's part. Now Blast packs into sight, gets one. Dosky's caught his pants down. There's no way you get away with this, Gozu. He's going for the stick. Oh, yeah, 1v1, but Oni with all 3 in a row. They line up for him, essentially. Gozu, why in God's green earth are you not just rushing for the kill? You're close quarters in boat. Shoot him. You've got the shotgun, brother. Get someone else to stick. Unless it was a time management issue, I'm not too sure, but you really let Oni get away with that to make it 8-0.
I can't believe we just
The
saw
one
that.
time we were going to credit the judge, Scott, and he still trolls.
I gave so much credit to that. I said it's
Like,
still
Gozu played
doable.
that
I
so
knew what
well.
was coming, John. The paint
Little
shell
tripped.
perfectly placed, distraction inside of the actual B main, and that allows for the kill with a shot. He boost pack over the top, swings to corner. He had the information due to the audio cue of the player jumping up there in the first place, and then it was just a matter of the last player in Boathouse. He trusted his two teammates, but unfortunately, there is zero trust necessary. Neither of them covered, and Oni just holds down left click and finds 3. Unprecedented. It is a shocking statistic to see, but a quick rush implemented through the side of tree. It all rhymed. I don't know why it was like that. Gozu may find one, but stuff back out in return. A 4v4. John find their opening pick, but they're just not going to stick with it. They're rotating.
Oh, no, right into Groom's crosshairs. It's 2 for the Astra. Playing a little bit close, right around the mid-arch, but it's a quick wallbang by Sleepy to finally annihilate that X-Factor player. It's 2 versus 3. Things have quieted down a little bit as Fresno State are deciding on what they want to work with here. Either way, they're going to need to run into someone holding down either A or B. It's a bit of a split between the two, and Fresno State looks like they're opting for their ramp to play a little bit closer towards mid, so maybe they could play for potentially picks, not shooting that recon bolt or overextending
30
a wise
seconds
move.
left.
So now that Stove will have to second guess themselves, but not going to move an inch really. Last 25 seconds remain on the board, and it's only a matter of time before this push has to come in through.
One
Guiding
enemy
Light
remaining.
giving away their intentions, but no one checks right around default. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, and now the 2v1 here favoring Fresno. Spike has to go down, and it'll be the first round win for Fresno. It got close, but at least they were able to bleed out the seconds to make that altercation work out for him in the end.
I don't even know how to say this one. I feel like I need to clear my throat before I do so. Check your corners! Please. They've got another play on the opposing side of Generator. Oni is just walking into sights. I get it. You feel like you need to press switch, but if you cleared out tree, your biggest point of concern needs to be sight next. Your teammate has not flushed the sight just yet, and sight lanes have not been cleared. There is no crossfire, John. 0 angles of crossfire available for swinging backside of Generator. You'd have to get all the way onto sight next to the pixel peak that's available on top of boxes short underneath that rafter side. That wasn't what we saw in the slightest, though. There was no player that close. The secondary player hadn't even made it to the site in actuality. It was a misplay, a bit of a miscalculation, and Sac State ruined the chances of a flawless half. And I don't think Sora saw the head of 3Ds, but 3Ds definitely saw Sora. With a couple tag shots in that direction, we'll find a bit of damage, but now the fight has to engage. And that's going to give the information to Fresno State's defense that they're probably going B if they've got player in market.
It's only a matter of time. Yet again, gotta wait for that Spike player to catch up with the rest of his team, but at least it's fully confirmed that B is the point of desire for Sac State. 50 seconds remain on the clock. There's some stars being set up, but Dracoon, why are you out in the open, for Christ's sake? You know they're up in market. That's the worst place to be sitting at, but Suki's got your back covered for some quick trades, but it's still completely even, dead on, and now you've got a slight opening to maybe go around and towards heaven and go for A, but that is going to take way too
30
much time.
seconds
It's a
left.
very risky play, but it could work out in the long run. So that'll be a
enemy
deviation back and towards Fountain, but look at Gozu's position! Heaven would have been the better option, but not having that foresight like we do. They had no clue where Gozu was playing at, and he'll be able to make the highlight play to keep his team alive and gain themselves another round win overall.
We are omniscient. The players themselves, not so much, right? We can see everything. We have the ability to look over the top. Some would call us stupid.
I've
They
got
call us
wireframe
stupid, yeah.
installed. Sorry, Scott.
Well,
You gotta
wireframe?
admit.
Yes, 1 second. I need to type in the
No
command
one knows
CL
that
underscore
joke, though.
wireframe space 1.
That's how I
Yeah,
got
it's a
gatekeeped
CSGO
out of-
joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a CSGO joke.
That's
You
how I
don't even
get
like
gatekeeped,
CSGO,
sadly.
so I want to hear it. You only knew it because I cheated one time in a 1v1 with Zaysha. Absolutely use
Yeah, on
wireframe.
Madden.
I did that as well.
And
No,
you
I
were
just kicked his
stream
butt on Madden.
sniping.
I was not actually.
You can admit to it.
I didn't need to stream snipe to beat him. He stinks at Madden, but it is what it is. Brick play implemented. I hate saying that word so many times, but that's really what it's been going is. A Blade Storm has been popped. Hopefully for Sac State, it's enough to kind of get back on their feet after the last 2 losses they have suffered from, but nothing's really coming out from it just yet. And in fact, I think they're going to send the Spike back around towards that rafters in mid, or sorry, catwalk in mid. Maybe try to push through tree instead, as the toxic screen is still available, cutting off sight lanes through to bottom mid. And it's Gozu holding close, though. The judge is in hand. I can only assume, at least here, John. maybe some kills will
I've got
fall
your
into Gozu's
trail.
hands once again.
Especially those fingers don't spot out Gozu. Overextends, and that's not going to work out from this
I know
altercation. Luckily, you've got a little bit of backup, though, by Dragoon. Neural Theft comes into play as well. It's an evened up 3-on-3, as A is going to be the big point of contention here. Nice wallbang headshot by Sleepy. The operator tries to sing on out, but 3Ds is not going to land that first initial shot. Wallbang gets tempted by Suki. It's completely clean. She shuts down one as the spike is going on off in the background, but Dosky is still going huge. A third for him on the Cypher. Now both players sitting quite comfortably inside of Heaven, the worst spot for 3Ds to try to play up against, and now they'll have to rotate, going all the way around. Picks up the Vandal for better close quarters confrontations. Trailblazer not spotting him out. It's only a matter of time for this push has to come in through, and unfortunately that shot will give away his intentions. Sprays down one. It's clean on a Sleepy. Only one more needed to be found, and it's good for it too. 3Ds, the 1vx clutch out of nowhere. The guiding light and Cyber Cage not enough to stop this man from giving his team a third round on the first half.
This has been
Last
a
round
really
in the
strong
half.
return right now for Fresno State. They have bled 8 rounds in a row and now are starting to make their resurgence. Have a bit of a, what's the term? A cat in this battle? A dog in the battle? What's the term? What's the... Don't meow at me, please. Please don't meow at me.
I don't know what the saying is, to be honest.
Yeah, this is
What's
hurting.
raining
Somebody's
got
to know it in here. No, it's not. It's raining cats and dogs.
Rabbit out of the hat.
No,
That is a kind of good one,
a
though.
horse in this race. That's it. It's an animal. I knew that. Thank you very much, producer, for that. They don't have a horse in this race, right? It's just not available for them. They snuffed out 8 rounds in a row, and that's a horrible statistic to have against you, especially when your team that has not lost a match here inside the playoff stage. Losing this badly is rough, but I do think there's a huge point of return. Attack is a really strong side on this map. It's not shocking to see a team pop off, but it is shocking to see them pop off 8 in a row and bleed out the last few rounds. Fresno State have just come back alive and are trying to close out strong and maybe start the second half just as strong as well.
Possible. We did see a bit of a one-sided affair on Vine, so maybe this will be the exact same storyline, and that could be just enough to give Sac State that lead, but that's not going to stop it from being relatively close moving forward. Sac State, speaking of the devil, they're still deciding on what they want to do. Looks like they'll go around in towards A. They've got that Viper pit to play off of, but they don't know that 3Ds is waiting with the operator. Gets one, looks for a second, not going to connect, but at least they've got that dismissed to guarantee they remain alive for this potential post plant. B shuts down one, and 3Ds just pops down with an operator. Not the best of calls here, and all of a sudden, Sac State, they found a minute opening and have gained a gigantic advantage here on this 12th round, Scott.
Oh, this is a bad position now for Fresno State. They played a little bit too aggressively, and now they're going to be falling as their wings burn to the sun. An Icarus situation, some of you probably don't get the reference, but the lockdown will be utilized. This is an important motion, but they need to clear the player of Sleepy Sun, and they'll do just that, but they bled a player in the process. Suki sprays down another through the cloudburst, and 2 players don't make the escape. That's everyone. They can just defuse. They've even sent the Cosmic Divide. Fresno State, in a miraculous play, gets the diffuser down and win. Oh my God! Sac State, you took too long to fire back at Suki with no reward, and you have no one to deny as you're all removed from the equation. And what's the term? Decombobulated, I guess is a phrase. Stunned, crabulud, paranoid. I don't know what the heck you want to call it. You get locked down, and you are completely paralyzed is the term, but you are completely paralyzed and can't fight back. Fresno State. That is a gorgeous round.
Gotta admit, this is a pretty clean one half, though. This looks kind of heat. Just all one team getting this, and then it's other way around. Not gonna lie, could get used to that. But yeah, the quick resurgence by Fresno State to at least guarantee it's not a total one-side affair. And you also mentioned that this map is a little more attacker favored too. That could be the saving grace by Fresno State, just to make sure they are not confirmed for a third map. But that first entry pick here by Sac State is going to start spelling a small disaster here for Fresno State, at least at the very beginning of the second half.
Slowly but surely, the best round has to finish, and right now we're seeing it be a little bit quicker there for Sac State as they'll snuff out not just one, trying to look for their second, but Panda starts them off and finds that Fresno State's first kill instead. A shock dart sent over, gets rid of the player kind of trapped over inside, probably short of the bottom mid, And at least have got 4 players inside mid itself. 2 in link, but still courtyard essentially in its totality. But I'm just not seeing enough of momentum right now from Fresno State to give me any indicator of what they're trying to do. You can see them rotate now finally through B main. Hopefully this will be enough, but they're spending so long trying to figure out what to do with each and every weapon that they're wasting a little bit of time. And it was teased for the ult pip, but they're only using it as a bit of a bait and switch. They'll just rush through, completely ignoring it in its process. They'll find one, refrag back in return. A 3v3 now in effect, and the head of Gozu gets tapped by a ghost. Doesn't one shot, but Beans finds the body shot to do it instead. With Fresno State with 2 players, they have gotten the spike down. It is a post plant, and they're in the favorable position, but Sac State has the man count.
Yeah, that one minor slip up, no one checking your defender lobby. That was the really big upset here for Fresno State. They could have been in an even 3-on-3 and have had a decent chance here with having a little more sheriffs on the board. It'll be a complete blitzkrieg though by Sac State so far. Not working out though. It's a quick trade by Panda. But here comes the refrag game yet again. Now in a 1v2, they're going for the crossfire and it's well established. Beans with 3. There's plenty of time left to get that diffuser confirmed, and off the board spike has now been diminished. And it'll be a first round win here for Sac State. Not looking all that hot here for Fresno State, at least at the very beginning.
John, this is going to be a very, very long map if we do see Fresno State make the return. They're going to have to do a insane comeback. Some would say astronomical, right? Some would say that. I probably wouldn't say that. It's a big word. It's a $2 word. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit scared to talk to you sometimes.
Well, they don't have an Astra, you know? So I mean, it would be a little bit far-fetched, to be honest.
What, for astronomical?
Maybe.
All right. Can I really get a new caster for map 3? Because it does look like we're heading to map 3. Is somebody awake right now that I can reach out to?
No, you're stuck.
Everyone's
with me.
out and sleeping. That's unfortunate. I do have class at 9 in the morning, so maybe I wish I was sleeping. We'll figure it out. I do need to stay up and watch Arcane though, so I need to.
No, you don't. You absolutely.
I'm gonna get spoiled by people, but it's okay. No spoilers in the chat. I will literally ban you. But it is a kill dropping for both sides, John. But a player in hell waiting for the opportunity, but the pink shells do not find their target.
You know, I'm not supposed to advertise or anti-advertise, but just because Arcane is a good show does not mean League of Legends is a fun game. I highly advise you do not touch that game. It is a trap. And so far, this A push is a bit of a trap because Sac State are not doing that bad in terms of stopping this plant potential. Here we go. Dawsky gets aggressive on the swing and cleans up 2 with a nice spray down with the Spectre, forcing 3Ds in the 1 versus 3 scenario. It's got a Marshall, not completely horrible, but look at the dancing done by Dawsky just to throw him off guard. I mean, you already have to worry about 2 separate players. Dawsky is just making your life a living hell, essentially, in this predicament. Down to about 30 seconds, this tripwire could potentially catch 3Ds off guard, but they'll barely spot it out and destroy it. No chance you can rotate around, though. You've got to run in towards arches, and Sac State is just playing the waiting game. Not looking all that great for 3Ds. Brilliant shot onto Oni, but you've only got 12 seconds. Sac State just play for time and you can win this one out, but luckily 3Ds just opens up essentially by trading out weapons at the worst time, and Dawsky does not move an inch to make sure they'll get 2 clean round wins here on this second half.
A pristine performance so far for Sac State. They only have some minor blemishes. It's like wearing a mask, and typically you don't ever have acne, but you start to get the maskne, right? Where it's just like the pores start to close
line.
up.
Yeah.
I don't get that because I take care of my skin, not to joke on anybody or anything. It's an inside joke on my friend group because I'm really, apparently, I don't get much acne, but yeah, it's just a minor blemish, right? The occasional pimple on their record, and there's 4 in a row, so there was a cluster, obviously, so it really and truly was that maskne along that line, but so far, this half has been fairly strong for them, but keep in mind, Fresno State can now buy out with rifles, and it'll be a little bit more difficult to contend against rifles when you're trying to face off against an attacking team. The aggression is what's going to give them the advantage. A phenomenally baited guided light. John, did you see that? Please tell me you saw that.
Yes, I saw that. It was literally right there.
Yes,
that
please.
Was so nice.
Throws it into the top section. It plays against the top portion of the wall, and at the last moment, they dip it down to blind out through the guiding light section. Oh, it is a phenomenal. That is precision at its finest.
Well, it's too bad didn't get them any early picks. Actually, Fresno to find first blood here on out. Oni's still playing in market, though. Might have some backup, but that Nebula's going to be a bit of a challenge here for the Reyna to overcome, perhaps. And the first one tap is not going to work out. Luckily, though, Beans eventually steps up. On very low HP, though, it's going to be a tough hill to climb. Lear gets popped, but Dosky will not overextend. He's not going to int here in this predicament as he wants his team to win this one out, perhaps.
30 seconds left.
3-on-2 all of a sudden. Sac State still a bit at the back burner right now. And again, Beans is on such low HP, but luckily they've got that regrowth to play around, so now he's a little bit over 50%. That's great news here for Sac State, but that will not change the fact here, Scott, that they are still at that man disadvantage.
Slowly, very, very slowly. Fresno State has rifles. We also see Sac State has managed to pick up a couple in their hands as well. Gozu still punch. Never mind, guys. Round's over. Gozu has a shotgun. He's really able to assist this time around. I'm starting to. It's just a broken record. Dragoon's holding down below in hell. Player that is Gozu will be blinded by the guiding light. Spray through finds massive impact. And the Nano Swarm clips the toes of Beans and Sleepy, and they'll unfortunately be sleeping with the fishes. 10 rounds still to Sac State. They're not able to get any more as Fresno will win their rifle buy. And because one of their players bought a judge instead, I hate having to say the word judge. Really annoying. I think they can also buy a rifle for one of their teammates, which will allow for everyone else, especially the ones who died, to get rifles back into their hands.
Yeah, so this round has a little more value to Sac State for sure. They lose this, they're not going to be in the best predicament. They're going to be a couple rounds down and dirty, but at least they've got a I guess an okay round differential. I mean, it is only like twice the amount, 10-5, but you know, counting has never been my strong suit, so maybe that'll change later. I've got no idea. All that I'm aware of is that Fresno State is probably up to no good as they are just kind of prowling about near Fountain. Sora is in a bit of a pickle right now, but as long as they can just waste time and just kind of dance around the Toxic Screen and Poisonous Cloud, there could be some success here, but sadly, as they get removed, 3Ds will remove the head off of that Viper, and Dragoon follows suit onto Oni.
A very, very solid start for Fresno State. It's almost unparalleled with the aggression of which they took control of Courtyard. Sac State played that really in your face, a really candid attitude towards their approach, but it doesn't seem to work out for them. And while Sleepy gets a lot of assistance when it comes to the concussion that went forward towards Gozu, 3Ds steps up and finds a lot of impact instead. Now their third kill, taking the head off their Reyna doppelganger and cleaning up for the 3K. One player left standing. Dragoon has the flank. Dawosuke, they have it listed as, is unfortunately left all alone. There's absolutely no chance it's going to happen. 6-10. 6-10 is what we have right now. A bit unfortunate for Sac State as they bled 2 in a row, but they've got a little bit more wiggle room, John, as they continue to go forward.
Yeah, it is pronounced Dawoski, but I'm going to call him Dosky because he's the absolute homie. Ride or die with the Sentinel main himself. Doing God's work right now, 19-8 as well. I'm hoping he lands some nutty one taps with that Sheriff there. But yeah, Sac State, I was kind of talking about it just a minor amount. If they lose that previous round, then they're going to have to probably just save up because we won't have enough to full buy, and that's exactly what's happening. They've got a Shiko on the board, as I believe it's Pansy her name is. She likes to call it that. It's a really great play on words.
How'd you know
It
that?
can be a little bit challenging to win some of these altercations, especially if you are fully blind by a Lear. Empress will not get popped just yet. I don't think it's really necessary as it's already a 5-on-2. That'd be overkill at that point. It's just a matter of time before the cleanup crew comes into play and just mops away the last 2 players that remain on Sac State's team.
Sac State, 2 players, and maybe a dream, maybe a nightmare, maybe just them a prayer. I don't know just yet, but a frenzy kill will be gathered for Bean as they take out one more that's, goes on the opposing side. Maybe they just got too close with the judge again. I'm so tired of saying judge. I hate that. It's so unfortunate to see, but Beans with a Sheriff now in hand. The Shiko is coming through. Takes one more to the afterlife, and now Panda, holding in B main, has the opportunity to go for the play. Instead, Dragoon gets the flank, takes out Oni, and now it's left it up to the 1v3, make it a 1v0, or 3v0. That is Panda is the one to find the kill. Another round win for Fresno State. They do not want this to go to a map 3, John, and they're fighting like their life depends on it, because quite frankly, maybe they're just not comfortable on split. Maybe their life truly does completely rely on winning this map.
Yeah, maybe they don't want to play Sage. I don't blame them. She's kind of cringe because really her only two good things about her is, at least in my mind, her wall and her res. It even comes to an extent where some teams, if they're attacking first on split, just do not bring Sage, because if you have a Viper, it does the same purpose. It walls off a couple points where you can push in from and still allow for a pretty easy, plant getting in for that execute. So yeah, she's definitely not really that pog anymore. She's kind of weird, champ, to be fully honest with you here. The push comes in through by Fresno State. Showstopper comes in through, but I think it just completely hits the main rack, not even connecting on anybody. So now we're in an even position right now as the push is coming in through. Plant will go down in a matter of moments, and it's all going to come down to this retake by Sac State.
We should run.
Players coming in Raptors side to Trailblazer finds key information, but there's no real way to act off of it just yet until a lockdown is now utilized. Placed down inside of, I believe, the attacking section of A main. It's going to flush away the defensive players just a little bit further back. Once it dissipates, Sac State will have the opportunity to push forward. It is a 4v4, but that is a fabulous time waster to make things a bit more, I guess, fair and even when it comes down to the actual engagement. Lear is sent. Beans doesn't need it to find the kill into 3Ds, but Oni finds one of their own. Beans with their second. Now it's just up in a 1v2. There's almost no time to go for this one. They have to sit on the diffuser and play it. Beans saves the life of the teammate, but is there enough time? Just barely. 0.51 on the clock, and Sac State scrape that round out from underneath. They'll find themselves after a 3-round bleed back into the leading hands, taking themselves in for their 11th round win.
Unfortunately, that lockdown not having any value except wasting a decent amount of time just gave Sac State barely enough room to scrape that one out and claw through to get their 11th round win. I was starting to worry, Scott. I'm not going to lie. Fresno State, they're definitely making the redemption arc here on Ascent, and it's much closer than what we probably expected, going all the way back to round number 8, where it was just nothing but success for Sac State. Now there is a small amount of fight back here at Fresno State, but it is still 1 round away from match point and then another round away to bring us to split. Just a matter of how well Sac State can play this. But no, Sora tries to replicate Gozu's patented judge equals funny play, but is nowhere near as skilled with that OP semi-automatic shotgun.
Should we jump over to like Judge Gaming? Is that what we should jump back to? We go back to the old classic.
Scott, I love it.
We used to say Sheriff Gaming is a
that
Chico, and now we're gonna bring out
fine wine.
Fine wine. This is as fine as it gets. But interesting play being set forward. A Bladestorm is popped for Sac State, but I think it's popped too soon. I don't think they have a great chance here in this round, as they'll lose another player, Sunny, to a fabulous shock dart. And your player that is at bottom mid is going to take a brunt force of the damage, but it gives them the intel necessary to go and play for A. They now need to play for denial. Beans will spray through the Nebula to take out one. Dragoon will take out Dawasuki, though, make things even more difficult. 2 players versus the 4. An insurmountable odd here, John, but we also know what we've seen previously, and there has been some miraculous plays. Can a miracle be pulled off here in a sense? Or is Fresno State going to continue to find round wins, even though Sac State managed to stop the bleeding for just a moment? I don't think it's going to happen just yet, but Bean starts off strong. Takes out Suki. She's sleeping with the fishes. Oni takes the head of 2. Panda and 3 knees. It's now a 1v1. Oni needs to get aggressive. There's no time to play this otherwise. Misses the Bladestorm. There is no chance to get this defuse down as well. But takes the head of Dragoon. Is there enough time here? I don't think there's enough time.
No, there's plenty.
Oh, 2 seconds. God!
Yeah. I'm a little bit better at reading the spike counter because
I was too busy yelling at myself, dude. I was too busy yelling.
That's fair. Yeah, so you might have not heard it, actually. I can understand that. I didn't know if you're going to hand it off to me or not, but if you did, I was going to say they need to use their ults now and get into sight. And the second I was thinking that, and you took that breath of air to do the last bits of play-by-play, which was great. I don't need to tell you that, though. You're very well aware of that. They did it. The Bladestorm found everything necessary.
Bladestorm was popped really early in that round,
I'm shocked they didn't pop the Empress, though. I thought they would have did it in unison, and it would have possibly allowed a little bit of an easier setup there, and maybe not a 1 versus 1, but hey, it still worked out. And now you've got 4 ultimates to play with on match point, and already we're going to see one of those many ultimates come into fruition, starting with that Viper pick.
Bladestorm was popped at the same time we saw Sunny lose their life to the shotgun John over on B side. That Bladestorm was popped very long ago in that round, in the middle stages of the round, not towards the end. I think that's why we didn't see the Empress get popped at the same time. In my head, I'm thinking Sac State's not trying to win that round. They're just trying to play for a little bit of a eco ruiner, maybe just a little bit. But they played it and they won it because Oni pops off tremendously. But Hunter's Fury now being employed by Panda, looking to tag out the player on the opposing side. Will only get 1 bit of damage in the process, despite 2 being in market. And Oni's the secondary player, denies 1. Sora denies Gozu of their judge, and Suki will be the second to fall. That Viper's Pit has been impossible to get through, and while it may dissipate based on time, there's really no chance. The chances, I guess, of Fresno State of dissipating as time in this round has gone on. It's a 2v5, John. It does not seem likely for Dragoon and Panda to get this one
30
done.
seconds left.
This may just be a guarantor of map 3.
Perfect.
I mean, they're still looking down that Viper's Pit. Sora now dead, though, so that will actually be removed finally. There's a small opening, but the question is, can Fresno State capitalize off this minute opening? They've got to do it fast. Utilize that Nebula, guiding like it's tossed through, and now it's just a stun fest, essentially, down to such little time. It's going to have to come down to the frag, most likely, unless they can bolt in towards sight. 1 versus 2 situation, and now there's no time left to stick this spike. You've got to go for the kills, and Panda caught on the reload. Cannot make it happen in time. We're going to a third map, Scott, as it's 13-7, favoring Sac State, and man, both those matches kind of close between one another in a certain extent. I don't know who's going to end up winning out split, to be honest with you, man.
Split decision. All right, I'm leaving. Y'all send this out. That's that one. No, it was a really good map. Ascent was a map that was heavily dominated by the Sac State side, but at the same time, there was some really good glimpses by Fresno State. They just couldn't find large amounts of succession of rounds, right? Of continuous success. And that was their biggest, I guess, denominator for their lack of success throughout it. They needed to string together these round wins, get the eco dominating in their favor. That's why that first half was so dominant for Sac State, is once they won round 3 after winning the 2 pistol rounds, you're putting a huge damper on Fresno State because they have no money, they have no problems, they can only buy again on round 5 as they're forced to resave in round 4, and then they still have no money and no problems as they lose that round on top of it, and they take a massive 8-4 half. It's not something you expected to see for it, but it was a very good performance. I'm very proud of Sac State, especially after the performance that they weren't able to string together on map 1.
Yeah, so again, I don't know who's going to end up winning on out map number 3. Split is a very intriguing map that some like to avoid like the plague, while others embrace it. Me. But all that being said, let's go and go on a short little break, get map number 3 ready, and then we'll have to actually get to commentate over it and see who the heck is going to win it, because I'm honestly at the end of my seat, not because of the excitement of this game, but because I have to get up and go get some more water. So we'll go to that break and be back in a few short moments. Don't go anywhere, chat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful fellow cast, aka John Commentate, aka one of my best friends, and we're here to continue to bring you the action. And speaking of bringing the action, you can bring the action to yourself at home by watching the NECC here on Twitch, and also checking out the clips they'll upload on their Discord to check out, and their Twitters, and also our Twitters down below. All of that to segue our Twitters. That's literally it. But the decider map, you'll get it eventually, John. It's next to your mic.
Figure it out.
Next to your mic. It's actually the other side for me.
But on the mic? Well, technically, yeah, because the R's right there, actually, so it still works.
Yeah, you're in it. Fine. But it is a decider map of Split. A very fun map in a lot of ways. And this is Gozu's breeding ground, so to say, as it is a Raze central map.
Yep.
She is very dominant in this map, and she's going to be continuing to be played, I'm assuming now, by both sides again, as it won't just be Gozu bringing it.
Yeah, so long as you're not tens and you're good at playing Raze, that's a fact. That's on God, baby girl. So I'm expecting double duelist to help out the Raze, to be honest. So probably both a Jet and a Raze to do that. And then probably a bunch of smokes. It's like a Viper, perhaps. That's a pretty easy one. Then like Astra, and then I don't know who else. Maybe some kind of Sentinel, like either a Sage or a Cypher, depending on what you like. That's probably accurate. Yeah, this looks to be all about accurate. Oh, wow. Killjoy, too, for the defensive side. That's a interesting one. Not bad, but I definitely want to question that one. But an even more questionable pick. This one we don't see a lot in comp at all. It's Brimstone. I'm low-key kind of fangirling right now.
He's kind of hot.
I really... Also, his voice actor. Also,
open up the skies
from COD Zambinos. Can we?
Yeah.
You know how interesting that game would be just to cast? That'd be kind of fun.
That'd be an
but also
interesting
weird.
thing. That'd be interesting. Next Twitch rivals, it'll be COD Zombies.
It's
not
like
the new zombies.
it's like casting Super Mario 64, where it's just like you have to know a lot about the game, and it's more or less just talking with two people. We'd be great at that, actually. That'd be like perfect, because all we do is just kind of shoot the stuff, I guess. That's
shoot
always
the
fun
stuff.
to do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Shoot the confetti, bro. You know.
It's no one's birthday though, unless one of these players might be on there.
One of these players' birthday? Anyone got a birthday coming up? We'll just celebrate a little bit early or late. It just depends. Whoever's got the closest one will
I don't know.
celebrate.
Playing Valorant on your birthday is probably kind of miserable.
Cringe.
Like that's something's probably wrong with your mental. You should probably go and seek help, to be honest. This game is a blessing to some and a curse to others. But hey, you know what? If you enjoy doing it, then Godspeed, man. Enjoy your birthday while getting some nice highlight frags for your Twitter.
John literally just openly dashes on everyone that plays Valorant and says if you play Valorant on your birthday, it's
game,
even worse.
Like, honestly, if you want to sum it up, like any game that you play too competitively can be bad for your mental health, and that is why I am now a commentator.
Yep. It's also mental health awareness. No, we're just bringing forward. We're just bringing forward to bring you that knowledge. If your loved one is, actually, I did a DBNO broadcast that was actually sponsored for like mental health awareness and whatnot.
Yes.
Now, technically, I am an advocate for that. No, I only did one shout out the entire time. Frazier did all the other 30 shout outs. I don't know why he did all the shout outs. He left me one. So I only got to really shout it out one time. It was a little unfortunate. But a quick rush. Maybe? No, apparently not. They're going to wait for their Brimstone smokes to actually go down first, which is not a terrible decision to do so. They can smoke off in a bit of a stronger position towards A main and try to possibly do a little bit of that lower, or I guess higher tower side as well. But with a knife stabbing into the ice block, that gives information. And guess what? Ice walls create funnels, either directly or indirectly. And right now we can tell that it's a bit direct, as at the very least, you know there's one player in mid, and you're forcing their direction of approach. That's going to be the strongest suit of point for them. But speaking of strongest suit, it's a Sheriff. 3Ds finds 2. And Sac State have players left standing as Gozu finds their third. It is the 2 players who were teasing mid the entire time still alive.
I mean, the best part about Brimstone is his smokes are kind of like Astra, where you kind of like hit a button, you can like kind of open them up from anywhere you really want. Why, as the Brim, do you not have a smoke like out in screens if you're going to push that way? That just seems kind of counterintuitive to bring out the Brimstone, unless you didn't buy a smoke on the first round. But then I beg the question,
They did. He
why?
had it open. He had it open.
Like,
don't you start with 2? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say I haven't played Brim in a hot minute, but I'm like 90% sure he at least starts with one smoke at the very least. So why do you not put it there? I cannot fathom that, to be honest. So bit of a questionable start for Sac State, but it's just the start. As long as they can recover later on, then maybe I won't have to be so questionable about their agent selection. Not playing R6, John. Get your head out of the cloud.
You get your head out of the cloud. Speaking of, clouds kind of get dropped in as your Brimstone uses utility, but doesn't really seem to be given any chance to do so. Dragoon manages to take out 2, but Oni is quick on the refrag. Now fair and even across the board. A 3v3, but 2 players swiftly pushing onto the site. 1 player in Heaven's side. They'll drop down below. They've got the Judge. Gozu's got the kill. Takes out Oni. Will be the devil to their opposition. Pando with the flank. Denies the flanking Sora. Nowaski will be the last to fall to Gozu's Judge. A fabulous round win for Fresno State. 2-0 your scoreline. With the deadly rifles will now fall in Sac State's hands, and hopefully with those weapons they'll fall the lives and heads off the shoulders of Fresno State.
Well, at least they used their Sky Smokes last round. That's an
Hey!
improvement, but nothing else. I can hopefully be a little more critical about these next couple of rounds, because honestly that was just kind of like you funneled in a sight and hoped that you would just simply win that altercation, but no, that did not happen. I guess as the chatters would say, no mega lol, one of my personal favorites. So moving on the full buy round, a lot is definitely on the line, and if your intel is not spot on, Gozu could get away with some very easy freebies, because look at where he's playing at with the dang old heckin' Judge. He left there finally, though. Yeah, he moved. Just kidding.
Yeah. Mobility is very important on this map, especially if you're going to be taking control of B. That's why middle is so important towards the attack on this map. Yeah, it can help you towards ropes to take A, but its majority focus and its majority assistance is going to be in taking the B site. Having control over Heaven does kind of give you that high ground advantage, and this isn't just a Star Wars kind of memorabilia moment. It's also just important to realize that that success and success needs to be had, but what just happened? Gozu swings up and finds 2, somehow loses their life to Sleepy afterwards, but they still have a positive advantage. Sleepy sprayed down 3 in the same exact moment. A very strong suit for them, but it leaves Dragoon now left standing in a 1v2. They seemingly have a Vandal now to work with, thankfully. Apparently, I guess somebody who's now dead and won't be spoken of for Sac State offered it so kindly to him, and now he'll need to drop onto the site and trying to find impact. But both players checking this angle. It's going to be a double swing as both look and watch the Nebula in hand. They won by 1 swing, but thankfully Dulaski finds the kill instead, saving the round for Sac State. They were down to 30 HP, John. That was about to be one of the biggest misplays you could possibly have.
I just know for a fact, Scott, you would have jumped out of your seat and have just screamed until you broke a vocal cord. I was about ready too, because that was almost a massive misplay. But luckily, by the grace of, I don't even know what higher being I'd say at that point, it's still a win by Sac State. They played the post well enough to secure a win, but man, did they lose a lot of bodies because of that, and now they are just all over the place in terms of weaponry, and overall Fresno State, they've been doing much better on this first half. I'm not too sure if this jambled up bye will really be enough to deter them from winning their 3rd round here in the first half.
Jambled up by. That's a great way to describe this. It's a melting pot of guns.
Yeah.
Really want to phrase it. It is everything. They threw everything but the kitchen sink, and I think actually we may have a kitchen sink coming up soon. We could have an ultimate being brought forward to the table. Is the showstopper a kitchen sink? I think that'd be a pretty interesting way to describe that for Fresno State. You just throw a sink at somebody and it explodes. But no matter what it does come down to, mid seemingly given up by the Sac State side. It's still handily in control over for Fresno State, but Sac State have gotten control over sewer, rotating back over towards A main. They'll have to get past both Nebulas, both sight lines for 3Ds, as well as the Astra actually on site. It's a hard angle to push from, but 3Ds only has a Sheriff. They only need 1 kill, though, to get the Blade Storm. They miss every single shot, and Dragoon cannot find a target to fire at. They find one. Gozu finds their second, but Dulaski finds 2. A great start for Sac State. An even stronger position as they'll allow Dulaski to be healed up by the Sage. That's why you bring both an extra level of assistance on top.
That'll slow them down for a little while here. Guiding light gets popped out in the background. Someone's rotating up to play up and towards heaven, and Sleepy does not have the weaponry to deny that. Turret gets deployed, but that'll be a dead giveaway, forcing back Sleepy, so it's not a free pick here for Fresno when they need it most. But there it goes eventually. Panda overswings onto Sleepy and gets rewarded for it. Down to 2-on-2. Timer's still ticking down. Dawsky will find one, but Panda's there again on a trade. Will try to maybe stick the plant, but has no idea where Oni's playing at. It'll be a 1-versus-1 clutch for Sac State yet again. It came down to the wire, but in the end, they can handle all that pressure on their shoulders during that post-plant altercation. But again, things have been getting neck and neck between these two so early on. It seems quite concerning between the two.
We could have another game that's just back and forth until the second half comes.
I mean, it was
and
almost
Fresno
overtime.
State is like
The first match I did today. Maybe today is
true.
maybe today will be that day. It is a new
Guessed
day
for a long time
technically,
today.
for both of us now.
It is a new day. Yeah, it is 12 a.m. for me right now, which means I have school in 9 hours. So
Man, we've got an
by
interview
the time
after
this is
too.
over, I will have school in 8 hours. And guess what? It takes me 3 hours to fall asleep. So it's going to be even worse. It's fine though. You know, I'll get my bag. AKA bag being watching Fresno State and Sac State go off, because I quite frankly enjoy this more than any other part of it. It's a little bit sad when you don't get to cast in it.
Here.
Right now for Sac State's attempted force, but they actually have to get past the placed inside of B main.
Bomb grenade
Oh,
out.
last minute on the board, and Sac State are now backing off. A well-needed pick for Fresno. They could play that retake a little bit easier perhaps, but look at Beans waiting for the cutoff. This could be massive just to find that equalizer pick. Maybe slow down that player with the Blade Storm as well. Spots out the jet. It'll be a quick spray. Down goes Gozu. It's 2 picks for Beans. Looking for 3. He gets it. Perfect timing on all of those frags, and all of a sudden Sac State have brought this one back yet again. The other one trying to stop them is Dragoon, but he will be diminished as well. Only up to the stage, coming in through the defender spawn, gets guiding lights, will be forced back for a little while. Bit of a staring contest there with no one really being the winner, as it appears that the Brimstone will back off. Now in the 1-versus-5 post-plant situation, Pandas has only a sheriff, and clearly no dreams, as they will be eaten and taken away by Sac State, as they will secure 3 in a row here, moving in around number 6.
What a great start for them to do so, though. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here real fast, Bulby, if you will keep it up for just a little bit longer. Take a look at the reason why we're seeing Sac State spread themselves ahead, even when it's a rival by for Fresno. They're even. 5-4-4-3-1. Yeah, Sora's a little bit behind, but Sora's a killjoy. They're utility-based anyways. Your Sage should be staying alive a little bit longer anyways, and should be a little bit further back. All of that makes sense. Suki's also lagging behind with that 1 kill individually, but it's one player, aka Gozu for Fresno, that's given them that distance. You can't just let one player be that deciding factor for everything. Well, Dragoon and 3Ds do have that even amount of kills. Sac State's fairly even across the board. They don't need one player to do absolutely everything in every single round to win. They're keeping things at least close to the chest, somewhat close across the scoreboard, but John, their default 3-2. It's your main stagnant approach that we're seeing time and time again for Sac State, teasing towards the B side. And yeah, the util has been placed over in middle main instead, as it's Heaven locked in with every single killjoy utility you can possibly think of. So far, there's no real indicator that we're seeing Sac State actually want to push through Mail, and in fact are just biding their time and waiting for the prime opportunity to go through A main, and that's what Sora is doing right now. Poking the croc that is 3Ds, holding in towards this tower side. I think Sora has a good chance to play for this fight. Doesn't grab enough information, tries to get away, but 3Ds finds the prime opportunity, and Panda takes the head of one more.
30 seconds left. Looks like Sac State has finally started to bleed their hands a little bit in this game of cards. Panda with 3, denying Garage perfectly, forcing Beans, the clutch player essentially of last round, finding so much success to do everything for his team, trying to backpack a potential 4th round win. Spots out the jet. Down goes one of many. That's still a tricky task to accomplish. Not a lot of time left either. I think Beans might just try to sit back and just wait for the clock to strike midnight essentially at this point, just making sure his crouch key works. I think it's well oiled up at this point. So with the timer finally ticking away to nothing, it'll be Fresno State to equalize 3-3.
Equalization, John, back and forth, back and forth. Is that exactly what we've been talking about this entire time? Keeping the game neck to neck, maybe an overtime being available?
No.
Okay, I take it back.
Okay, yeah. I might need to think about it too, to be honest. It's getting a little late. My brain's starting to feel weird.
Sun's getting real low,
really
big
like
guy. Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Yeah.
Great reference. They just completely threw that entire plot tree out of the movie. I don't know why they did that. But I kind of felt like a throwaway. Nonetheless, I do want to kind of bring up that this map does tend to be somewhat attacker favorited in a lot of ways, but it is a split map. It can go either direction, but how even it is on this side, I do think that there is a chance we go into the second half, and it is just going to be one team's favor over the other, but there's been no inkling of that so far, and it's just going to come down to, I don't want to like make guesswork and just basically play with words. I want to be a bit more accurate, I guess, in my approach forward and more representable of what the actual situation is going to be. But you can see a lockdown being utilized, placed inside of a main, which will gain and complete another control over the A site. The players in tower, the players in screens are doing everything they can to keep them at bay. And Gozu plays to die, sends the showstopper, will find one, but loses their life after, and Sora finds yet another to take him a little bit closer. Sora trapped playing to die, loses the fight to 3Ds. We're back in a 3v3, but it is a post-plant situation.
And the only net buff here for Sac State, really, as those two ultimates expended, did not do enough needed to really seal the deal here in this potential post-plan, or this confirmed post-plan, I should say. So Nebulous get popped on out. Dragoon waiting patiently, has backup from all of his teammates. Here comes the resurgence. It's so strong, it forces Sleepy in the 1v3, and will meet the same fate as the rest of his team. Plenty of time left to defuse, and keeping all those players alive to make sure you can buy back your dead brethren moving forward. Brilliant stuff by Fresno State, and man, what a... I don't want to say waste. That's a little too harsh because the setup wasn't horrible by Sac State, but it could have been better so much more in comparison to what we really saw out in the execution there by them.
I do feel like... How do I phrase this? I don't want to phrase this in a way that comes across as inherently negative, right? But I do feel like Fresno State Gozu going in with a showstopper is a bit of a waste. But if it finds impact and it gets it done, I am 100% in on it. And it did do that, and the rest of Fresno State's roster was able to step up where necessary to find the ending frags and lead them to a round win. But think about it now, Sac State are 2-round losses in a row. Their eco is going to be somewhat stagnant. It's going to have a little bit of a loss for it, and a fabulous ice wall placed there by Panda. But unfortunately, the Trailblazer has just enough time to still find impact to get the concussed down. But look at the util on the map placed inside Mailroom. They're walking into the Hornet's nest. And while Gozu may lose their life to Sora, 3Ds has the opportunity to find impact and will do that against Sora on the refrag. And there goes Beans, trapped in the corner, still finds Suki. And Suki should have popped that much sooner, but it gives complete and open, splits open the B site entirely. The rest of Fresno State has to play this one a little bit passive, aggressively taking control of Heaven first and getting that high ground, and they'll do that with 3Ds killing the Beans and a resurrection by Panda.
And no more heavy control either. This is gigantic for Fresno State, despite the fact that we are in a post plant. Maybe someone could go on a potential flank. That would take a lot of time, but it could be a sacrifice worth making just to ensure that you're not going to have to worry about that back corner position. Sleepy Sun will strike onto his doppelganger or Panda. Lockdown rings in the background. You've got a tiny corner to maybe play around perhaps, but it's still going to be some onslaught success here. But eventually everyone falls to the wayside and drops dead. 2v0, and again, the defuse is clean by Fresno State. They gain another round, and overall, just being able to diminish that Heaven control and get the resurrection off was simply enough to allow Suki to do the work required to give Fresno State that round.
It's a bit of a necessity. You need to be able to have everybody capitulate in the same direction. You need everyone's utility, their ultimates, everything to... how do I phrase this? Mesh and flow in one direction. And we saw that work really well for Fresno State. Their retake, the resurrection being a huge boon towards their side. All of that started off with Beans being so difficult to deal with and thankfully being cleared out before he can make a bit of a retreat towards Mail instead. And now we're seeing that Eco fail towards Sac State's side. They have a Sheriff in one player's hands, and while Sora may have a Phantom, I think it's the only real rifle they're actually bringing to the table. And if that's the only thing they have here, John, it seems like a bit of a waste to actually just have it in the first place. It seems like they're trying to rely on that one-man army forefront. If they all rush in together, one player dies. Pick up the rifle, go with it instead. But if you're dying to util, there's no real use for it anyway. Or another, and Suki sprays down 2, runs out of ammo, forced to reload, and Sleepy will pounce, but 3Ds is holding in tower instead, and the guiding light does not find enough impact. Resurrection being employed. Dusky trying to go for the kill. 3Ds will make the escape and can't find the impact. Tuwasky finds it instead in a massive play now for Sac State as they bled 2 rifles, 2 players out in the count, and are still a player up with that resurrection.
Highly trapped here, Sac State trying to run away from Heaven as quickly as humanly possible. The only one up here is Sleevy, but he has Spike. You can't play up in Heaven. You got to rotate with your teammates, and eventually the call will be made. You want to go for this push inside of A through the sewers. Very audible cue, but I don't think Fresno can hear it that far away, but they'll still relocate to try to stop this push. No intel will be gathered. Dragoon runs into the smoke and also the guiding light. But luckily, no one's here to punish just yet. And he'll actually step up again and find 2 massive picks. Down goes several players by Sac State, and no one is able to deny this map control by Fresno State. The Spike goes down in a last-ditch attempt, but everyone here is here to shut it down. Man, what a flub by Sac State, wasting a lot of time up in Heaven and then realizing, oh yeah, we can't really go for a take in all honesty. Now what do? It just seemed like they were at a loss for words once their initial push into Heaven kind of fell flat on its face.
I will give some positives to Sac State. They did a great job of taking control of the round. They traded out evenly, and they get a resurrection that brings them back up. And they got 2 rifles out of it. So going into that one with 4 players left standing, they should have had 3 rifles, only 1 person without it. Not a huge deal. They still can fight that one fairly well. However, their flash out from that smoke, the Nebula placed inside of A main coming on through short onto the site, was really well done, because that is a phenomenally placed smoke. That is the exact type of smoke you want to place if you're Fresno State on the defense. You place a smoke deep into the cubby hole so that they are still stuck in the funnel, and you have 100% sightline control over that. They've got to control the whole site. You have to control one angle. Fresno State played that correctly. That was Dragoon by perfection. Making it even worse, Dragoon gets away from the guiding lights, peeks back in through, and finds 2 heads in the process. That split the entire round wide open, and Sac State didn't stand a chance at that point. I don't think Sac State themselves necessarily fell victim to their own ploys. Maybe a problem of time, but it was them falling victim to Fresno State's very long, thought-out, and convoluted defense, even on the rotation. And we're seeing that again here as Tower, once again on A site, fails for the side of Sac State as 2 peek out from ropes and have their heads lopped off just as quick.
I mean, just a second faster, they could have caught out the Astra when she was still in her form, too, because she was placing down scars, you know, simply doing just Astra things, and her arm was actually peeking out, but just barely missing out. That's what we call in the books esports timing, not Valorant timing, not R6 timing, because it happens in almost every single video game that's mainstream at this point. Just unfortunate situation there. And Sac State in the 5 versus 2, not much intel.
Left.
Oni could go for a lovely little back shot up against the Rays player of Gozu, who is not in the best predicament to try and deny that. There's only a few seconds left. Now Oni's just doing his best Boulder impersonation, not moving in the slightest. But I guess it doesn't matter in the gist of things. I mean, they can carry over a couple of rifles, but is it going to be that much of a concern? Possibly, but I don't think it will matter that much because Fresno, they've got a couple of rounds to bleed through, at least in terms of credentials, because their eco is kind of fresh. They've got a lot of money to back things up here, Scott.
They could lose a round, even another one if you're Fresno State.
Maybe
even
like
a third,
second,
right? I mean, probably not the third, but I mean, they could still buy in that third.
Yeah, that's pushing
right?
it.
Yeah, it should. I mean, yeah, you're right. If they don't buy an operator every round, right, maybe they have a chance. But no matter what it comes down to, Fresno State are definitely not lacking when it comes to the wallet department. And I think that's something that is very indicative of how this game has gone. And while we do see Panda playing what I hate to see, that very aggressive ice wall strategy of playing your stage really close and playing for an audio cue and then placing the ice wall, I'd rather that be placed in mid. But they did that damage early on, and now they're replacing that with those nano swarms instead. They're using the Killjoy utilities to supplement that role in information. That's why they're both Sentinels, right? They're all Sentinels in that regard, even though their utility is very different. You can also get that intel and gather everything you need with that wall. That's what its use really and truly is. But I don't like that strategy. I don't think that's a great way to do it because you're wasting that ice wall very early. And while you can still continue to use it, it's not in the same level of success in which I would like it to be done. And when the type of approach we're seeing right now for Sac State, they're just waiting. Finally popping the ultimate. Smoke's being sent down, but there will be a vortex to keep them at bay. The Slorb as well will be sent, and it is a absolute slugfest, a funnel as Dragoon sprays down one, looks for more contact, but Panda loses the next fight. Dragoon has not been dealt with and needs to find the next two. Swinging onto the side, takes the head off Sleepy. Quick rush in by Gozu over the ice wall, and will refrag the player that just took out Dragoon. That's Oni themselves, and Sora is on the hunt. Sora is like, please!
10
so
seconds.
bad.
I need to kill the operator.
Please,
It's too
the
strong.
operator.
No.
It's such an
Close, but
unfortunate
no
round.
cigar. Yeah.
Last round
So
before the switch.
main problem, we talked about funnel. Yeah, Sora like never got control of Heaven until half his team died already. It was just too dangerous because you had that Raze player just waiting around near rope / vent, whatever you want to call it, waiting for the overextension in towards mailbox. That's why sometimes it's not the worst idea to bring up 2 people with you if you want to go for mid, just to have a little bit of backup in case things really take a turn for the worse. But everyone was just so focused on pushing in through garage, it allowed Fresno just to take their time and shut out that one-sided push essentially with relative ease. And now being able to transition over that operator because your Killjoy of Sora could not eliminate 3Ds early on or at the very end of that last round, my mistake, it's already going to be a massive nuisance here by starting out with that first initial pick and causing a lot of problems here for Sac State.
The problems just kind of add up. It's kind of like when you're talking about such a minor stress, it adds up, and the more weight that you carry onwards, the more dangerous that it comes through, and problems tend to add up in that same way. But the Killjoy utility wasn't necessarily enough to flush them out, and they lost their Killjoy early, which means that the util really didn't get to go down, and so for Fresno State, it's a bit dangerous to fight them towards mailbox, but they'll still send one. They'll lose their life, but they do manage to get at least some point of contact in return. And I think this is a point where we could see Dragoon just play for this frag instead and go for the destroyal of that lockdown, but they don't do so. I think that's a bit of a misplay in all of its accounts, and I don't like the placement of that lockdown as well, because Panda's still back on site. Sees 2, but peeks towards the garage side instead and loses the fight to
30
Sleepy. A bit of a
seconds
misplay in my opinion, but were the omnipotent ones, they are not.
Spike
Quick
planted.
Brainstorm popped and utilized now by Fresno State. They also have the Showstopper and the Cosmic Divide if they deem it necessary. With all 3 players stacked and waiting on the site, I think this would be a good time to use those ultimates to their best potential.
Up and here it comes, right on schedule. Oni gets ripped to shreds and exploded on by that showstopper.
Last player
Just
standing.
limbs being blown out everywhere, and 3Ds just runs into Sleepy and shuts him down. Dragoon might not need his ultimate, but it will be more than enough to secure this great retake. And Sac State again losing another round. Hey, look, guys, it's the Cosmic Divide. Too bad the round's already over, but it's not a big
Switching
deal.
sides.
More or less for show, and it looks pretty because it's the color purple. It's a very nice color. Yes, I am a biased caster just for all the wrong things apparently in this world. But one thing I want to talk about, because it's a pretty important thing on Split, it's that Heaven control. And every single time, I swear, Scott, every time Sac State, mention the word Heaven or mid, they managed to flub the round somehow. They would either not be able to get control of Heaven, they would overextend too much, or they just, I don't even know. They put too much of an emphasis on it, in all honesty. There's plenty of highlights where it just, Sac State, one of the most important things about this map, they just completely just forget about and waste, essentially. And that just gave Fresno State the upper hand because they had to deal with mostly funnels. Speaking of Heaven control and mid pushes, that's what Fresno State is opting for, but it's going to be a pistol round, so it's roughly justifiable as all of them are literally just holding down W and have control of B, essentially. This is quite a shocker, to say the least here, Scott.
This has been one of the most spectacular attacking rounds I think I've ever seen. I would like to digest this at the end of this one, but a plant will go down, and sorry if the point goes long for that. A plant will go down now, stuck in a 4v2. Oni's in heaven, will be able to take out Suki as she will breathe her last breath, but now Oni's down to about 20 HP. It will have to contend against the 3 players still situated on site. Smokes will be tossed down. That's what Brimstone's good with. He's got a lot of potential for sending those while being able to stay in cover, kind of like the Astral Form, but not a lot of utility around it in terms of helping your teammates out. And there goes the rest. Ghost in hand for Dragoon and Panda. They find Oni and Beans just as quick. Want to digest what happened to that attacking round, John. A swift entry, every single player for Fresno State shooting down that ice wall. They sent their initial player of 3Ds in, and yeah, they found the kill with a frenzy, but it was refragged back. The second the refrag goes through, they let their Astra of Dragoon toss down a Cyclone on the entrance heading out from Staircase on Heaven of B. And that tries to sweep in Oni and force Oni to stay there, or to force them to expend a Tailwind, which they had to use to get there, or a Cloudburst to cover their sightlines. It was a phenomenal exchange of utility, and Fresno came up on top the entire way, and it was just so much fun to see that go that way. Sorry to talk for so long, the next round already is going forward in every single kill bar one is Fresno State's the current moment.
Yeah, it's already over. That's a flawless one there for Fresno State. One more to the collection, I suppose. It's just been night and day comparisons, really. You'd think with Sac State also having that Sky, they'd be a little bit better at getting that Heaven control when they were attacking, but not so much. And even on round 12, because 3Ds was able to kill out the Sky, it made that mid control so grueling to get, and basically denied it almost entirely too. Just the little things really add up a lot in almost any single video game. You just need to really pay attention to the detail, see the proof inside of the pudding, I suppose, since we'll make that food reference. I don't think pudding is on the list of food items though on Papa John's, sadly. So now you can make your food reference later on because you forgot to talk about it during this best of 3, but maybe later you'll be granted that. So far though, it's again early aggression and assertion by Fresno State, and so far nothing has been able to deny them of getting this early map control. And well, I can see a plant come down the next few moments as well, Scott.
When you're forced into a post plan and you're now 2 players down, it's a bit more dangerous, making it 3rd, 4, and 5. Fresno State, are you just done today? You're just tired of playing around on this map? I don't know what it is, but it was an SMG pie still. They were still in their SMG phase. Sac State should have had at least a point of contention, a bone to pick. They full bots, rifles in hand. They have none left standing. And look at the weapons they're forced to bring. They are attempting to copy Gozu. They've got 2 judges, 2 specters, and a bulldog. And you'll have to bully your way through this round. The chances are slim to none. Fresno State have had your number now. That did not take long for the very close start to now drastically favor one side over the other.
And it's again another mid-rush. I want to take some notes, Sac State, for the winter season, because clearly there's a bit of a differential here in terms of establishing this map control, at least on split. And just everyone running up in towards rope. Big push comes in through. Here comes the double shotgun play by Gozu with the judge. This could be over before we know it. No one's around in A. It's going to be the rotate of the century being attended by Sac State as they push both from the rope, sewers, and on top of that, defender spawn. But Gozu's waiting patiently for that defensive spawn push and even has backup by the jet. Maybe 3Ds will try to go for a kill bait, and with the knife out, it's almost a dead giveaway that at least one of these two will try to bait for the other one here, essentially making this a potential 3v2. And even then, that's still incredibly winnable for Fresno State because they can simply play bodies. Smoke comes in through. Dragoon shuts down Sora off camera. When the 4 versus 2, Gozu gets aggressive and one tap sleeping in the skull. It's all up to Jet. Sadly, the judge will be funny and the judge will be PogChamp. That could potentially be the last kill of this series. It's 2 for Oni, but not enough. The 1v1 will go the way of Suki, and it's 13-3 for Fresno State. There will be no comeback, Scott, as it's already over.
Well, one team just happened to be better, right? You know, better strategy, better plays, better pizza, Papa John's, right? Is that the phrase? Is that what you wanted? When they bring that in, a 13-3 scoreline is an absolutely astronomical stat line. I mean, that is something that is unrivaled so far today. I don't think we had a single game that was that. What? Oh no, we had the first map.
No, yeah, 13-2 actually.
13-2.
One
close,
one round.
one better. But was it as dominant as this map was? They didn't give a single round.
Again, play devil's advocate. That's the Navigators division. This is Challengers, the second best to technically the worst. So that's
lowest ranked division.
Food for thought. Well, I love the Navigator players. Their matches are really fun to cast.
They're really fun to cast.
You know, statistically speaking, that is the the worst division. There's no hate in that. I love it when collegiate is not, what's the word, inclusive, right?
Not
Because-
exclusive. We like it when
exclusive.
they are
Yes,
inclusive.
I always mix up those two. Sorry. Yeah. When there's diversity, that one is diversity is great. Yeah. Don't be undiverse. That's not good.
We're going
Yeah.
to take a quick break after that, Matt. We have an interview, I
Yes.
assume, with one of the players for our winning side. We'll have that hopefully ready and raring to go fairly quickly afterwards. But stay tuned for that one. It's been a really fun map. Split was, while a lopsided affair, it was good strategies. There
Yeah.
was really good patterns of their approach, and the attack was intense. I don't think there's any other way to really phrase that. It was obvious where that was going to go when Zach was just not able to find any sort of impact beyond it. But stay tuned. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Fellow. We'll be back with an interview. Don't go anywhere. I'm just playing with you guys. Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend, fellow. Joke's on you guys. We also had somebody initially in here, somebody who was a bit of a troll, so to say. Troll Val. The Gozu man himself. Unfortunately, couldn't get it to work just yet. We had to bring in the second best choice, aka Dragoon. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Second best? What the? Damn, okay.
No, I already stated in the break that you were my favorite. So I'm not to ask. You didn't use the judge the entire game. That's where the validation comes from.
You know,
you up here.
I want to say something. I think Gozu definitely He could get it to work. He just decided not to. You know, he didn't want to get flamed by everyone, so he decided not to come on. So he pushed me instead. So thanks, Gozu.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's what we'll go by. That's what we'll go with. He was too scared to get flamed. But I'll start things off with a simple question, not just how you doing tonight, but how do you feel after a win like that?
I feel super good. We were pretty confident coming in, and then we got shaken up on map 2. Actually, in the very beginning, I thought that we would be playing later. So me and none of my teammates were really on at all. And then I got some Discord notifications saying that we were going to be on stream in a little bit. I was like, oh geez, we got to hop on. But I don't know, I feel good after that performance.
Glad to hear that, John.
All right. Well, I was gonna expect you to do at least one question. It feels a little awkward to go all the way back to the end of the game, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be bold. I'm gonna be brave, bold and brash.
Bold
I
and
think that's what the
brash.
painting is called. More like belongs in the trash. Your play on Split, or not at least you, but your entire team, there were a couple nice highlight plays with you on the Asher, don't get me wrong. But at the very end, I got to bring it up while it's fresh in my mind. Everyone just rushing mid 3/4 of the rounds you played on that second half. I mean, was that premeditated, or did you guys just come up with that on the spot?
Yeah, so kind of both.
Okay.
Our pistol round, we were pretty confident in just going mid. We knew that Sage was going to be there, and we kind of just wanted to throw something new at them and just run at them. Since we've been playing kind of slow the whole series, I kind of felt like they were dictating the pace for a lot of the series, and we were kind of like playing slow by them. So we kind of just wanted to change it up and run it down. And so it was kind of premeditated, but it was also just on the fly. Like, you know what? Let's just go.
Fair enough.
I'd
Scott?
like to see that. Yeah, I want to bring up the question to you. There was a great play 3 rounds before the game ended there on splits. You guys rushed down mid. It was the pistol round start, actually, so I guess I wouldn't say it was like 3 rounds. Actually, it would have been 3 rounds. 3 or 4. You guys rushed down, cleared down the ice wall. 3Ds went and found the kill, got refragged back, and you guys tried to rush through towards tower. You tossed down a cyclone, a vortex, and caught the opposition Oni, the jet, in it, and they were forced to cloudburst. How much preparation do you have to go through to think about and break down the movements of the opposition and where they're going to lie? Was that an on-the-fly thing? Was that set in stone, like set piece you guys have? What does that come from?
So Gozu kind of, or not Gozu, sorry, 3D's kind of just called the fast mid pistol round. He kind of dictated us to just break the wall and go fast and just trade and keep going. I knew that there would be 2 heaven, so I kind of just put my star preemptively. And once I saw that Jet was like close enough to Mail, that I knew that he could either have to fight and die at Mail, or he would have to run back or dash back. So I just put it a little further back and sucked preemptively, because he would have to run into it eventually or just die. So it's kind of just like, I don't know. I've been trying to spam Astra as much as I can and learn her as much. So kind of just doing stuff on the fly and making sure I'm one step ahead of the game, kind of.
Well, there's only one way I can describe it. I spent a whole round, the next round, because y'all ended it almost immediately, talking about it and deep diving it because it was such a gorgeous set piece. I think the phrase I want to say is good soup. But I'll let John question.
Yeah, it almost we were trying to both talk about heaven. I was like the bad cop and you're the good cop, talk about all the good stuff, and I was like, man, Sac State, they were not that good at getting heaven control, which kind of sucks for Split. But you know what? I probably wouldn't have been any better. Reason why I'm a caster and a player. But I guess I have time to talk about map number 1 now, so I'll bring that up as well. So in the first half, it was relatively, not one-sided. It was back and forth, literally a dead even 6-6 split. And then on the defensive side, you guys kind of woke up a little bit more, to say the least. I mean, is that your preferred half when you play on bind, or did you guys just finally get a good read on Sac State to counteract them moving forward?
I think it was a little bit of both, but I would say that bind is pretty comfortable to us.
Yep.
I would say that the first half would have went a lot better if we were a little warmed up too, because that was the first map we were kind of just going into it. Most of us just like were in the practice range, maybe did 1 DM, and that was it. So we were kind of like getting warmed up. But that defensive half, I feel like we have a pretty decent setup. Gozu kind of just holds down a whole site by himself in a sense, because like you're so scared that you have to check every corner. And then I could tell that they were playing pretty slow and wanted to abuse the teleporters as well. So I was kind of just dedicating, staying to B, making sure that they couldn't just get a cheeky rotate off. So I think everything combined, we were learning as the game was developing. So
Scott,
Great to see.
Scott Cass.
I genuinely enjoyed y'all's gameplay. I had a really good time. I cracked so many jokes. Neck and neck action. I'm sure the second half's not going to be like this whatsoever, and it worked every single time, except for on Split, where it was neck and neck for the first 4 rounds, and then it wasn't. Thank you guys for ruining that for us. Congratulations again for that. But I'll give you a second. I don't really have that many more questions for you. I'll give you a second, a platform so to say your soapbox to dog on Gozu for only knowing one gun and only knowing how to do one thing, aka boost pack rush and die. Maybe getting 2, maybe getting 5 kills, who knows? It really is a toss-up. But I'll give you your soapbox to say and shout out anyone that's behind you and giving your support and I'll give you your moment to shine. So you got anyone behind you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the team as a whole is just like they're so good individually. To be honest, we scrimmed maybe once within the 3 months that we've played together. So we're like brand new. We just queue ranked when we can, and we get together on Mondays and frag out and calm and have a good time. So a lot of props to the team for just being individually skilled and knowing what to do on their own. We kind of mesh really well together by that. And then I have sort of we sort of have a coach that looks over VODs with us and whatnot and helps us prepare a little bit. It's mainly me and him that do the work, but yeah, besides that, just huge props to my whole team. They're all goats, especially Gozu, the judge lord himself. We call him Judge Judy, actually.
We call him the judge, jury, and
That's a good
executioner.
one.
Judge Judy is actually a great one. Thank
I'm
you.
writing
I'm
that
literally
down.
yeah, write that down right
I'm
now.
writing that down.
I'm going to go put that in my notes. 1 second, everybody, while I pull out my notepad.
We'll be prepped now
Judge
for either Shen or
Judy.
Gozu.
Yeah,
in our
we'll be
next
ready for
altercation.
when the next time Gozu goes into the finals. Maybe we'll cast that
Swear
one
to
because you
God,
guys
dude,
are
like-
making it to the finals. Congratulations!
Yeah.
Once again,
Thank
you
you,
guys
thank
are
you.
going to go all the way to the end. So thank you very much here, Dragoon, for joining us. I hope that your finals goes well. Even if I can't cast it, I'll try to tune in and watch it at the very least because I think we're broadcasting all of them. But make sure everybody watching to stay tuned for more Dragoon. Dragoon, thank you very much, dude. We'll see you later.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
All right. Well, John, unfortunately, that seems to be all she wrote, all he wrote, all they wrote. Whatever we have written is written. And that seems to be the term Judge Judy. But I want to go ahead and thank everybody for tuning in and watching here for the NECC. We're now entering the grand final stage of our Valorant tour, and that's coming up. So make sure everyone stays tuned for when that action goes live. There's way more games all throughout this week to go through first and foremost for those semifinals leading into the finals. Figure out if your college maybe didn't survive this week, but maybe then another game they survived. So stay tuned. My name is Infernos. You can check out my socials down below. Joined here by John Commentate, aka Fellow. His socials are down below his name and his beautiful self as well, is what I was trying to say. But thank you everybody for watching. Stay tuned and have a very nice week.